happen.
2 days past 18, he was waiting for the bus in his army green. Sat down in a booth cafe there, gave his order to a girl with a bow in her hair. He's a little shy, so she'll give him a smile, and he said, would you mind sitting down for a while and talking to me? I'm feeling a little low. She said, I'm off in an hour and I know where we can go. So they went down there and they sat on a pier. He said, I bet you got a boyfriend, but I don't care. I got no one to send a letter to. Would you mind if I send one back here to you? I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone, when the letter said, soldier's coming home. So the letters came from an army camp in California, then Vietnam, and he told her of his heart, I'd be in love and all of the things that he was so scared of. He said, when it's getting kinda rough over here, I think of that day sitting down at the pier, and I close my eyes and see your pretty smile. Don't worry, but I won't be able to ride for a while. I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone, when a letter said, soldier's coming home. One Friday night at a football game, the Lord's Prayer said and an anthem sang. A man said, folks, would you bow your head for a list of local Vietnam dead? Crying all alone under the stands was a piccolo player in a marching band, and one named Red. Nobody really cared, but a pretty little girl with a bow in her hair. I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone, when the letter said, the soldier's coming home.
Hello, y'all. How you doing? Since it's close to Memorial Day, that's one of my favorites, even if it's so sad. Cheryl, Wildlife. Who else? Damon, Kissel. Elvis, really? Hey, Pat. Pat, are you getting the storms up there? Thank goodness we're finally going to get some rain, and if I lose power, I'll switch over to my phone, but Daniel, good to see you. Happy Thursday, 420. Kiss off, did I say hi to you? Pepper 101, Sandy. Right? It is a mystical substance now. I think it's been about a month since we've had any rain. It's been so dry and hot. So this is well needed. And then we have more coming Monday. Thank you, Lord. God bless all those that we've lost. I haven't heard anything about tornadoes, so I'm not worried about that. It doesn't look real bad. It's just weather. For 101. Since Mother's Day weekend. Hmm. I'll never do what my wife doesn't either. I know, Pat, y'all been getting hammered up there. Oh, North Texas, Granbury. Um, oh, what's that other place called outside of Lubbock? I can't remember. Weatherford. I saw that they got it pretty good. I haven't talked to Chuck lately. I don't know if they've been having bad storms there. Not like real bad. So, um, let's see. Where was I going tonight? Well, last week, I think it was last week. May have been this week sometime. I don't know. I can't keep track. I just keep doing the same thing every day, going through all this stuff. Apple dumpling, good to see you. Sweltering out there. I'm sorry. I know. Well, it got up to 95 today. Saturday's supposed to be 100. You can't keep a straight face saying that. Kiss off, you have lost me. Explain yourself. Um, anyway, the last video was frequencies and energies, and this is kind of it goes into that. It a little it's makes a lot of sense to me. So I'll just see what y'all think. Um, where's that? Nope, that's not it. There we go. Stands alone. Good to see you. I've been seeing y'all comment on my longhorn with his tongue hanging out. Isn't that the truth, though? November 2nd. Cheryl, that's good. Okay, here we go.
people across Spain and Portugal have been hit by massive power cuts after one of the biggest electrical blackouts in Europe's history.
Now, I don't know exactly what happened that day, and honestly, I don't think anyone fully does. There are theories, technical explanations, warnings from years past, and of course, there are fears. People worried it might happen again. Others wondered if it was a test. But I don't think anyone considered this, because in moments like that, something else can happen. Something most people aren't even aware of. And in this video, I'll show you a side of it no one's really talking about. Not in the headlines, not in the explanations. But it matters maybe more than we realize. In Spain, when the grid failed, something else revealed itself. It didn't appear on camera or in official reports. It was felt in the stillness between thoughts, in that unfamiliar pause. Many people, perhaps without realizing it, felt something shift. It didn't last long, but it didn't need to. Because the truth is, most of us live in a compressed layer of experience, what many now refer to as the 3D state. It's shaped by constant reaction, overstimulation, and interruption, a loop of input that rarely allows for depth. And when that loop suddenly cuts out, even by accident, another frequency becomes available. Some call it presence, others describe it as coherence, or simply quiet. In those moments, people report time slowing down, inner sensations amplifying, memories resurfacing without warning, and a strange awareness that feels older than thought, filtered only by the absence of distraction. Neuroscience calls this interoception, your ability to feel internal states without distraction. But some traditions speak of it differently. They describe these moments as contact with a subtler layer of consciousness, a dimension not above, but within. This is where the idea of a new Earth quietly enters the picture. Not a new planet, not a new government, a new frequency, one that's always been there, beneath the overlays. And now, through contrast, we're beginning to notice it. These power failures, accidental or not, offer more than disruption. They reveal contrast. They break the spell of constant stimulation long enough for something else to emerge. For just a moment, the old frequency drops, and what remains might be the one that was always waiting. According to data from the American Psychological Association, the average person today receives more information in 24 hours than someone in the 15th century received in a lifetime. Much of it is visual, fast-paced, and emotionally charged. This constant exposure triggers the brain's salience network, a system designed to detect threats and prioritize attention. In small doses, it's adaptive. In excess, it creates chronic stress. A 2017 study published in Nature Communications showed that prolonged sensory input, especially digital media, leads to higher baseline cortisol levels, lower sleep efficiency, and reduced memory consolidation. Cognitive fatigue increases even without physical effort. Beyond the brain, overstimulation affects the autonomic nervous system. When exposed to high-frequency input, light, sound, movement, the sympathetic system becomes dominant. Heart rate remains elevated. Respiratory rhythms shorten. Digestive and immune functions are deprioritized. The vagus nerve, responsible for parasympathetic regulation, becomes underactive. This disrupts the body's ability to return to baseline. In 2019, researchers at the University of Zurich found that just 10 minutes of stimulus deprivation, no light, no sound, led to measurable improvements in heart rate variability and alpha brainwave activity. These are markers of physiological recovery. What the data shows is consistent. When input is constant, recovery is impaired. The system adapts to stay alert, but in doing so, it loses access to slower rhythms, those required for integration, repair, and stable focus. Environments saturated with artificial stimulation limit the brain's default mode network, the system active during rest, reflection, and long-term memory formation. In short, without space, the system remains in reaction, and most people operate like this for years without interruption. When the lights go out, that interruption finally happens, and the body begins to shift automatically into a mode it rarely reaches in daily life. The structure of modern life is not stable. It's overstimulated, fragmented, and constantly accelerating. This is what many now identify as the old Earth, a system where attention is externally managed and internal awareness is suppressed. The signs are visible: rising burnout, declining focus, sleep disorders, and growing emotional volatility. None of this is accidental. It's the result of environments that overload the nervous system while disconnecting people from their own perception. But something has started to change. More people are noticing the dissonance. They feel that something is off, even if they can't name it. They begin asking questions they've never asked before, and they start shifting behaviors: fewer hours online, more time alone, increased sensitivity to noise, light, and speed. The blackout in Spain accelerated this process. It wasn't just a power outage, it was a sudden break in the system's rhythm, a forced interruption of everything familiar. And for many, that created space to feel what normal life usually masks. When the external input stopped, something shifted. People became more aware of their surroundings, their breath, even their own thoughts. Some described a strange clarity, a sense of noticing things they usually ignore, not because something new appeared, but because the usual noise was no longer in the way. These kinds of events can act as catalysts. They highlight how artificial the system has become. And once that contrast is felt, it's difficult to ignore. This is how the shift begins, not through ideology, but through experience. The moment people recognize the dysfunction of the old environment and how different they feel outside of it, they begin to move. Awareness grows, behavior changes, and once you've seen the system clearly, you can't unsee it. As more people begin to see the imbalance in the environment they've accepted as normal, some go a step further. They start seeking out that stillness deliberately. In recent years, practices like darkness retreats have become increasingly studied and documented. Originally rooted in monastic disciplines from Tibet and India, they're now appearing in wellness, neuroscience, and even high-performance research. In a darkness retreat, participants live in complete blackness for several days, sometimes up to 10. There are no distractions, no light cues, no external input. The results have drawn attention from both scientists and clinicians. In 2019, a study published in Frontiers in Psychology followed individuals who completed a 6-day dark retreat. EEG scans showed increased activity in alpha and theta brainwave states, linked to memory processing, emotional integration, and neuroplasticity. Subjects reported intensified awareness of internal states, improved sleep quality after the retreat, and reduced baseline anxiety. These effects aren't limited to retreat settings. Controlled sensory deprivation used in float tanks or silent environments has shown similar outcomes. A 2020 meta-analysis by the University of British Columbia found that even short-term exposure to low-stimulation environments improved heart rate variability, reduced cortisol, and enhanced sustained attention over a 72-hour period. The common factor is not the technique, but the absence of input. By limiting visual, auditory, and cognitive noise, the body begins to recalibrate without external intervention. These are not extreme states. They are baseline responses, built in, automatic. For many, the blackout was accidental. For others, choosing to step back has become a conscious practice, not because they reject the modern world, but because they want to access something it rarely offers: uninterrupted internal space. And the more people discover what exists in that space, the more difficult it becomes to return to how things were. The more researchers study silence and isolation, the more they discover something unexpected. The body doesn't weaken in these conditions, it begins to optimize. At the University of Minnesota, one of the quietest places on Earth was built for acoustic testing, an anechoic chamber that absorbs 99.9% of sound. Participants often stay inside for just minutes before reporting unusual sensations, like hearing their own heartbeat, muscle tension, or the flow of blood. But beyond the initial discomfort, the data shows a physiological reset begins to occur. Heart rate slows, breath deepens, neural oscillations shift from beta into alpha and theta. states associated with integration, memory, and internal coherence. In parallel, NASA has conducted extensive studies on prolonged sensory reduction during mission simulations. In analog Mars habitats, astronauts live without natural light, without dynamic soundscapes, and with strict digital limits. The findings? Not deterioration, but adaptation. In a 2021 report from the Human Research Program, researchers observed that individuals exposed to stimulus-controlled environments showed improvements in stress regulation, sleep quality, and cognitive processing speed. The physiology is clear. Remove high-frequency external input, and the internal systems begin to self-organize. The vagus nerve activates. Hormonal rhythms reset. Even immune function shows improvement. What looks like emptiness from the outside is in reality a highly intelligent rebalancing system built into the human body. This is why people often return from dark retreats or silent protocols, not disoriented, but focused, not drained, but clearer, and why brief moments of stillness, even accidental ones, like the blackout, can unlock physiological responses that have been waiting in the background all along. The changes we've seen, how the brain shifts in silence, how the body rebalances in low-stimulus environments, aren't isolated. They're happening at scale. In recent years, researchers have noted a measurable rise in behaviors that suggest a shift in collective attention, digital minimalism, silent retreats, circadian optimization, light fasting, breath work, low-stimulus architecture. None of these were mainstream a decade ago, but they all point to the same thing. People are beginning to change the way they relate to input. A 2023 report by the Global Wellness Institute showed a 38% increase in participation in silence-based or low-sensory environments, ranging from therapeutic float tanks to technology-free retreats. These are not fringe cases. The growth is measurable across age, culture, and profession. The same trend appears in design. Architects and urban planners are now building with neurosensory balance in mind. Softer lighting, acoustic insulation, reduced color noise, intentional quiet zones. These aren't aesthetic choices. They're based on data from occupational health and cognitive performance labs. In Tokyo, Helsinki, and Berlin, low-stimulus public spaces have shown measurable benefits in mood regulation and decision quality, especially in high-stress populations. This isn't just about comfort, it's about function. As awareness spreads, individuals begin designing their lives around nervous system regulation, not just productivity. What we're seeing is not a withdrawal from society, it's the emergence of a new operational mode, where less input means better output, where attention is directed inward before being projected outward, where response replaces reaction. These changes may not be happening everywhere, but they are happening everywhere at once. And if the current system represented one phase of development, then this shift, quiet, biological, and widespread, could mark the beginning of the next one. All over the world, something is changing in how people define value. In surveys across education, health, business, and even urban policy, there's a growing trend away from speed, scale, and constant availability, and toward depth, intention, and systems that promote internal balance. In 2022, the Edelman Trust Barometer reported a decline in institutional trust across every sector, government, media, technology, but an increase in trust toward sources perceived as consistent, direct, and personally verifiable. This points to a shift away from abstraction and toward lived experience. This is also reflected in health behaviors. According to the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Heart Lab, more patients are now asking about stress regulation, sleep optimization, and breath work than ever before. Topics that used to be secondary are now central. In education, programs centered on sensory awareness, cognitive resilience, and digital boundaries are being piloted in multiple countries, not for ideological reasons, but because overstimulation has measurable impacts on learning outcomes. And even in technology, there's movement. Designers are being asked to build for friction, not addiction. Apps with time limits, phones with grayscale modes, not because they're trendy, but but because there's a growing demand for tools that support attention instead of fragmenting it. These patterns don't point to the collapse of a system, they suggest a quiet reconfiguration. Less output for its own sake, more awareness of conditions, less reaction, more decision. If the previous environment was defined by volume, this one appears to prioritize signal. And if we're in a transition, it's not ideological, it's behavioral. It's not a theory, it's already happening. What happened in Spain might seem distant, but the silence it created was familiar, because we rarely hear it. For a few hours, the usual signals stopped, and some people noticed things they hadn't before. Not dramatic, just different, maybe clearer. If you've ever felt that something wasn't quite right with the way things usually are, feel free to share it below. And if this made sense to you, consider subscribing. No pressure, just more of this when you're ready for it.
Okay, I think I'm back. Lights are flickering. I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. A lot to be said about that, huh? That's when we were listening to the power outages in Spain and thinking, oh, those poor people. But then you see them, they're actually gathering and just dancing and spending time together. No phones, no internet, no anything. And I keep seeing a lot of people say that they would go crazy without it, but yeah, living life. There you go, Huck. I really don't think that we would. And Lisa, it's good to see you. And Chessboard, good to see you. I don't know who else came in. But it makes sense because when we're in prayer, we're silent. Well, unless you're praying out loud, I guess. But in the silence is usually where you'll get a message loud and clear. And it does open that. Yeah, okay, Gigi. When the sky's clear. It definitely is an overload of information. And are they doing that on purpose? Because they know that it causes little chaos in your brain. Ooh, that was a good one. I don't know if y'all can hear it. If it causes chaos in your brain, it's causing chaos in your body also, I think, in my opinion. But I'm not a doctor or psychologist, so I'm just guessing here. Hey, Navy Bag, good to see you. Yes, it's thunder. Yeah, we'll see about that, Gigi. That's one of the things I wanted to mention too tonight. Hey, White Light.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
So I was just looking around because I have seen an astronomical amount of tornadoes, and this says so far this year we have had 865 tornadoes across the United States. Well, my son told me that we have had, I love that. We need the rain so bad. Thank you, Lord. My son told me that Texas has had 1,500 in one season. So
I could imagine. Yeah. Um, and I don't know if it was. It seemed like it was about this time last year, or maybe a little bit before. Uh, I think it was whatever the National Weather Service is, whatever their website is that uh, officially names and changes and approves all that type of stuff. They put out an article, and they showed a map where they showed the tornado alley. They reclassified it or rezoned it, and it shifted more closer to the East Coast a little bit. Said there
really,
was a shift. Um, I don't remember exactly what they said or how they worded it to say how they came up with this, but yeah,
that's weird because I know 10 miles from me is a tornado alley, and then about an hour and a half north of me is another tornado alley. Abilene is usually the tornado alley, so there could have been a shift because now it seems to be Dallas, west of Dallas and through Dallas. Um, I don't know. And but you're referring to just one, like across the United States, or
well, it's like the zone they call Tornado Alley. You know that strip that kind of went through. I guess what was it, like Texas, Oklahoma? You know, that whole strip where we kind of
yeah,
imagine a lot of them happen. You know, I mean they can happen anywhere, but um, I think it was the National Weather Service or whatever the official website is. They reclassified it or rezoned it. Um, I forget how far they shifted it over or said it was shifted over or something, which
huh,
doesn't mean that something couldn't happen. You know, that's just how their classification.
right. Because I know Kansas has always been known
Yeah,
for
Kansas. Oh
tornadoes
yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore. Yeah, Wizard of Oz.
because
Yeah,
it's so flat, and I think that's Oklahoma too. Yeah,
probably
Oklahoma.
that. Yeah, the wide openness, nothing really to kind of block
Yeah,
or slow it down. It's just flat.
and that's kind of what protects me here. I mean, but I've got videos of tornadoes that have been happening lately. I'm not going to share those because I know too many people have been affected by them, and I just keep praying for all
I
because,
know that one you shared with me was pretty intense.
yeah.
Man,
And, but I've seen where they can dip. So even with the hills around me that would ordinarily block them, if one decided to come, they could dip down. And that's what happened when we had that ginormous hail. We had a tornado above us, but it never did come down. And thank goodness, because it was a big one, and just it throwing that hail around, that's what caused so much damage to all of our homes and vehicles.
and I also seen those different stories that's been coming out for people that was uh in these flood zones, or like what happened to Kentucky again, or different parts with the tornadoes, and they were getting hail. And some of them, it was hail, but it was like minerals or something was inside of it.
Hmm.
They gathered up some of them, and after it melted down, there was like a mineralized core or something left over from it.
Interesting. I
I don't
wonder
know.
what should. I would hope they tested it to see what exactly was in it.
I hadn't really did a follow up. I think it was probably sometime last week. I just started seeing like random videos. Then one channel that I follow, like anything like that happens, they kind of do a breakdown of it. He gives his opinion or what he thinks, and he had a different collection of videos that people had sent him.
Pat, that's what I'm thinking it is. I think that, and that's why I'm wondering if they tested it, because to see if any of the chemicals that we know of are inside the hail. That would be interesting to know,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
then we would
for
know
sure.
that it's in the rain. It's, you know, it's in everything.
But I forget what year it was. I think it was right after I graduated, so it was probably like graduated at high school in 2007. So it had to be around maybe 2009, maybe. And I had to have some work done to my truck. So I had a friend of mine. He had another car, and he was letting me use it. Well, uh, I was fixing to get. My truck was ready or whatever, and I was fixing to go pick him up so he could take me to get my truck, and he could get his other car back. Well,
Hmm.
they said it was a chance of tornadoes and stuff, and man, it was storming awful. I mean, I'm going down the road, and I couldn't hardly see nothing. I'm like, man, but I hadn't drove so far. I was like, well, I can't really. It ain't no need to turn him back now, because I couldn't really tell which way it was coming from. Eventually, I got up and I seen there was this 18-wheeler ahead of me, and he had all his little blinking lights on and stuff. So I said, well, heck, as long as I can see him up there, I kind of got a gauge, because I couldn't hardly see nothing. It was pitch black, dark, storming.
Yeah.
Anyway, make a long story short, I make it to where he was at. We make it back into town. I get my truck, but watch the news the next day. Man, I was driving right, and there was a tornado coming through at some point where I was driving,
Hmm.
because the next day on the news, that particular area, it was tore up.
Yep.
And how the heck, it was a miracle. I knew it was bad, but heck, I didn't know there was a dang tornado going right beside me down the road.
Yeah.
But
That happened to me once whenever I was coming back from my daddy's in San Antonio. And there was this one part, well, in my car, I couldn't control it. And the rain was coming down pretty hard. And thankfully, there was a probably cinder block, I don't know, cement building on the side of the road. And they had gas pumps, so they had an overhang. And first, I pulled up under the overhang, and there's a payphone there. So I called my mama, because we were going to spend the night with her. And I said, I'm sitting down here. It's bad. I'm staying until it's over.
yeah,
And she said, okay, it's pretty bad up here too. And so then um, I was like, maybe it's better to be on the other side of the building, because it was coming from the west. So I went around the building and sat up as close to it as I could with my car, because I had all my kids in the car with me. And then I was like, well, I don't want to be back here by myself and nobody knows where I am. And if anything happens, okay, pull back up under the overhang. And as soon as I did that time, about 20 cars pulled in there all around me. And
mm,
so we sat there and waited it out. And then you couldn't see anything, because it was dark, pitch black dark. And so we made it to my mama's next morning. When we were coming home, the town we went through, trees were uprooted, huge oak trees. Just one was laying in the highway, the roofs, everything. It was, so one had gone through there also,
Mm.
and they don't usually get one, but that was years ago. So I don't know how long any of this has been going on, or I know that it can just happen.
Yeah.
So the silence thing, what do you think? I mean, I know when I go sit out there at that garden, and during the day, everybody's at work or whatever, it's usually pretty quiet unless there's sirens.
Yeah.
But it's like, and I always try to make me like a sanctuary outside anywhere I live. To
Gotta
just,
have something like that.
yep, just sit surrounded by natural beauty and quiet.
It's good to have a mental and a physical sanctuary, you know.
Yep.
Our mind is one of the best tools we have, you know. I think all that extra, you know, just technology and all that stuff getting sent, I think it does affect people, you know. It's something like, you know,
Sorry.
it's something like air. You know, we know it exists. We can't necessarily see it, but I mean there's an effect of it. Just
Yeah.
like all the data that transfers over us, you know, like whenever the weatherman comes on, he gives his whole little spiel if it's going to rain or not. Then he talks about the barometric pressure, you know, how much, I guess, natural pressure is occurring on us. I imagine that all that extra stuff, man, it definitely has to add something to it, something to us.
Yeah.
And I always believe anytime you gain something, you lose something, whether it be good or bad. You know, uh, if you stop eating chips and cookies and stuff, you know, you take that away, but you replace it with something positive. You know, maybe a apple or a fruit or something. You know, it can go either way, good or bad. Anytime you gain something, you have to take something away or lose something. But yeah,
Right.
a lot of this stuff, it definitely comes with a great advantage. You know, most of us wouldn't have met or interacted if it wasn't for it.
Exactly.
But
And it has gotten us through some bad times.
oh yeah, no doubt.
Hey, Cola.
What's
But I
up?
think, you know, most of us here acknowledge, you know, um, the fact that it's like a tool. You know, it's however you use it, whatever your intent is. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely feel like sometimes I'm in
Oh
there.
man, snuck in there. I was hearing voices. I said, man, they didn't got me. They Neuralinked me.
Transformed you to last night.
Oh man, yeah, yeah.
No, it's there's something to it that, it's funny because now I see why it made you think of this the other night, because I'm over here talking about this time being sped up, and they're saying, well, it slows down if you take your head out of the technology, kind of.
Yes.
That's kind of what I heard. I don't know. I probably heard it wrong, but
No,
And it makes sense.
it
it's
does
so
feel like
cute.
I'm sped up to me. But they also say when you get older, so I'm always kind of like trying to figure out between the two. Is it just because I'm getting old, or is it like an everything thing? Everybody thing, I don't know. But yeah, definitely deep, dude. I like that video
We've
for sure.
officially become our parents.
I know it. You know where I noticed that is whenever I go, they just don't make movies like they used to, or they just don't make music like I'm like, oh my God, when did this happen? I get it
Yeah.
now, it took a while, but I got there.
When you start putting the in front of everything, you know, like the Walmart, you know.
That's my favorite. I do it to be stupid, but yeah, I totally do it too. on accident too.
Yeah.
It is
And
true. The days I get outside and do stuff, I do have a better day. It's just nice, to do. I wish I could do it every single day. I feel like
yes.
I'm kind of in here too much. Like, we'll covering dark stuff too a lot with the freaking P Diddy stuff. Like, but also I'd go crazy if I didn't have any idea. Like today, Kid Cudi took the stand and talked about him blowing up the car, and which I don't know if y'all heard about that, like in the past before this, but like they basically said Diddy was like,
Hey,
I'm
Doc.
going, I'm going to
And
blow up your car, and then his car blew up. So it's kind of like, I
Yeah.
wonder how that happened. But he
Mm.
testified in court today, and like they say, like I follow the lawyers too, so the kind of stuff doesn't go over my head so bad. And they talk about these predicate acts, like for the RICO and stuff. So there's like everybody goes, oh, it's not domestic violence, or what's arson got to do? They're predicate acts. There's certain crimes. They got to be more than one. And if they can prove, like today, they pretty much, I don't know if they proved arson. They tried to prove arson against him and his car. And then like they different things with rugs, that they do. They get their guy to buy. Anyways, I'm just saying. The shit's
New
dark,
York.
but also I'm watching it because I want to make sure they don't pull one over. I'm going to know. I want to see if it seems like they're throwing it or if they, pay jurors or what goes wrong if he does walk. But hey, you're a good baby. But anyways, when I heard a lawyer explain that about it's well more than one, they keep going back to this predicate acts, which I had never heard before this, and it's like different crimes like underneath another crime, and
It's
that's
like it kind of like builds or shows the person's character or where they're at. It kind of shows a habit of maybe bad choices or stuff like that.
It's like got to do. They're like grouping the crimes together or something, and they're like, there's like a lot of multiverse, like it's.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's wild, but it does now that in mind, it makes more sense why they're going off on these tangents of other crimes that aren't necessarily the main because they have to get those too. But I don't know. It does seem like there's a true effort to get, and that their defense kind of sucks, and that the prosecution, I think they're doing a good job. I don't know. Anyways, I didn't mean to veer it off, and it's just like that stuff is some of the stuff I go way into, and it's like I almost feel tired when I haven't done anything physically, but mentally I'm, well, what did the lawyer say, and what did the judge, what happened?
Well, tomorrow will be day 10. I wonder what's the over and under on how long it'll be. How long you think the trial will go?
They say between 8 and something weeks, but I bet you it's a little shorter. And for some reason, they're taking tomorrow off, and I don't really know why yet because I didn't delve real deep. I just know Kid Cudi was up there. And they talked
Probably
about
Memorial Day weekend. Most courts ain't going to be doing nothing till the middle of next week anyway.
Oh yeah,
Even your smaller courts.
Didn't think of that. Duh.
And the information overload. I can remember when I was working on a computer all day, especially when I was working at the extension office, and people are calling with questions just constantly, and we had to go through Texas A&M. If we couldn't answer it, Texas A&M would answer it. That any agricultural or anything like that. And so I was at this computer all day long, and the light from the computer, the lights in the office, even they had those strip lights that they've said years and years ago that they were so bad for you. And you're just sitting, the whole process of it. So when you're sitting there doing that for 8 hours, it is so exhausting. I would get home and I would be just like, ugh, I'm just dragging butt. But still go and cook supper. And my husband was like, I know you're not as tired as me. I worked my butt off. But his was physical labor. And I said, I would rather do the physical labor than sit at that desk all day doing that, because it completely drains you. And I remember even if I would binge watch TV I would get that feeling. Like you just lose all your energy.
Yeah,
And
I've had that.
that's why
Now
you
that's
be-
promoted now. They tell you to binge watch. You can binge watch your favorite episodes.
Do
And that-
you do either one of you guys ever see the movie Talladega Nights?
Oh yeah. Ricky Bobby.
Oh my God, I love that. I have
Yeah.
a point. It's so I have a weird way of getting to the point sometimes. I'm sorry, but I can quote so many parts of that movie. Have you ever seen it, Bonnie?
no.
Oh my God, you're gonna have to watch this. We're gonna have to set this up. It's just a stupid stoner movie, but you remember
What-
there's this part where okay, like his best friend kind of starts hooking up with his wife, which is it sounds like they've been split up, you know, and he's calling him, and he's now in his old best friend's house, and he wants to know how to work, you know, the hot tub and the TV. And he's like, why do you need to work them both at the same time? You know, he's like, well, I like the radio and the TV. He's like, I like to party. You know, I like to party. He wants the radio and the TV. And so me and Billy always had that joke, you know, because like I would do that sometimes. I don't know why. I'll be like watching something and listening to music or watching two different things going back and forth. Or then I'm doing that and I'm scrolling my Facebook. It's like, I don't know, almost like I'm doing it to myself. I want to be like overstimulated. It's like I need to have my attention 10 places. And that was just a joke me and Billy used to. He'd be like, what are you doing? I'd be like, partying. He's like, oh, yeah, how are you partying? I'm like, well, I got Bonnie on, and I'm also got Pandora playing music, and I'm flipping over to this stream too. And I don't know. I know that was a big, long story for that part, but it's just kind of our little inside joke. Because he's like, how do I work the radio and the TV? Like, why do you need the radio? Why you got the TV? Because I like to party. And he keeps tricking them too. Like I said, it's a dumb comedy, but he keeps on.
It is a pretty funny movie.
Oh, I loved it. I love that movie. So stupid, but so funny at the same time. So many different. I can't even think of it. If you don't drink Big Red, you suck. I don't know. I liked it. I like dumb movies like that to get your mind off things. But yeah, that was the only thing I could think of. Like, I don't know if anybody else does that, but I don't even know why I do it. It's like one thing. It's like sometimes it's just not enough. It's like, okay, well, I need something else besides this thing, which is weird because like, what did I ever do before? You know, used to sit and wait for commercials and stuff. You know?
No, I just, like when my daughter's gone, it is just total silence in here. And, I'll just be going through stuff and then I'll be like, well, I would kind of like some music. And so then I'll start playing Spotify on my phone, but it's not on me. It's like laying away from me. And I hardly ever watch TV or movies. Once in a while. Here lately it's been Sunday nights. But
wow.
Thank you, chessboard. I don't know, but I guess because I could see and feel it so far back of what it was doing to me, but I thought it was just me. But so men, whenever they get off work, well, I don't know if all men do this.
Hey, now, easy.
They probably do. Sorry, what? I'm just kidding.
Not going to classify all men, but my ex, he would come in, get in that recliner, and wouldn't move unless he had to use the restroom.
I can't do that.
A beer or a drink, whatever, his supper was taken to him. He just sat there like a lump. And I was like, what is up with this?
I know we were talking about binging, and there used to be this meme I always thought was funny, and it's like, you want to watch an 8-hour long movie? No, You want to watch 8 episodes of an hour-long series? Sure. That's it gets you like I don't know. Binge. It cracks me up because that's so me. I think that's yeah, 2.5 hours. That's a long. I only want to watch that. Then get into a series and watch it till the next day and shit. Like, well, I guess it's weird how that happens. There, and it is like there's something missing from
Psychological thing.
yeah, for sure. And it's like I feel like it I don't like the option to be able to binge because I feel like I'll choose it before I won't. So like it's almost nice when a show doesn't come out all at once and they make you wait for it and stuff, which is
Yeah.
hardly ever. Because otherwise I'd do it. I just binge it. I can't help it. And then like I'll fall asleep in it. And then the next day I got to figure out where I was and finish it. And I don't know. It's like you get into it and you got to see the end, see it through.
Hook, line, and sinker, Cola.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. There's a show called Non-Perfect Strangers. It had Nicole Kidman, and I really, really thought it was like kind of like intriguing, like psychological kind of thing. Like they're
I've seen the trailer to that.
well, there's the second season, yeah. And so I was totally gonna binge it, and it was like 2 episodes,
Even
and I
though it
was
was out already. See what I'm
I was
saying?
yeah, I was kind of relieved. I was like, look at this. I can't cheat. I have to either wait or like I like binging so much that I'll sometimes wait for like the episodes to build up before I even watch them. Like, I don't know. There's something it's satisfying to like go on a binge, at least for me. I don't know. Something wrong with me. Same with my internet stuff. I'll do more scrolling than watching for like a couple days and then or whatever. Not that I don't watch anything, but I'll do more scrolling. I'll save things, and then I'll find time and I'll just go through like 3 or 4 things in a row, just going off down the rabbit hole. No, it's not Kiss Off. Oh, is it? Well, why?
No,
Why would
not.
she lie about something like that though?
Because she's a brat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, happy birthday whenever it is, Bonnie. Even if it's like not today, if it was.
happy
It's in
birthday.
blood.
Whose birthday is it?
It's not even the month. Kiss Off, brat.
Oh, come on now.
Brat.
Almost wasted a good happy birthday. Can't be doing that. We're just thinking like the amount of information and stuff that we're absorbing versus any of our grandparents, just 2 generations ago. Or for some, however many just a couple of generations, they were watching the TV if they had a TV. They were reading a newspaper or talking about something. They didn't have tablets or phones or any of those type of energies or technologies around. Not saying energies weren't already present in the atmosphere, via whatever was there, but it wasn't more personalized or direct. That's just 2 generations ago or less.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy how far we've come and probably not in a good way. I know that I probably watch more stuff than I should, but a lot of times I do a multitask thing. I'll kind of listen and do a bunch of stuff while I'm listening, which I mean, I don't know.
420's got a birthday in 3 days, and it seems like chessboards is sometime right around now. Saturday.
Happy
Okay.
birthday. You know who you are.
And yeah, I plan to go live Saturday night because Saturday would be my mom's birthday too. So
Oh, wow.
we'll just do some birthday music, have some
Oh my
fun.
God. I swear I get sick of myself, so I know you guys must, but you keep talking about this birthday, and I gotta say that I just saw this, and it's P. Diddy singing happy birthday to like different people like Meek Mill and stuff, and how creepy eerie. I was gonna play it, but I played a lot of stuff and I did not play it, but they're like speculating it means something else when he sings it. There's one, the dude sitting there
Yeah.
at his kitchen table and he's all like happy birthday, like all extra with it. I totally meant to play it but it's really gross and everything like that. But it's like, how did no one ever notice this till after the fact? Now it's like everything, people are looking at it differently, now that everybody knows.
Cola, I've been wanting to ask you something because I know you'll know.
Maybe.
I remember a couple of years ago, it seems like um, there was some kind of a party or some kind of function going on, and this lady wore a dress, and I think it was a lady, and she there was something written on it, like it was a white dress, something
Mm,
written in red, or was it t-shirts, or does
I'm
any of
trying
that sound familiar
It
to you?
does kind of sound familiar. Like it said something like,
Write back about it or something.
"Oh, it's gonna bug the hell out of me." I'm gonna find out though, because I kind of do. It was like a white dress, and there was like a no or void or some kind of political maybe message or some kind of message on a dress.
Yes,
My search is
something
gonna be weird, but I'm gonna try to find it because I do kind of remember it. Maybe like Rihanna or somebody like real big, and I
something
don't
that
know
triggered
why.
everybody.
I'm not sure.
You
I
remember
will.
about the time frame? Because I know stuff like that happens at a lot of those different events. You know,
Yeah, it's a couple. Did you say a couple years or did you
It
say?
seems like it's been a couple of
a
years.
couple of years.
That's what I was saying. It's definitely something that sounds familiar, but I can't remember off the top of my head either. But I
I
can.
know they just had what's the thing they have in New York? They just had the Met Gala. I know they have that every year. Um,
There's so
usually,
many.
There it
usually
is.
see some.
Oklahoma gal. AOC tax the rich.
Okay, there we go. Yep, quicker than me. And I thought it was political, but yeah, for some reason I was thinking it was a like a starlet
What
or
was
something.
this that?
I'm not real sure.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. We will now. We got all the details. We got to connect the dots now.
Right.
It just popped in your mind like out of nowhere. Just kind of thought
Time
about it.
travel.
When you're talking about all this stuff, I thought about it maybe last week, and then last night I was thinking about it again, and I was like, what was that? And I need to ask Cola, and I forgot to ask you last night.
2021, they're saying, and it totally was her. Tax the rich. I got a little article if you want me to send it to you, but you probably have one too now by now, huh? I take forever. They argued over the significance of the publicity stunt. Temporarily united both right and left wing commentators against AOC's most loyal.
Yeah, I think that was a couple of years ago. I think I remember hearing something about that now. I forget
It's
where it
kind
was
of funny to think that united people to both complain about it on both sides. That's what it takes. It's kind of funny. I don't really understand what she was trying to say either, though. Conservative critics touted the dress as a sign of AOC's perceived hypocrisy, evidence pointing towards a desire to join wealthy and powerful social circles while still enjoying the adulation of progressives. Oh my God. I don't know. It seems pretty dumb, huh? They also, it was Met Gala. They also cited the staggering cost of a Met Gala ticket as well as the cost of the dress itself.
Yeah, they always got some wild stuff going on there.
I feel like that's the one that 10 was saying it's like 4 years and you graduate or something. I kind of was like not sure because there's so many different. There's the Met Gala and then there's like all the Grammys and then there's like I don't know. They have so many different award shows and then the red carpet and I don't know. There's just a lot of things they do that we don't. We just
Got to have the red carpet.
I feel like their ratings are going pretty crappy. Like nobody cares anymore to watch a lot of. I used to watch some of those shows. I hardly watch them either anymore. It's like
any of the awards, anything
mhm.
like that, because all they do is exploit evil. I mean, every single thing they do, it seems like they have to have something evil in it, just in our face.
Yeah, for sure.
Just feeds off that social media presence. They have all those people that come in there, or they're all the famous people, the who's who and the haves. You know what I mean? And they have followers. So whatever they're doing there, whatever products, whatever following their followers is following it. That's kind of how they get their feeding. Most people that don't know who these people are, don't follow them. We're not funding or really watching them directly, so it has to come through that way.
Yeah,
Like commercials or advertisement.
supporting each other.
We hear a story, but heck, we don't know We never bought the lady's CD who wore the meat dress to the Met Gala in 2010. You know, we just hear
Right.
about it. But the followers, they're like, oh man, we should go somewhere and just wear a meat suit.
I did see something today that surprised me. That Miley Cyrus,
Not Hannah Montana.
yeah, she doesn't live like a millionaire. She doesn't do all the stuff. Her most expensive piece of furniture is a rocking chair that costs $40. She doesn't have a bed. She drives a old 4-wheel something. So all the money that she makes, she donated, I think they said 100,000, a lot. I don't know, to different charities, like the one that's for children. Can't remember what it's called. UNICEF, is that it? Is that
Not
a?
exactly sure.
And then for needy people, the homeless, she's donated a lot to the homeless, and of course the community, the plus community. But still, it just surprised me that she would live so simple so that she
And it
can.
makes sense for her to give to that community. She's part of it. I'm pretty sure she's kind of like, bisexual and stuff. So I mean, if somebody's going to give to it, it should be it's somebody that practices. You'd think, maybe not.
I guess, but
I love her or hate her. I imagine she's pretty much. I guess she's maybe slowed down a little bit. I don't know, but I imagine she's probably financially set. You know, all the Disney checks from the Hannah Montanas and the tours. You know, I don't know. So I mean, heck, if I had that much money, shoot, you got to give back. You know.
but remember, Dad retired, so she's probably supporting him too. I
Oh
don't know.
yeah.
He still probably gets money from his achy breaky heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he still gets the $100,000 a month check for achy breaky heart. Yeah.
She was abused. That doesn't surprise me. I always kind of wondered. Because
Yeah,
he
there's like
was,
almost no doubt.
yeah,
Kind of always been in the spotlight. You know, her dad was kind of famous for his thing, and then heck,
Yep.
she started doing her thing as a child with the Hannah Montana,
and she went way wild.
you know, the whole Disney thing. So I mean, she's always kind of been around it in some way.
Hmm.
Well, they've already proven some of those creepy guys, like they're saying Nickelodeon, Disney, Nickelodeon. They'll get rid of them and then bring them back. They'll get in trouble, and they know what those guys are doing. It's pretty. The one guy with the feet, with my daughter used to watch the show. He's weird about feet. They did weird episodes with feet, man. And like, I didn't think of it, Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was like Cat and somebody. It was this little show my daughter used to watch. And then years later, I started seeing about this guy, Dan somebody.
Yeah, you don't think about it then, and then you watch it later, and you're like, wow, that's kind of.
Yeah, it was some weirdo feet stuff going on there. But it's like they're kids, you're not thinking like that. But when you
I think I heard that story, like the director or somebody or the producer, somebody got in trouble, or they talked about it like it was kind of a big thing, and then it just kind of went away.
I don't know about that one.
Huckleberry. She's a girl, and you're not taking that one.
I remember, oh yeah, I swear to God. I remember my daughter watching that show, and I get so mad. I can remember a song, put the limo out front, like she used to watch it all the time.
Yeah.
And I used to get so mad because Molly was such a smartass. If y'all ever watched that show, she'd be like, "Whatever, Dad," or some kind of. She was always rude to him, like he's this big. And then there'd be this little laugh track, and
No
I remember
respect there at all.
Oh, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, there's no laugh track in real life. You don't back to me. I'd be mad as hell. Because it was like,
I wish there was, though. That would be awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
I just remember she probably thought I was the biggest bitch, but as an adult watching it, you get something different than the kid. I mean, I guess in Hannah Montana's case, if that whole story, was a thing, maybe she could be a little more bratty. She was, I guess, providing the income for the family. She was like a secret superstar, right? So,
Right.
yeah, that's what I should have told her. Well, when you get it, when you make money and you pay all the bills, you can talk to me like she talks to her dad.
But even if it's, even if the actor or actress, they know it's the role, just think about the following and the kids that watch, and they think about it to a certain extent. They can't put that disconnect,
Right.
and
It's
think,
just,
I don't know.
yeah, it's creepy, man. It's and it's like, why do they put so much disrespect on those little shows and stuff? It's like, think about the parents having to deal with the kids watching it. Yeah,
And
Virginia.
that's why.
What's
It's,
that, Bonnie?
that's why it's that divide in the family.
I remember as a kid, that reminded me, there was these two kids that stayed behind my grandma, and we never really played or did nothing. Every now and then they'd run to the fence, and we talked for a little bit. But I was talking about, they said, what were you watching? I said, I was watching Power Rangers. They said, oh, we can't watch that. We're not allowed to watch Power Rangers. As a kid, I'm thinking, wow. I said, you're not allowed to watch Power Rangers. Wow, why can't you watch that? I said, Mom, that's too violent. We can't watch that. And they were kids telling me this, and I'm thinking, wow,
Yeah.
Good
I
kids, though.
remember a lot of parents being that way with their kids. If it had any kind of like even Roadrunner, I guess it was kind of bad because then the kids thought, well, you get squashed, you can just pop back up and you're okay. And I don't know.
Yeah, I went and made me a sandwich and went back and watched more Power Rangers.
Well, some kids would be like, oh, yeah, let me watch it while my parents, they were good kids to say, oh, I'm not allowed,
Oh, no, they were dead serious. They was like, oh, no, we can't watch that. We're not allowed to.
I didn't have any restrictions. That's probably what's wrong with me. Didn't have enough restrictions. I remember watching scary movies and Exorcist and whatever we wanted.
Well, that's me. There was no supervision, but I wouldn't. There was no way I was watching those horror movies. No. Can't lose it. Oh no.
I forgot what day of the week it was. It might have been like a Friday, but it was. My mom would let me stay up a little bit later, and I watched Tales from the Crypt when it would come on. It would usually come on like after the news or something, but heck, that wasn't really scary, that's more like comedy horror or something,
Yeah, I remember that show too, actually. And I watched it too. I remember it. It wasn't scary yet.
She said, "You ain't gonna be scared staying up," but she would try to make me go to bed. She was like, "You ain't gonna be scared by yourself all alone in here watching this in the dark," like, no, just Tales from the Crypt,
Yeah, it had a humor vibe to
Yeah.
it. Like he wasn't even scary. He was like a smart ass or something.
Yeah.
I'd love to see an old episode of that and see what the hell I was watching because I know I like that show too. But
They
I
even
can't.
made a cartoon version. I think like in maybe the mid to late '90s, and of course it was just like a horror Scooby Doo in a way. There wasn't much horror at all to that one. It was cartoon.
Hey, Jersey Joe, Catherine. Who else is blue?
Good evening, everybody.
Feature. Is that what they said on there? Sounds about right. Sounds kind
That
of.
was I think that was a show or a movie. Can't remember which one.
You guys were. I'd like to see an episode of Alf too, because I know I used to watch it, but I don't remember much about it. Remember Alf?
There's well, of course, there's probably a lot of them, but there's a channel I'm subscribed to on YouTube. All they do, their whole channel is they just play old episodes of all type of stuff. And one of the ones they always have playing is the Alf episodes. They got every one of them playing all the time, 24/7.
Well, as soon as I said, I remember he used to say the planet he was from was something like I want to say, I can't remember now. It started with an M, I think.
Yeah, I can't
Elvira.
remember.
I remember Elvira.
I used to, when the kids would come home from school, I would turn on He-Man. They'd all run outside. So I'd sit there and watch it.
I remember She-Ra. That was like the girl version, right? You don't remember She-Ra? I went as She-Ra at least 2 Halloweens as a kid. Yeah, I had a She-Ra toothbrush. I'm telling too much about myself. I totally did. And I remember I went as her twice. She was the girl version of Conan. I thought, shit, I don't know. It's been years, but I remember.
It was something that
Sounds familiar.
Hey, Larry.
Now maybe look it up now. Now I feel like this is Mandela effect. There's no such thing. I didn't have
Yeah.
the toothbrush was like it sat on something that like would talk or whatever, you know, like it had like it was corny. I can't believe I can't believe I even had something like that for real.
I remember those little kits as a kid. Yeah.
Let me see. I'm looking up She-Ra now, y'all, just so I can try to because I just barely remember. I was real little. I don't even know how to freaking spell it.
Yeah, you probably got Mandela.
Oh my God, this is not going to be cool. If nobody's even normally somebody in chat will like co-sign you. Nothing. Crickets.
Because I, when my mother-in-law would ask me what to get the kids for Christmas, I was like, okay, they love He-Man. So we had Castle Grayskull, we had He-Man,
man.
we had all the figurines, but I'm trying to think of the song.
Oh my God, I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's like from.
I tell you.
Drag She-Ra. I guess it was She-Ra. That's what Doc P's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a badass, man. Y'all know about She-Ra.
Maybe I got Mandela.
She was.
No, it's like it says She-Ra, Princess of Power. So it was like the girl version. That's kind of, I barely remember.
Yeah, instead of He-Man, it was She-Ra.
So corny.
Yeah.
I remember there was something Gray Skull or Gray Mountain or almost remember.
Skull was the castle that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny.
It was probably all evil, but I didn't know it at the time.
Right. Yeah, it was all girl power. Like,
I was young when I was having my kids, so I kind of grew up with them.
Wibble bobble, but they don't fall down.
Oh
Oh my God, another one. Oh, Castle Grayskull. Shoot, what was it? Down in Fraggle Rock. I used to love that show too, and I can't remember what the hell that was about. They're like driving little carts or something. They got these little light up lights or something under the ground or something.
The little Jim Henson creatures in like the trees and the caves.
What the? We were like on permanent acid trips as kids and didn't know it because I loved that show. And what the hell was I watching? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Forget what channel it was on, but yeah, I remember watching it. Like if I'd stay over on the weekend at my grandma's or something, they had cable.
Yeah. Like I watched it at my grandma's too. But yeah.
Once I got cable, goodness, that was like way later. Well, maybe we had it then because I know we had MTV on the TV.
You know, I'm so glad my daughter's old enough to remember Blockbuster, just barely, but she remembers it. She sends me memes and posts sometimes of like, you know, like it was a good night, right? You go, you get your movies, everybody picks something, go home.
Be kind and rewind.
That was once in a blue moon because closest Blockbuster was 25 miles away.
Oh man.
So you have to take it.
Buster.
I was like, who's going back the next day?
We had a Blockbuster, and another one we had was called Movie Gallery. I don't know if y'all had one of those.
Yep, I remember movie galleries too. There was a bunch of different, like, you know, little places and stuff. Man, there was something special about it, you know, more than now. Like, it's hard to there's so many options and it still doesn't feel like it is. I mean, you don't get to like walk down the aisles and pick stuff and go in the comedy. I guess it's the same. It's probably better, but it just feels like something's different. You know, it took some kind of the
You
magic out
don't
of it.
see it in the moment till you get older, and you can see the nostalgia in it. You know, whatever it was simpler. You know,
Right,
simpler
chessboard.
time, or
Didn't even know it was happening.
yeah, you didn't even know it was happening.
That's um well, that just went out.
Welcome to my world.
I
Yeah.
do that all the time. I hate it when it happens on a live stream because I'll totally have a good point and I'll just be like, oh, I forgot. Happens
I
all the
Folded like a cheap suitcase.
time.
Oh, talking about the violence. So all the guys wrestling would come on. The two girls, man, they were little, like 2 years old. And so we had, that was the first big TV we ever had. It was usually just a little box, and my husband bought this humongous TV, weighed 300 pounds, and so you couldn't help but watch it. I had a big living room, but it was open to the kitchen. You couldn't help but see it. And so yeah, I got addicted. And but the kids, my older kids, would take those babies and body slam them on the bed and stuff. And I can remember just screaming at them, "You're gonna break their necks, stop it." And I was like, I mean, even though they were like 2 and 3 years old, still it was, I was, this is not creating a good atmosphere here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I rock bottomed a few of my cousins.
See? Mm. That's what I kept telling my son. These people train for this. You're just taking my child and wham. No,
Oh yeah, it's all staged and choreographed, but I mean they're in shape to do all that type of stuff still.
right? Hey, Riverway, good to see you. Yeah, I had 3 sons. So, yep. He, oddly enough, though, the trips to the ER were usually done at school or something done at school. I drove up there one day because I'm that mom. It was at lunchtime, and the 2 girls were out there on the playground, and I see my little blonde head daughter. You know how tall the swing set, the metal pole, old timey metal
Yeah.
tall swing
Mhm.
sets were? She was almost to the top of that swing set, climbing up that pole. And I'm sitting there yelling her name. And of course, there's a million kids out there. No one heard me. And I'm walking closer to the fence. And finally, I'm at the fence. And one of the teachers noticed me. And I pointed. And she saw her up there. And she went running over there to get her down. And I said, she has never had any fear to this day. She has no fear. She just, well, none of them have any fear really, but she was the one. If she could climb it or flip or whatever, she was gonna do it.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know why I had a nervous breakdown. Did I lose all y'all?
No, no, I was just thinking and listening what you were saying.
No, okay.
I was just kind of listening what you were saying and taking it in and kind of having like a mental flashback at the
Y'all
same time.
chat quit moving, and I was like, oh no.
No, I think we just all had a nostalgic moment. I was thinking back when I was a kid on the playground at school and stuff,
Yeah.
On a real
I was just-
playground. I don't know. I'm just saying
remember-
these playgrounds now look like, I don't know. Could you imagine they're like all different things? They're just so different, and safer and stuff. Like we had crazy stuff on our playgrounds.
Yeah. Yes, Virginia, I was.
Yeah, I think I came out the tail end of that, going to school like in the early to mid '90s. Yeah, the playground we had, it would probably be illegal now. It was called the Mark IV, and it was just like this monstrosity. It had swings, it had slides. You could crawl up the middle, go up to the upper levels. I mean, it was, man. If I had the cash and it was still around, I'd buy it and just put it out here because it's badass. But yeah, it would probably be illegal now. Still had like all the slides were metal. So, man, if you had recess later in the day, you were just out of luck. You wasn't going on the slide without no pants on.
Yep. It was hot.
Oh yeah, you warm your lunch up on that thing.
Bunch of burns from that. Who said something merry-go-round? And they had that on the playground, but we had one at our apartment too.
All metal ones.
Yes. And oh my gosh, I'd go out there with the kids.
Like a human rotisserie rack in the summertime.
or flinging kids.
Yeah.
Your hands get all sweaty because it's hot and slip, there they go.
So we did at school. We all the smaller kids, they would get on there, and me and like the other bigger kids, we would just try to spin them. We spin them. Did somebody flung off or tell one of the teachers told us, "Hey, y'all cut that out."
Same with the monkey bars.
Oh yeah.
I'd always be grabbing the dirt to dry out my hands. My son would come up with a bloody nose or mouth, or I'd freak out, take him to the bathroom, make sure all his teeth were there. We had we were upstairs, and it had those rails that are probably about 4 inches between each little metal bar.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how he did it either. He got his head stuck in there.
Oh man.
And so trying to pull him out, those bars were getting hung on his ears. And I was like, I do not know how we're going to get you out of this. I was fixing to call the fire department or somebody to come cut those bars because he was stuck good. Went and got dishwashing liquid and coated down his neck.
I think I went to school with a kid that did that. Oh.
Riverway, it's not my birthday. Kiss off. I'm gonna hurt you. Kiss off is being a brat.
Say it ain't so.
Yeah, she's choking on that cake right now.
Gonna get you some milk. Yeah, the elementary school that I went to, it's not the school anymore. They moved it. They tore down a couple of the buildings, and I don't know what it's used for now, but it was in several different buildings, and in one particular building, it was a 2-story. But yeah, we had to go upstairs on the different stairwells. It had those like old style railings like that.
I should be reading chat.
Teeter totters. Yeah, definitely.
All right, y'all. I gotta go because my Arby's is here. I was hanging out while you ran to Arby's. I haven't had like outside food. I'm always thinking, huh? I go. Are you gonna be on forever? Probably. You're gonna be on
For mass
forever.
quantities.
I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Well, I'll be in the chat no matter what. But like, yeah, if you're bored and want me to come back up, I will. I just want to eat. I haven't had fast food in so long. I love it every once in a while. I gotta admit.
There
I
you
get
go.
the beefy
Arby's.
cheddar with a no onion bun. I asked them for sesame seed bun, but everything else like a beef and cheddar. Moonchild. All
Hey,
right.
Mojo,
I'll be in chat, y'all.
no onions.
Not on the top of the bun. No, sesame seed. She
Oh.
said, "Wait a minute, no onion." All right. Talk to y'all later.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Y'all enjoy it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and then another that made me think of something else. My generation was probably the tail end of places that had the little rides outside of like the dollar stores or the gas stations or the grocery stores. You
Oh,
put the change in. You know what I mean? Those little type of rides.
I have a picture of my daughter. She was probably about 18, sitting on one of those little.
I remember that as a kid. I never got in them. I was always too big. But my younger sisters, they would get in them. And then I remember one time I was mad. I was like, man, I wish I could have ride that when I was thinking it. And both of them got on it. My mom put the change in there. And it didn't work. I
Oh,
was thinking, see, that's what y'all get. Oh, it was fun. It was funny. But yeah,
yeah.
I was probably the last tail end that probably saw something like that.
Yes, chessboard. I will. Yeah, she was. You could hardly see whatever animal it was she was sitting on. Yeah,
Yeah.
she was on it. My favorite ride, and somebody was talking about fairs, and okay, thank you, chessboard. And for some reason, they aren't coming around here anymore. I think it was Bushcraft. I was watching his live, and man, he's had some kind of a childhood. But so every year we've always had a fair and rodeo, and now it's just a rodeo, and they're upset because they're having a problem getting girls for the Queen's contest too. They have to have at least 10 girls. Nobody's wanting to do any of it anymore. And this has been going on for 100 years in this area, from what I understand. But those swings, it would have like 20 or 30 swings on it, this big old round thing, and it would spin around, and the swings would kind of lean out from the force. I love that thing. I could stay on that all day long. Okay, let me see if I can find this picture. Whoops, I lost my chat. Put you back. There y'all are.
All right, I'm back. That was funny. I probably could tell my mom that story and she'll probably remember exactly where it was at. Yeah, we was coming out of the Piggly Wiggly. That was the summer of '95. It was a 2-seater burgundy moose. It was out of order.
burgundy mousse. Excuse me. Down to the color and everything. Ooh,
Yeah.
I got a severe thunderstorm warning in my email. Well, it sounds like it's over.
I know we had a lake wind advisory since last night and all through the day. It was windy as heck. But
Oh my goodness. Chessboard, I don't know if I can share that on YouTube. um, pretty sure I can't. So I wonder if there's a link. Oh, there is. Okay. Copy. Chessboard all get me in trouble. Trying to. All right, where are we? Over here. I can't share that. But
no matter where you go, you are there.
it's not pasting the link. Come on.
It happens.
Well,
Happens to
I
the best of us.
turn it. I wonder if I could. No, I know I can't. No, it's not anything like that. It's a pew. I know I can't share a picture of. Can we share pictures of those? I know my daughter was like freaked out because it.
I don't know enough specifically, but I'd probably say I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, I know Guns and Gadgets got taken down for.
It's
Some,
weird how stuff like that works, what you can show and what you can't, but
I know.
um, sometimes even having an accessory or maybe a part to one, I've heard, that can happen. So, I mean, I don't know.
Chessboard saying I can. Well, we'll see what happens. It's for you youngins, he said.
Okay. Guess I'm young enough to still be a youngin.
Real quick. Y'all gotta watch to catch it. Ding. Oh no. What the? Okay. There.
Oh, what was that? Peeps flavored Pepsi?
Yeah. Let me. Here's a photo of Peeps for those that don't know what they are. They're targets. Okay. Now I get. It's about all they're good for. Peeps are nasty. Ugh.
Yeah. Even as a kid, I was never really a big fan of them. And it
Okay.
was, yeah. I never really care for
Hey, that's
marshmallows in general.
Okay. I didn't read the box. Y'all must have seen something I didn't see.
I thought I saw the Pepsi logo, but I could be wrong. Let me see here.
3 doors down.
Mhm.
Yeah, Virginia. So you and Huckleberry were talking about something last night, hence the title. If you listen to that song, you will hear your UN thing right at the beginning of that song and in other places of that song, American Woman.
Great song, but it was definitely not the first song that I was thinking of. I was thinking of a totally different song. I was thinking of I think it was like the Lenny Kravitz song.
Excuse me.
American
Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah.
Dude, that's really funny, Bonnie. She's still trying to figure out what is this like it can be any song, any genre, it's just like you're feeling it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it brought to mind a song to me. And so it's like, oh, I should play this. No, better not play it tonight. I don't know. I don't even know if I found a cover for it. So it's got like 3 different artists that do that song. And I don't know which one's the original. Who did it to begin with?
Which song?
American Woman.
It makes me think of the one that goes, American Woman, stay away from me.
Yes, that's the one.
Who is that? Dang it. Now I'm drawing a blank.
It's an older group that sang one version. It was like a 2-name group. I forget
Yeah,
the
but
name of
I
the
remember,
band.
I think Lenny Kravitz remade it.
Yeah, he
Lenny,
redid it. Yeah, he
he did
did like
remake.
his version of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was like what,
Yeah.
late
Lenny.
90s, early 2000s, maybe.
And then the Guess
Yeah, it was
Who.
I would say 90s.
Yeah,
It
the
says
Guess Who.
Oh,
That's the band or group.
that's the original.
I think so.
that's what the Who. Yep. Word. Hey, Echo.
Yep.
Now we know.
So the Guess Who is the original.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if we'd get in trouble with Lenny Lennox. I don't know. Probably. Because he
I
did it
don't
pretty
know.
I don't know enough about the rules and regulations, you know. I try to
No.
yield as much as possible.
Things that I think won't, boy, it does.
Yeah, it's the things you think that it wouldn't. Yeah.
I bet it would copyright you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I usually get a copyright every live. But sometimes they're red copyrights.
Mm-hmm.
I have a warning, and so I'm like, I really don't want to push it. Once I download my YouTube videos, then it's on. But I need to back up the YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't want to lose them. There's too many memories there.
Eimer and his peer pressure. He's like, come on, Bonnie, just slap on the wrist. You can do it. He's like, bop it, twist it, slap it.
Just because he can get away with his late night mashups.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like, I found a really good mashup. It was, what is that song?
It's how you fall into algorithms, because we all see some channels. I mean, it's like it don't matter what they do, it's never a problem. But certain people can just mention a thing, and that's it. You just mention the thing.
Don't be scared.
It's
Just
got to
how do
be
you
the money.
fall in that algorithm?
I think it's who makes them money because there are really big channels that can say certain terms and talk about certain topics, and they seem to be fine. You know, the little guy says it, your video's taken down for some
Yeah,
reason.
yeah. You didn't get 1 million views this week. You don't classify.
Yep.
Huckleberry, look up a mashup for what it's worth.
What it's worth. I don't know if I've heard that one.
Yes, you have. I love that song.
I probably
What it's-
have. I'm not going to say I haven't.
Beware, there's a man with a gun over
Oh,
there.
telling me I've got to beware.
Yes.
Stop, children. What's that sound? Yes, that one. Buffalo Springfield. Yes, Echo's on it.
Everyone knows what's going down.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I heard that song.
And they do it with the mashup is with Bust a Move. And I love that song. And
Huh.
I was like, oh, this is too cool. Oh, he has it. Of course he
Oh,
does.
he's got it. It's on the playlist already.
Yep.
Played it many times. I know he really finds some good ones. And they work. So weird how you can have two completely different genres even and they meld together.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it is. It is one of the interesting things they're able to do with the certain technologies or AIs now.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, the DJs too, they know the beats, like they can
Oh, yeah.
put it together in their head of where certain places you can stitch
He
songs
needs
together, you know?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Like musical talents amaze me for real.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I kind of like music. Maybe a little bit.
Right. I can see you two-stepping in a smoky bar somewhere, Bonnie.
Yeah. Few neon lights in there.
Yeah.
Crack of the 8-ball in the corner pocket.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Did you
Intimate.
did
With
you
the
like
keys.
playing pool?
Love it. Love it.
Yep.
I was in tournaments. Gosh, my mom started taking me to bars when I was like 13. And so what else is there to do? Play pool. And
Hmm.
I think I was 19 or 20 when I started playing in tournaments.
Dang.
Nice.
I mean, how did y'all do? You know, did you have a set team that you played with or rotate, or was it
No,
just
it was
single?
individual. Yeah.
Ooh.
And the guys would get so mad. So when they'd win,
Hmm.
they'd buy a round. Well, I didn't drink alcohol. And so I'd either be drinking Sprite or water. And they never would get me one because it wasn't a beer.
Oh.
So when I won, I didn't buy a round. And they
There you
were
go.
like, that's the rules. You have to buy a round. And I said, this is laundry money for my kids. Sorry.
You buy a round of Sprite.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy shooting pool. It's fun. It's relaxing. You're
Nice
thinking about the game. You know, you're not really thinking about a lot of other stuff. Well, I guess you can, but it's more like a release. You know.
It is. If you're mad at somebody, pool or bowling are the way to go, because you just picture their face down there on that ball or on that pin and let
Allegedly.
it
Right.
it works. It gets out.
Yeah.
Anything with a target works.
Yeah.
Right. Peeps.
Especially pool. You know, you're always trying to think a couple positions ahead. You know, always trying to leave yourself a good shot on the next one.
Right.
Hmm.
There's some strategery.
Yes.
I was on a pool league, but I really wasn't very good. They kind of like, I was a mercy player. They would let me play because we all had fun. But it was a team of 4 people, and so we'd rotate,
Yeah.
you know. But nothing professional, nothing that, I mean, I'm talking seedy, smoky bar on the corner at the end of the road, you know. They did a
Oh,
pool
well,
league every week. It was fun.
yeah. And that's was not anywhere near a professional. My ex-husband, he's pretty darn good. I mean, that was everyone's goal, was to beat him. I could beat him, but once in a while, not very often.
Man, that's pretty freaking cool. So he was the guy to beat. It was,
Yeah, I
huh.
think still is, from what I hear.
I like it. Rock on.
Shuffleboard. We used to play shuffleboard. All the bar games.
Foosball.
You know, they didn't have that. Air hockey and foosball, I flippin' love those two.
Right? They are fun.
Yes. Supposedly, my daughter said they have an arcade in town now. I haven't seen it. So I don't know what they have down there. Might have to go check it out.
I'm really concerned with Kissoff's favorite game, Twirling Flags. I don't know if that's a euphemism, if that is
Oh, that's definitely yeah. It's not the twirling flags in the aspect you would first think. Not like probably like color guard or anything.
Oh, that's what I thought she meant in the band.
Yeah,
Yeah, like color guard or marching band. Hmm. Oh, maybe it was marching band.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Maybe.
Okay. I couldn't tell.
Cannonball. I never did that one.
Cannonball. Like bowling, but no holes on the ball. Oh, okay. Pat Evans, was the ball the same size as a bowling ball? I might be able to picture this, but I feel like
I
the
think
ball
it's
was
like
just
bowling, but on a smaller scale. I think it can fit in your palm.
Right.
Just the game I'm thinking of.
I wonder if it's a smaller bowl and you can, or ball, and you can just kind of,
Yeah.
That's smaller. Okay,
You hurl it.
that makes sense. In my hometown, we had a bowling alley, and it was, is it 9-pin? When you have a league and each person goes up and tries to get them all down, and there's an orange one in the middle.
Oh,
And
I
if
don't
you-
know about that one.
Couldn't tell you.
If you get all of them and leave the orange one standing, it's called a turkey.
Oh, interesting.
I used to
Like
know
you're
like the
sleeping off.
terminologies and stuff like the turkeys and the bags, like consecutive strikes or however it was. Yeah.
Debbie's thing called duck pin bowling.
Mm.
I
Hey,
don't
Debbie.
know what that is. Good to see you, Debbie.
So Bonnie, you saying there was an orange pin or one pin that you didn't want to get down? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could, and then it would just be a strike. But
Mm-hmm.
if you knocked them all down and left the orange one standing, I'm pretty sure they called it a turkey.
Was the orange one always in the same position on the pin
Yes.
setup? Okay.
Yes. Right in the center. So it was really hard to keep that
Right.
orange one standing.
Right. Right in the middle like that. Huh. That's cool.
Kiss up. Chipping into tonight. Duck
Yeah.
pin is a smaller
So duck
ball
pin is the small.
with no holes.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that one. Putt putt golf. Do y'all like putt putt golf?
I do.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. It's more frustrating than regular golf in some ways because they have those obstacles
Yes.
all over the dang place, but it's fun. I think it's kind of a fun thing for kids too, and it's not expensive.
Yes.
It might be now, but
Yeah, we went to, I can't remember where we went, and took all the kids, and there was a park, and it had a little putt putt golf area, and the kids were little, the grandkids, and it was so hot too, and we were out there playing. But they usually have those really shaded. There used to be one in San Antonio that had palm trees and the big elephant ears, and it was always so cool in there, and just a little bit of lighting. I loved it.
right.
Can't even remember what it was called. And that's
Cheryl,
Mama
that's diabolical.
around. Do what?
I said Cheryl being diabolical.
Right?
That is diabolical, Cheryl. So Bonnie, was it indoor putt putt?
No, it was outdoor.
Oh, okay.
Mama used to drag us all over the place. She started us on a bowling league. I think it was about 13 also. And I guess that's where I got all of that was just everything she would drag us to. Red Horse, good to see you.
Hey, Red Horse. Do you have a lot of siblings? So was it like a whole crew of kids?
No, it was just my brother and I at that time. And I mean, all the neighbors, I guess. She was on a league with my grandmother and some of the neighbors. And so I guess to keep us busy so she wouldn't have to keep an eye on us, she put us on a league too.
Huh.
Croquet, I love croquet, chessboard. I think they have us that. I know when I first moved here, I was like, I am making sure there is something for all the grandkids to do outside. So I have a soccer net and ball. I have a volleyball net and ball. And I thought I got croquet. I think I have badminton. I was like thinking of all these outdoor games they could play.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed the badminton.
Right.
I was 3-time defending badminton state champion. Yep.
I'm surprised. I could see you just knocking it clear.
Yep. 98 to 2000, 3 years in a row, they couldn't stop me.
Huh.
Who is
Cool.
this kid? Called me the protege of badminton. Yeah.
Yeah, horseshoes is fun.
Oh yeah,
Used,
horseshoes. Yeah, that's man.
used to get in dart tournaments too, and
Oh yes, I love darts.
like
Mhm.
darts.
Mm-hmm.
So many things out there to do. Go find it.
Those long games really are fun for, like lots of kids and whatever. You have maybe a volleyball net or, the croquet or cornhole, which is a hilarious name.
I know.
Some people have different names for it, though. I don't know if cornhole is just regional.
That's all I've heard it called, cornhole. And I didn't even know what that was until my daughter was working at the resort and they had something going on and we all went out there and they had a whole bunch of those set up for people to play cornhole.
Mm-hmm. Maybe was it something about? Did they put dried corn in the original bags? Is that what it is? Maybe. Like
What's
I
that?
think with cornhole. Like I feel like
Probably
there's
dad or maybe beans, some dried beans, maybe
Okay,
Yeah.
like a bean bag.
right. But why do they call it cornhole?
Oh, now that I don't know. I mean, this time of the year, I mean, you go to a cookout or somewhere around here. I mean, somebody's probably liable to have it, so they'll be playing it somewhere.
Right.
I guess it kind of took the place of maybe horseshoes in a way. I don't know. I know there's a place out in the country still. Ever since I was a kid, you could pull up there. Right, well, it's dark now, but any time in the afternoon, and these old guys were still out there, always playing horseshoes. They still do it. It's just a hangout spot,
Yeah. It is. It's really funny. Yeah.
They had a cornhole tournament I went to. I didn't enter it. I just went and watched them one day. It was at the local minor league baseball team field. That was pretty funny to watch. All those people out there was like super serious. Playing.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like very serious about their cornhole.
Oh my goodness, y'all are not going to believe this.
What?
The exact origins of cornhole are somewhat debated with various theories and legends surrounding its creation. While there are claims of German origins in the 14th century, a Native American version, and a late 19th century American patent, no definitive source can be pinpointed.
Huh.
14th century.
Now, whatever you're reading, does it say any alternative names? Because I think the same game, I think there's another name for it. Like, I don't
I'm
know.
looking.
Yeah, it would have to be that far back to now.
Mm-hmm.
Probably didn't even have corn then.
A cabinet
Mhm.
maker named Matthias Cooperman, who designed a safer game for children using corn-filled bags instead of rocks. Another theory joins to the diary of Johann Beckmann, a German writer and inventor who mentioned a game called, and it's spelled Kornhuls in
Hmm.
1786.
Cornballs.
Native American version. Some believe Native Americans, particularly the Black Hawk tribe in Illinois, played a similar game using animal bladders filled with beans.
Nice.
Okay. Interesting. Animal bladders with bean. Okay. Hmm. Bonnie's gave herself the giggles, y'all. Well, we've never dug this deep into cornhole, but it's wonderful.
Okay, enough of that.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's pretty interesting, though. It goes that far back. I wouldn't have thunk.
Mm. It's called throw the beanbag through the hole in the plywood. Oh gosh, maybe that had to go there. Oh my goodness.
Surprise.
Hello, Black Watch.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Good to
How
see
you
you, Black
doing?
Watch.
Yeah, remember I told you about that Zach Rushing? He's in Louisiana. He has a channel. And he put up a video years ago, my first all black cookout. And
Yeah.
in that he says, we had nothing to do, so we did the wildest thing possible. We went out in the cornfield, pulled our pocket knives out, cut a few husks of corn, went in the shed, got a plywood, cut some holes, and played cornhole.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's a
Yeah.
funny ass video. We did talk about that. Mhm.
yeah, that was a funny. You heard that, Virginia? That's the funniest thing I ever heard yet.
I did.
It was rendition. But I
So
think
what do they call that game in Canada, Blackwatch? Is there a different name or is it also cornhole?
we're not allowed to carry pocket knives, so I don't know.
Well, the idea of throwing a beanbag into a piece of plywood with a hole in it is like a classic yard game played all over. Y'all don't have anything similar?
No, actually, there is one where you can buy it for kids, and it's like a plastic thing with a hole, and they're bean bags, you know, and
Yeah.
it's like darts, you know, like 20 or 25, and you know, from what I remember.
But wait, you can't carry pocket knives?
No, I just threw that. Well, actually, if you take a pocket knife and you flip it over, because like switchblades are illegal. If it exceeds 6 inches extended, it's a weapon.
Wow.
The knife that is. So you know. But there is, yeah, it's we do have it now. I just thought of that because there was a kids game. And it's a plastic thing with holes, and it's like darts. You can throw the beanbag at it, you know.
Huh.
So yeah, I guess we have it in our own way, and we do have cornfields and things.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have it. We also, guess what? We now cook our meat over open fires, which is kind of cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The cornholing is universal.
Some would say that. Some
Yeah.
definitely would say that.
I would say that. Yeah. But
Mhm.
how is everybody doing? I hear jocularity, so you must be doing well.
good as it gets.
Mm. But yeah, we do have, it must be. Didn't you say it was some roots in German? And I think
Germany, yeah.
it's coming up. So I guess so. But yeah, I forgot about that game. There is a game like that.
Probably be an Olympic sport soon.
Yeah, really, when you think
At
about
this
it.
current traction and pace, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Settle down.
So I heard you got some weather through Kentucky or something. I think it was
Oh, through everywhere.
tornadoes and
Tennessee, Alabama, North Georgia. It was, yeah.
even Wattlight got his kilt blown up. I hear in Georgia with the winds came up.
Oh, it was blowing. It was definitely blowing. It was a sight to see.
Yeah. Keep that down there, will you? Don't need anything like that.
But we're going international, baby. Can't stop it now.
Does Canada even have tornadoes?
The last one was came up through not tornadoes, came up through the Ohio Valley on my birthday in 1954, Hurricane Hazel. Multi-million-dollar damages. I don't remember for some strange reason, but yes, Hurricane Hazel, 1954, October 15th, 16th, did a hell of a lot of damage.
Huh.
You can look it up on YouTube, Hurricane Hazel. And apparently it came up through the whole Ohio Valley and across through the Atlantic. I'm not sure the exact tracking. I wasn't that old, so nobody asked my opinion.
Hey, Jan. Yes, I see you.
So in general, you don't really get those types of storms. Like, what's the most common type of storm? Do you get any twisters? I mean, I guess it depends, coast in the middle, just like anywhere else, but
that was apparently the only one that really came in inland. I mean, the Atlantic provinces get, the storms, the sea storms, but no, it never makes it inland. I don't know about British Columbia. That's Pacific, which would be. But that is funny you mentioned that, because Hurricane Hazel hit on my birthday. Strangely enough, when I was 3 years old, but so. But if you look it up, it really damaged an awful lot, and some people don't realize what we call the Don Valley, DON Valley. If you look at it, it's like a quarter mile deep, that the erosion from the glaciers did. And it's like a horseshoe type of thing. It's really remarkable when you look at it. But, yeah. I think the Atlantic provinces really get bad storms, though. But
I'd imagine.
Not when I was there. They didn't. So.
Are you able to read the chat, Blackwatch?
I got to bring it up. I
didn't know if you were able to or not. Chessboard.
No, I don't have that window. I only use Windows. Let's see. I don't use tabs. I got it up, but I don't see anything directed. Unless I got the wrong chat up again. No, it's yours.
He didn't tag you. It's you.
No, I can't see it. I was on a panel for a couple hours.
Okay, I'm not reading it.
You can go ahead and read it.
No, but then you can read it. Virginia's
Black
brave
Watch.
to say anything.
Let's see.
Here it is.
6 to
What?
11.
You're
That
the-
comes from Adam's 6 to 11. That comes from Adam's first words. He told Eve to back up. I don't know how big this thing will get.
yeah.
It is true.
That's
true.
what I got it.
I'm
Back
the,
up.
I'm the same age as who? I'm the same as my mom? Is that what she said? Same age?
No.
4 Patriots. Mhm.
I'm a reincarnated 14-year-old. Apparently, that's what they said of me. He's either a secret undercover agent, he's an alien, or he's a reincarnated 14-year-old. So I know
Nice.
14-year-old.
Huh.
Like the Dalai Lama.
That's
Canada.
what,
I'll go with you.
that's what somebody said about me before I went on Zoom. The very first panel I was ever, apparently. And then he banned me. Must have been something I said.
Mm.
Well, I told him to, so I guess he did it. But anyway, yeah. Now, we got a lot of storms, but that's the only hurricane. We don't get tornadoes. I've never heard of one
That's good.
tornado. There we get. I saw a water spout, scared the hell out of me. On I think it was Sable Beach, which is a huge inlet, and the water spout came up. Oh God! I thought if that comes on land, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Um,
Isn't the next hurricane supposed to start with a J?
I think. Well, I think Hazel got retired.
No,
because of damage.
it always starts with the first letter of the alphabet. They just alternate. 1 year it'll start with a female name, and then the next year it'll start with a male name, but it alternates male, female each month.
And I think what they did, like with Katrina, because it was so damaging, they retired the name. So it never.
Yeah, once a storm does so much damage or destruction, like there won't be another Katrina, there won't be another Helena, there won't be another Sandy.
No.
Mm-hmm. Or Bob.
But
Oh,
there's been so
definitely
many-
not Bob or his evil
Mhm.
brother, Bob spelled
Yeah.
backwards.
Bob ruined everything.
Yeah.
I thought I heard something somewhere that the next hurricane would start with a J.
That could be. Wasn't in Florida H, like you said,
I think
Helena.
this year's hurricanes are set to start with the female name. I know there's a Hurricane Karen this year. There is. The K is for Karen this year.
She will demand the manager.
So that's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. I could just see the news stories now.
Yeah.
Well,
Can't-
don't they go alphabetically throughout the year? You know,
A
including
through Z.
A through
Just-
Z. So,
First this year will be Andrea.
oh,
Yeah,
And-
Andrea.
I didn't get a storm last night, chessboard, but we just had a little one earlier when I went live.
Mhm.
Right, maybe that.
They say the season starts officially June 1st? Officially,
I-
unofficially.
Summer, more or less. Yeah, June.
Maybe they were talking the end of last year is when I heard that.
Yeah.
I didn't know they started over each year with the alphabet.
Yeah.
I thought that it just continued.
I've seen some seasons, heck, the last several years where they went
Excuse me.
through the alphabet and had to start back over.
oh,
And
It's
of
funny.
course, most of them don't turn into hurricanes. A lot of them just tropical storms,
Yeah.
We have different areas of GTA, Greater Toronto Area, and one of the largest ones was Mississauga, and the mayor, like forever. I don't know, it was 40 years. Was Hazel McCallum. Her nickname was Hurricane Hazel, and she was one. She was mayor, I think, 50 years or something.
huh.
But they called her Hurricane Hazel. She was one tiger, I'll tell you. She was, but yeah.
Ooh.
They've already
Chessboard.
been all named.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Hazel McCallum. But yeah, Hurricane Hazel.
Gabriel. Humberto. Do you see the names? Interesting.
That's very interesting. Barry, huh? Dexter. Now those don't all sound. So it goes male, female, male, female. Imelda, Jerry, Karen, Lorenzo. So it's going male, female.
Yeah, it starts with the male, the female Andrea, then B would be a male and C female, alternately. Yeah. I'm gonna put the list in the back chat where y'all can see. It's got the entire list of the Atlantic and the Pacific storms.
So when's the last time we had a Z? Like,
So we've
that
had
it-
Z's, but I don't know necessarily if it developed into a hurricane. It might have
Huh.
just stayed a tropical storm or a tropical depression. You know, it still gets that name.
Yeah. I think one was Czar or something like that. Czar.
Maybe one day we'll get a Hurricane Zorro, but I would mess everything up.
Zelda.
Yeah, Xena.
Hmm. That'd be an X, sir.
Depends on where you're from.
Well, all right.
You know, you get the option. You get the option that year. It's a leap year.
Does anybody remember the TV thing, The Mask of Zorro?
It's a mask of Zorro. Where'd it go?
Yeah.
Zippy.
That'd be funny. 420. Zippy. That's funny.
Yep.
I think Zorro, whoever came up with the original comic idea of Zorro, I think it's classified as the first American comic book hero.
Really?
But I could be wrong.
Marvel and DC Comics were, I remember them, and the detective superheroes. I don't know if you classify them.
Yeah, I think those started coming out maybe the 20s, maybe late 20s. I think the Zorro comic, I forget who put it out. I want to say it was early 1900s, just a little bit before it, but I could be wrong.
I'm not. I know Mickey Mouse was the 20s. Sorry, Bonnie.
I figured it'd be Lone Ranger.
Oh, Ranger. Tonto.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Silver away.
Mm-hmm.
There were some stupid TV shows, you know that.
Yet you can quote them and sing their theme songs. So how stupid were they, Black Watch?
Remember Hopalong Cassidy with a stupid big white hat? It looked like Dan Blocker type of.
This says it was Hercules.
What? As far as a comic book?
Is seen as the earliest superhero fiction comic.
Huh.
Hugo Hercules. I didn't know he had a first name, Hugo.
Right.
Weird.
Have a good one, Red Horse.
Night, Red Horse. Go Kid. Hey, Monty. Be charming.
I remember when I had my tonsils out when I was a kid, and the sick kids, and my parents brought me this book like that, but it wasn't a comic. It was like a story book or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where it went. I guess it went with my tonsils and adenoid.
Right. I mean, the concept of heroes, though, even in written, some of the older publications, like they would put little stories in the newspaper or whatever, or some hero, but, going back, oral traditions, the concept, shit,
Always saving the damsel in distress.
Yep. Some of that chivalry, some of that superhuman strength, whether it's the sword and the stone, or I don't know.
That's
The
what-
weird thing about the Marvel universe is they're all aliens. Like Superman's an alien, Wonder Woman's an alien. You know what I mean?
You think she's an alien?
I'm pretty sure I'm not a big comic person, but if I'm not mistaken, Wonder Woman came from a planet that was all women.
Yeah, Amazons.
I didn't even know I was muted this whole time.
And I
Damn.
thought the Amazons were from were here.
I think it's like a
No,
I
but
think it's like a realm here, like I don't know how to describe it. I think it's like a realm in the Amazon.
yeah, I don't think it's off planet. I thought it was.
Almost kind of like Aquaman. They were like the Atlanteans. They had their realm underwater, you know,
Yeah.
but they were still up here.
Nah, I'm telling you, Wonder Woman is from far away, just like Superman, because the Amazon is in South America.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
That's not where Wonder Woman came from. The Amazon forest and all that, that's down there. From an island of Amazonians. Okay, 103. So it wasn't a planet, but an island. Because I know they came from some where it was like all women, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
they were from the 8th continent.
Oh, wait.
It
We
was
got another
all-
vote. Pat Evans said Venus. You might be right. Like, I swear it was a planet.
Yeah, Superman was a child. Their planet was going to explode, and his father put him in like a rocket.
Krypton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Krypton. Yep.
So sorry.
That's a
Goodness.
pretty interesting story.
Yeah, his name was Core or something like that. Core. I forget now. Too long ago.
Wonder Woman's a metaphor for Athena.
Could be. Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the goddess, the warrior goddess.
When I was 9 or 10, every Saturday, the Palace Theater, Hercules or Jason and the Argonauts, all those movies, every
But
weekend.
yeah, that.
Jerry says Atlantis.
Yeah.
Chessboard says
So Paradise Island.
Thera, also known as Paradise. Yeah. Man from Atlantis. Gotcha.
I think Aquaman was all based on the theory of the lost city of Atlantis, wasn't it? Something like that.
That or like a combination of that and Poseidon. You know, that whole realm.
Yeah, Neptune. And, yep.
Did somebody say something again? Now it's Wildlife's birthday.
Oh man, y'all wasn't supposed to tell nobody.
Oh, the
Well,
secret's out. Happy birthday.
dog's out of the bag.
Wait, that's not what I remember.
There's a lot of birthdays today. How'd this happen?
Mhm.
Man,
What are the
what
odds?
was going on 9 months ago?
Yeah.
Is it your birthday? Is that what you're saying?
Or even like the Little Mermaid, like her father is kind of like what was it?
Triton.
What was his name?
Triton.
King Trident.
Yep. And
It was kind
Triton
of like
is
a Atlanta or Aquaman kind of theme, you know?
King of the
Yep.
Sea. Triton.
Blackwatch, it's totally Wildlife's birthday. You got to sing happy birthday. Ready? Go.
So,
I just came from a panel and everybody's birthday.
you know, there ain't wasn't nobody's birthday on that panel. There ain't no way. They're all here. Everybody's birthday is tonight here.
Sure, they did. They were all singing happy birthday.
All right, well,
What? You know,
you can double up on the 23rd of June.
yeah.
Poseidon.
Mm-hmm.
Poseidon and all that. Release
Yeah.
the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. Do you ever see And those Hercules movies where the gods are on Olympus and they're looking through the pool at Hercules
Yeah.
and all those. That's what I used to do every Saturday. Watch them. Steve Reeves was Hercules.
Right down.
Do you remember as a kid, what was it? Oh, Kevin Sorbo, he was on the Hercules show. I remember as a kid.
Yep, Sorbo.
Oh, Dan.
That would usually come on, and then probably after that, it would be the Xena Warrior Princess.
Y'all are not Wildlife's birthday.
Who was Superman back in the day? Remember on television?
In my generation, it was Dean Cain.
Oh no, he was way before that, the 50s.
Oh, the TV
Oh,
show?
yeah, Batman and
I can't tell
Ma'am,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I can't remember his name, but I can remember their really gay leotards.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know who's starting these birthday rumors. Who are these people?
Kiss off the brat.
Doc P's got it. George Reeves.
There you go.
Thank you, B. Monty. Oh, and happy birthday, Watt. Oh, Adam West.
Adam West, he was Batman.
Yes.
I don't know if he's still with us or not.
I don't know that name. See what you started.
Adam West. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Monty. Adam West was Batman. See the chat it because we're like 7 seconds ahead of you guys, so I see what's happening. So
He's gone.
Adam West was the Batman and then he had his Robin, and I have no clue who Robin was, but
I don't know who that
they
actor
were
was.
very heterosexual.
Burt Ward, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Burt
That's
Ward
probably right.
on TV and Adam somebody, I can't remember.
Adam
Yeah.
West.
Adam West, yeah. Burt Ward and Adam West. They
Mhm.
looked ridiculous. They had runs in their stockings and wrinkles and
Mhm.
weird looking badges and
It's cutting edge, state of the art back then, you know.
Mhm.
I tell you. Mm.
Mm.
Well, these people know their.
Mhm. I
I
remember
mean-
that. Mhm.
Batgirl.
Yeah.
Although the Batmobile really existed, it was that guy in California that did weird cars. Forget his name now.
See the one that made Kit.
Yeah, I forget the designer's name. It was right on the tip of my tongue, and he created the Batmobile in real life.
Huh.
Batmobile is cool.
It's crazy
Kit.
to grow up and have just a profession like that, you know.
Mhm.
What show was that with Kit?
That was Knight
Knight
Rider
Rider.
Oh,
Mhm.
Knight Rider. That was
at the Hall.
a Trans Am, black Trans Am.
Yep. David
It
Hasselhoff.
stood for something. I forget what it stood for. It was KIT.
Oh, Rains.
I forget what it stood for.
Yeah, yeah, there's something like that. Yeah.
Julie Newmar was Catwoman.
I think he created the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck too. Or Oscar Mayer.
I've seen them a few times. They exist.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
They
he
do
created-
exist, but I didn't know the same dude made all those cars. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, to have that type of job, yeah, it's pretty
Mhm.
interesting.
Wish I could remember his name. I just can't.
Now they just CGI it.
Mhm.
Be Charming said Night Industries. Goblin said Night Industries 2000.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And the
Okay.
Month Mobile.
Do you remember when they took like a
Yeah.
boat? Oh, sorry. Bit of delay. I think they took a VW bus and they cut the back out of it like an El Camino, and the front of it opened up. I had a model of that one time. The whole front came open like the three-wheel.
Sounds like something I'd have to do just to fit in it.
Yeah, really. You fit right in. No problem.
They made the VW made a model of that. I went to a car show one time and it was I forget what it was called. But they had it all fixed up nice.
Yeah.
I used to collect all those Hot Wheels, interesting, different looking cars. And we used to make the models. That was our thing.
Yeah.
It was amazing how well they rolled. There was only like a thin wire to the wheel.
Yeah.
That thin wire. And
Yep.
it went pretty good, pretty well, whatever. But
I got some of them and got a bunch of remember the Hess trucks? Got a bunch of them. They used to put those out usually like around Christmas time.
yeah,
Like each year would be a different one. I got a bunch of them. Pretty much the whole series from the 90s and the early 2000s.
I think when I had a paper route, I bought a 1/24th model Jaguar XKE. Took me months to put that together.
Right.
Yeah.
Those models were really intricate. My brothers did them, and I mean, you
Like a
can get
3D
into
puzzle.
what you want, like painting every piece of chrome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm
That's what I was going to say. That's probably what's wrong with me, breathing all that paint.
No.
Well, the good thing about that model, Richard, you didn't have to paint anything. Every little piece was molded to the color and everything. Straight 12 engine and clip front end. Don't know where it went.
Egghead. Who's Egghead? Huh.
Vincent
Okay.
Price. Yeah, that was a heck of an actor.
I mean, I know who Vincent Price is, but who's Egghead? I'm drawing a blank.
I am too.
What's the question?
Doc P said Vincent Price played Egghead. And I don't know who Egghead is.
A Batman villain? Huh.
It was an egghead. Anybody remember the slot car craze when it hit?
Archie and Egghead was the voice of classic horror flicks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Uncle Vince. It seems like Vincent Price was in The Bishop's Wife.
He was in a lot in his day.
But he was a priest in that movie. He wasn't, well, he was kind of a bad guy. He was ignoring his wife, his family. And so I think it was Rock Hudson Angel came down to straighten him out.
Mm-hmm. I think I've seen that. Man.
I love that movie. That was, believe it or not, I bought it from Avon. And so it was every year Christmas movie from then on.
Well, I like watching Turner Classic Movies. It's a channel on TV, TCM.
Yeah.
And they'll play a bunch of classic films, and I have a hard time remembering their names sometimes, but I love them.
They're good movies, so yeah.
Oh, they're great.
And I think I'm wrong about who the cast was. It was Cary Grant Loretta Young and David Niven. Yep,
Huh.
I was wrong on all.
Well, Vincent Price he did the voiceovers for quite a few things, I think.
What
Yeah.
was Cary Grant's signature? What was her name? But Charlotte. You know, Cary Grant used to, the woman's name that he wasn't Charlotte. Maybe I'm dating myself.
What, Carrie being a man's name? Cary?
There used to be a woman, and I don't know if it was a part in the movie, but it was like, you know, Charlotte. Cary, you know, Cary Grant always said.
Oh, the Pontiac GTO was cool.
Yeah.
Pontiac GTO.
It was
One of
nice. Sorry.
One of my friends had one.
It was a nice car, but the Pontiac 400 was a engine. It was. I'm sorry, the 400 was. Pontiac used licorice sticks for camshafts. Quite frankly, they didn't have a good camshaft and it twisted up bad.
Gone with the wind.
Yeah, gone with the wind. Frankly, Charlotte, I don't give a damn.
That was
Well,
a good
it's
one.
Scarlet.
Clark Gable. Mm.
Yeah, it's Scarlet.
Imer's being facetious. Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte is also that's a really good movie, Jersey. That's Betty Davis, I believe,
Yeah.
and it's pretty dark.
Black Watch, it was Judy.
Yeah, that's a Judy. Anybody does a, you know, a Judy. That was it, yeah.
Who's Tara? Charlotte's Web.
Anybody remember the Chaparral car? I got into slot racing. I made my own little track and everything, and I had a Chaparral
Huh.
car with the wires down to you put aluminum tape and you electrified it and lasted
I
a
mean,
minute.
was it like one of the model cars, like a medium-sized model car?
Well, slot cars are like the model you built. The Chaparral really existed. It was a car in not Formula One, another one. It's a one-seater rear engine. White.
One seater?
It was always white. Yeah, one seat.
Man.
Yeah.
Like a slingshot.
Yeah. It was like the GT40. Like that design of the GT40 was like that. Sort of.
My dream car when I was young, I thought, was a two-seated Mercedes, so there wouldn't be any room for the kids.
Not a particular model. 320, 420 is all. Is that the BMW I'm thinking of?
One of my friend's parents had one, and it was silver. It was just cool looking, but so when my Outlook got damaged and had to be in the body shop, my rental car was the Dodge Charger.
What year?
Like
80s?
No, this was recent, like
Oh, okay.
3-4 years ago, something like that. And so those low riding cars are not for the country.
Ground slammer. Oh, the Charger. Okay.
Yeah, the kids were all, "How'd you get that, Mom?" And I said, "I don't know. That's just what they brought me." And
Yeah.
nobody's driving it but me.
Yeah. Not on an insurance car. You got to be careful.
Yep.
I got an insurance card on a 401 going home, and I finally figured out how the gas gauge worked. I ran out of gas. Good thing a tow truck was behind me. How the
Yeah.
heck do you read that?
No, I was afraid to drive it very many places because it was so low.
Yeah.
It's just
Ain't got no gas in it. Mhm.
not around here.
There used to be a rule with rental cars. You brought them back full because you got them full, but not anymore.
It was when I had it.
Full? Or
Yep.
oh,
I had to take it back full tank.
yeah.
Oh, they won't say nothing. They'll just send you the bill.
Yeah.
They won't make you feel bad about it. They just send you a nice bill for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. $20 for the guy to go to the gas station on top of it.
Oh yeah, $20 a gallon.
No, I mean for his time.
That too.
Yeah, that too. You know, it's
You drive a
Why
Porsche.
not? Throw another $20 bill at it.
Yeah, they get you good if you don't take it back full, and they'll have a rate on your contract of like, bring it back full, we're all good. You don't bring it back full, this is what we're going to charge you per gallon, because they'll weight that, and it's guaranteed going to be at least 50% above
Yep.
cost per gallon, you know.
And if you go over the mileage, yeah.
For doing electrical, we have some equipment, but some equipment we rent, and a lot of equipment like that, it has a little ticker on it, and it tells you the hours operated. And a lot of the time we go back in, you know, most times pretty cool with the guys. They won't make it a fuss, but most times if I'm bringing the equipment back, you know, I always make sure I stop and top it off. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You know, they could charge you. Some of them will give you a hard time. Some of them won't, but I always make sure I do it. But yeah, on equipment like that, it has the ticker on it that says hours operated, like tractors or ditch witches, anything like that.
Yeah.
Lifts, aerial lifts, anything like scissor lifts.
I've had to rent equipment, and it's by the hour.
I remember that city, that town I lived in. I bought a 82 LeBaron. The wife wanted it, but anyway, it was about 2 blocks away. I was visiting somebody, and I locked the car. So I walked back to the used guy, and I said, "I want to borrow your Slim Jim." The guy says to me, "What's that?" I said, "Go get it." You know?
Yeah.
The Slim Jims, and
what are you asking for? You could have already done got it.
yeah, they just, you know, what's that? I said, "Don't get smart. Go get me the Slim Jim."
Don't give me no lip.
Yep.
Just go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
no lip.
have a Slim Jim and a wedge. So easy to
Pop a lock.
yeah.
Added them little airbags, them little thing. It almost, you know, like a blood pressure cuff.
Mhm.
It worked pretty good too.
I remember my wife was main. Sorry, Bonnie, go ahead.
I just said that's a good idea. Go ahead.
I remember my wife worked at a paint store. She got a part-time job. It was a main street and the main east-west and the main street north. And I said to her, when you come out of there, you turn right. You always turn right and you go down there. Well, somebody stopped and said, come on through, right? 82 LeBaron. She pulled out. The guy said nothing. She got T-boned by a 76 LeBaron, much bigger.
Dang.
Rope the car off. I didn't have the gumption to say, I told you not to do that. You know, but yeah, she wrote the car right off. And the woman was very, how dare you get in the way of me? You know what I mean? Like there was a red light, you know, it was a red light. And she's, you know, but yeah. Mm.
Black Watch, how do you feel about women drivers?
About what?
I'm just curious.
About what?
Women
Women-
driver.
Yeah.
Women drivers. No, I mean,
Bug.
we,
Right.
hey, listen, I took the back way home. Back way home one time, and I came up to an intersection, and I'm looking at an '89 Dodge Shadow hit from the driver's side. The wheel was completely caved in. It was my daughter. A guy ran the stop sign, so it was
no.
her fault. And she's on the corner crying and afraid of what I'd say.
Mhm.
I feel like that's the origin story of road rage.
Yeah.
The guy ran the red light or the stop sign. I'm
Jerry.
sorry, Dad. I said, are you all right? That's all that matters. It's only a car.
Mhm.
It was a brand new car, but it was only a car.
I thought we were friends, Jerry.
Yeah.
I have had one accident, knock on wood, my whole life. And it was not my fault. He ran over me on a highway, took out the whole side of my car.
Mm.
When I came to, there was newspapers all over the place because I had just bought, back in the day when you bought Sunday papers, 2 Sunday papers.
Sunday papers are the best coupons.
Yes,
Mhm.
that was the reason I'd get them.
Mama knows, girl. Yes. Those
Yep.
thick inserts.
Because our grocery store used to do the double coupon. Is it double?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like on a certain day of the week, be like Tuesdays, it's double coupon days. You would sit at the table, all laid out in front of you, clipping multiple of the same coupon.
Yeah, well, mom did that. Yeah. Going there with an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
She knew how to do it, though. Yeah.
S&H green stamps.
How do I feel about women drivers? Back in the day, I used to rail driver, Shirley Cha-Cha Baldani. And you look at the top fuel now, it's Brittany Force, women drivers.
Mm.
Well,
Mm-mm.
how many accidents have you been in, Black Watch, driving?
Mm. I remember I got a new 76 Charger 360, and I used to come home and my daughter would say, Dad, you got to see Mom at the stoplight. she wants to race everybody.
Yep.
And I thought I better get a standard, and she had no clue how to drive.
Oh no. That's all I drove until about 15 years ago.
Yeah. I've got a manual now. My dad wouldn't let us get a driver's license if we couldn't drive a manual. He taught me in a Chevette on a police training course in San Diego. They had a big,
Nice.
like a big area that had cones and whatever, you know.
Like Police Academy.
Yeah. It was a little 2-door Chevy Chevette. That was a sweet car, not gonna lie.
My godfather had a mechanic, and his wife got pregnant, but he had ordered a 67 Impala SS 427 months ago, and he had to sell it. I bought it. But I tried to teach my sister how to drive. in a parking lot with that. I said, look, I don't even give it gas. Just slowly let the clutch out. She went through a quarter tank stall on the thing. She never did learn.
Huh.
She couldn't get it. I know. But
I learned how to drive one old 70s Model 4 tractor shot in the middle of nowhere in the country, you know?
Yep.
oh, be truthful. You had GPS. It was $1 million tractor, and you had the stereo going, and right?
No. That was later on in life after I won the lottery and found out I had a rich uncle. But no, just starting out, no, it was just an old Ford tractor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, Goblin. 3 on the tree.
Yep.
But my 70 Ford was, and man, it could haul. I won a lot of races in that.
Did you ever? My dad had a '64 Dodge Polaris, and it had push button transmission and a lever that went up and down for park on the left side of the dash. I never saw another one like that. It's all push button.
Oh, shit. Then I got confident enough, and I drive the tractor up to the old country corner store. Shoot, couldn't tell me nothing.
Cindy, you go, girl. I never could get a motorcycle down.
Oh,
Mini
God.
bike and 4-wheelers and you name it, but not a motorcycle.
No.
Rich Ranger, good to see you.
The only motorcycle my godfather lost his license for his Texaco because of his son. But there's an Italian guy, and somebody had a Kawasaki. So I tried to take it around the building, and the brake cable
Good night, Tim. Thanks for coming by.
was too long, and it caught my jean pants, my right. The front brake didn't apparently stop that. I went down the side of 2 cars. That was it. So I agree with you, Bonnie. 3 up, 4 down, 6 sideways, and everything else on a motorcycle was difficult.
Yeah.
My mama always had a motorcycle from the time she was 15. And she had just got a new, I don't know if it was the Silver Wing, something. She was always getting a new motorcycle. But so she had an old one, and she said, see if you can learn to ride this bike. And I took it out in the middle of the field, and
Was it a Gold Wing?
no,
Oh,
that was too big for a Silver Wing. Silver Wing was a little smaller.
Okay, yeah.
the 125?
But that's not the bike I was on. I was on an old, I don't know what it was. And I could not get it to either I took off too fast and flipped off the back, or too slow and I lay it over. I was so bruised up head to toe. But I just kept trying for over an hour. And then finally I was like, Mama, I just can't do it. And so when she got that Can-Am, that was the first thing she said. She said, I bought a bike you can drive. And I did.
Yeah, I got the wrong body type for a motorcycle. You know, I don't have the right body type for that. I prefer the 4 wheels. Gives me a little bit more stability, you know.
There was a time we used to take bicycle frames and a wooden platform, and you took a Briggs and Stratton vertical shaft, and the belts and chains, and you go-kart wheels, go up and down the street with it.
We would take Volkswagen frame and make the buggy rails out of them. That's what those were fun. Volkswagen motor.
Hmm.
I had a Baja, but
Oh,
yeah, we'd go to, oh my gosh, I can't even remember the name of that place. I had the sticker, the Baja sticker on the front windshield, the pipe sticking up the back of it, and
Mm,
it was cool.
had the whole package.
Yep. And we kept going every time payday. We'd go down to that place and get something different for it.
Got behind this van the other day in traffic. I forget the model. All I can remember is the license plate. They were from Iowa, but it was like one of those old style uh, vans that's got like the side that pops out to like an awning and all that type of stuff. It was pretty cool.
Hmm.
I can't remember
Yeah,
the make and model. I said,
I,
dang, we drove all the way from Iowa.
I would love to have one of those.
Yeah, it looked like it was brand new right off the showroom floor. I don't know if they had it redone or just somebody took care of it. I don't know.
Probably
It wasn't
redone.
one of the Volkswagens with the pop out stuff.
It might have been a Volkswagen. I just can't remember specifically. Um, I was like, yeah, they had it all done up and inside because you could see through the back window.
Right.
I said, dang, they came all the way from Iowa. Who are these people? Glad they thought of Georgia. But yeah, it's a pretty cool little van.
Yep.
so you had a GTO. You had a goat. Remember all the nicknames? GTO
Right.
was a goat.
Yeah.
Helps know where the back roads and cornfields are, doesn't it? So,
Oh, shoot, yeah. It's a red dirt road somewhere.
yeah, I think those days are gone. You can't outrun them anymore.
No, not like that.
It's
I
funny.
remember,
Got to be pretty specific.
I remember when our police department got all Chargers. They didn't last very long.
Oh, the worst was around here. They bought the local police. They bought a bunch of those. It's been years ago. What was it? The Ford Fusions, the little four-door Ford Fusions. I said, why in the hell did they buy them? Why'd they waste money on them things? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh man.
There was a sheriff down by the border. Oh man, I can't remember what kind of pickup truck Trump gave him.
Oh, they got the Chuck Norris package. I promise you.
Yeah.
Dude.
Make Chuck great again.
Yeah. He was like, he said, I get to keep it and it's my baby.
Oh
But
yeah.
he had to drive, like, I guess when the senators came down, he had to drive people around. And so they wanted him to have a nice truck to drive.
Oh yeah. They gave him the 6x6 Primo package, bro. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Hmm.
I remember.
Not,
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I yield.
No, you when you said the GTO, remember the Cutlass 442 in the 60s? That mechanic I told you about?
Yeah.
My godfather's gas station was like railside. There was a street that went up south of the main east-west and it curved. Well, that mechanic wanted an Oldsmobile engine. Back in the day, Oldsmobile had big engines. So he took a 57 Chevy body he liked and put it on that. So him and this Roy was an Asian guy, had a 442, and they went up the top, and you can hear them light it up, you know.
Hmm.
The race, I mean, Paul's on the left, Roy's on the right when you look at it. So I'm looking and I watch this old guy come up, stopped. he doesn't look either way. He comes down to the East-West Street Parks and goes to the mailbox. All of a sudden, Paul sees, they come around the corner. So Roy threw it into first so Paul could get over, and you see all the explosion and the fire underneath of the transmission going up in the air. And the old guy standing there looking with his envelope in the post box, and the cars are exploding. And it wasn't really that funny when the transmission went.
I am verklempt.
It just
So-
oh, God.
Yeah, Lauren. Okay, so the sound that you were hearing, was it, you said the transmission's going, was it just them like amping up and rearing off?
Well,
Or were they actually blowing?
he was going out of second, power shifting in the third. And
Uh-huh.
because where the car was, Paul had to pull in front of him. There's nowhere he could do it. So Roy threw it into first.
Ooh.
And it just, and I remember Roy's transmission on the shelf waiting for parts. It looked funny at the time because the old guy's standing there with his envelope, Yeah.
Ha.
The end of Roy's car.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
You're right. Roy.
No.
Repeatedly Verklempt. Oh, the memories we all have.
Yeah. Today you just don't see it. I think I told you, Bonnie, I went out to serve a guy in a Volkswagen BW, when I pumped gas. And I went to pull the bonnet, like everybody knows the gas tank there. And I just about took my arm off. I'm looking like through the guy like very funny, right? So I go around to the driver's side to see, what would you like? Nobody's there.
No.
He's sitting in the back seat. It was a framed BW with a 427 Chevy in the front. That's the
Dang.
wildest car I ever saw. All the pedals were extended, and it was legal. Some of the vehicles that I saw through that job was incredible. 29 T-Bucket replica was about a $45 car. Wire wheels, the whole thing.
Probably still has the 73 CUDA. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I remember I had a 69 Nova, it had Corvette side pipes twisted, and I was going to sell it. The Italian guy says to his father about it. He had a 68 Chevelle. It used to be like a taxi cab, 283. You're not getting that thing. Look at the fire coming out of it. But he said to me, you mentioned a CUDA. There was 70 CUDA, lime green with the stuff. One of his buddies, he says, he wants me to run them. I said, you ever looked under the hood? No, because it says 340. So later he says, I didn't run them. I looked at the hood. It's a 426 Hemi. That's a good thing you didn't run them, huh? 500 bucks. Yeah. Yeah.
And remember when those came out? It was a big thing.
Yeah.
Got yummy.
Some of the families around here aren't as big as what they used to be, but the racing scene is still pretty popular. They go out there to the track, or there might still be a country straightaway somewhere here or there. They might do one, But,
Yeah.
heck, you go out to the track, shoot. It takes them longer to talk about it and argue about it and get the money right before than it does even race. They'll talk about it for a whole hour.
That's part of the culture.
Yeah.
The chessboard. He was building them.
Dang.
Chrysler 68 to 81.
You know, I saw Bonnie a little while ago because I was following, like I go to YouTube, NHRA, you know, Winter Nationals and that. I'm used to a drag strip, which they cut to 1,000 feet. Scott Colletter died in a fire. Anyway, they have 4 or 6 lanes at once now in a track. I'm looking at, you know, so-and-so and so-and-so paired. I'm looking at 4 cars, 4 lanes. They don't waste it, which Brittany forced one, but yeah, everything's changed so much. So,
Oh,
Yeah.
68. Says, oh, Coronet. Did it say Corvette?
Cornet or Corvette?
There's Coronet.
Dodge Cornet, yeah.
One of my uncles had he would race Corvettes, but he had like the old ones. The old ones look nothing like those. That's what I always wanted, was one like he had. But then you couldn't get them because it was old. But it had the round headlights and
Yeah.
they just looked completely different than the ones now. They were
60.
sweet.
Yeah, they used to take the Coronet. They used to take family cars, make a 2-door, and then throw in a big engine, like the Roadrunner and all that, Plymouth Roadrunner. That was just a Plymouth car with a 2-door with a 440 6-pack in it. Yeah.
Mommy, that's what my grandmother had. A Dodge Dart Swinger.
That's one. It was 340.
And my mom had a Duster. That's the one I used to. She'd go out of town for the weekend and I'd sneak it. I was about 14. Hit the expressway in San Antonio picking everybody up, and it was a party.
It's a drag strip not too far from here. I know they're out there racing still now.
So how many people could you get in that thing, Bonnie?
Probably 6.
She said it was a party. But yeah, Watt, the drag strips are fun for sure. It doesn't seem like as many people take the risk nowadays. Because sometimes for a while it would just be 2-lane road, but long enough to do it, you know?
It's probably about 25 minutes from where I'm at. It's across the river in Jackson, South Carolina.
Was I asked something?
Oh, I was wondering how many people you could get in your, but you were like, I picked people up and it was a party. And I was wondering, how many people could you pick up, girl? What kind of party? You know?
Well, it was a few trips.
There you go. That's what's up. That's fun.
Gosh, my mom was fun when I was a teenager. If I had a bunch of friends that we would take, then she was fun. We would have the radio cranked up. There'd be guys pulling up beside us and they'd be all yelling, and Mama would slow down and we'd be yelling back and forth.
So I have to assume that you've seen American Graffiti.
Oh, that's a cool movie.
That's my dad's favorite movie of all time because he's a car dude.
I'm not sure if I've seen American Graffiti.
Ooh, girl. You probably have. It has Suzanne Summers. It has Harrison Ford. It has what's her name? That little brunette.
Bunch of actors and actresses in it.
Oh yeah. The dude from Happy Days, Howard.
Harrison Ford had the black 55 Chevy, didn't he? The muscle car, the big one.
Harrison Ford, man, I can't remember the exact car he had. He might have had the black 55 Chevy, and then the other dude that he was kind of energetically beefing with had he had more of like a 40s something or other. It's such a good movie.
He had a coupe, front end open front end coupe. with the two big
Dude.
wheels at the back, didn't they? It kind of
I-
goes back with the little girl, the sister. That one?
Yeah, the girl was dang it. I can picture her perfectly, like, and she was in stuff later. I can't think of it right now, dude. She has dark black hair, and she was young. She was the little sister that the dude picked up. We're talking about the same scene, Black Watch, for sure. That little actress was in a show later for years when she grew up, and I can't, well, barely after that movie.
They came to a light and they wanted to get rid of the sister, and that guy came
Yes.
up beside and she ran over and jumped in. Yeah, yeah.
Correct. And the sister ran around and jumped in the other car. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
I just can't think of her name right now, but great movie.
Without the chain to the cop's rear end, that was Young Street on a Saturday night.
Uh-huh. Yep. The chain to the, yeah.
Police didn't want you to stop, but we did. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Cindy, you were a wild one.
Oh, she's wild.
Those were the days you came back from A&W, came to the light. If I pulled half a car length, that was it. Shut it down, right? But the sergeant, when they pulled you over, when they spot checks, would say to you, "I'm here till 2 a.m. Go home." You know, they didn't nail you with tickets and everything else later.
Go home.
Go home.
Yeah. Like Tracy Ullman. Go home. So we got Cindy Williams in the chat, they're saying, for that brunette, I believe.
Was
What-
it Cindy Williams? Huh.
What show was she in? Maybe Binford or Cynthia or Indy might know. She was in a show after that, like kind of a sitcom type of show. Oh, Mackenzie Phillips. Now, all right, Jersey Joe, that's ringing more true. That's ringing more true, I think. Mackenzie Phillips.
Oh, her. Yeah, she's quite
Wasn't she the little sister we're talking about?
it could have been, yeah, Mackenzie
Yeah.
Phillips sounds better, yeah. She's a
Because I was thinking it was a daughter of one of the Beach Boys, right? And she ended up
yeah.
really messed up in life.
yeah.
Oh, they were both in it. See, okay. All right,
Mm.
y'all. All right, they were both in it. Dang it. Yep.
I was sitting here one time and it did occur to me because usually I got large cigarettes, but in the States they're like double, and I flipped it into the t-shirt, the left. What are you, 1950s? You know, when you roll it up and you left the black t-shirt.
Mackenzie Phillips. She was the skinny, tall one.
Yes. And I think she was the little sister that ran over to the really cute guy's car. Like he was super handsome. And it wasn't Harrison Ford, it was the other guy. And he like drove her around town all night, and they had an innocent relationship. You know, that could have gone sour as far as
Yeah.
whatever, but you know, they had a good time together. They laughed and they drove around, and then he dropped her off at home, and that was that, you know.
I think he had a toothpick in his mouth all movie long, didn't he?
Yes.
In the left
Yep.
side, yeah.
Oh, he was handsome. Dang it, I can't remember his
Yeah.
Anyway, every car you can think of was in that movie pretty much, you know, and all of the classics, the whole concept of a drag race, all of it. It was,
Cool.
yeah, highly recommend.
I put it on my list to watch.
Mhm. Yeah, Jerry, he was respectful. Like he didn't, yeah.
I still think the best part when they change the rear end of the cop car, though, is it's at the light stand. Somebody drives by and squeals the tires, and there goes the rear end of the car. I think it was a 57 Plymouth, I think. I don't
Hmm.
cops were in.
Wasn't there something wrong with Mackenzie Phillips?
Yeah.
Did she have something wrong?
It was her dad Or wait, I'm thinking of a Wilson. Mackenzie Phillips went through it. But I think I'm mixing up brunettes, but it's still kind of connected because Wilson and Phillips and their dads were like in the Beach Boys, and there was some weird shit. Both of them were in films and what have you, but a little bit of weird stuff.
Pretty sure Mackenzie Phillips really got messed up in real life.
Yes.
Yeah. That I couldn't remember her if it was her or the other one, Valerie Bartonella.
Oh, yeah.
It was her dad. Okay.
Echo knows. I don't even want to say out loud what happened, but I think Echo and I are talking about the same thing.
Yeah. Even worse than Miley Cyrus.
As worse, as bad as you can imagine possible. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What's his board set?
Ooh.
Shana. That's cool. Valerie married Eddie Van Halen. Oh, wow. Yelling Miley out of this.
Interesting.
I remember.
Yeah, Kiss Off has it.
Mm-hmm.
For a long time that happened. Yeah. Rough.
Robbie used to hear Valerie and Edward argue. Kramer Factory.
Huh. No, what's the Kramer Factory?
I don't know.
No.
Creamer? Like coffee creamer?
Kramer, like Seinfeld Kramer. Kramer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's totally different for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Seattle. I'm listening.
Hey, Karen. Good to see you.
Oh, that's Frasier. That's the show Frasier.
Wow, Kramer, Fraser.
Not all of us.
Close enough.
Yeah, Kramer was in Seinfeld.
Seinfeld, yeah.
Fuzzy
The one
hair.
that
Yeah.
he had been electrocuted. Yeah.
Yeah, he did it all.
Yeah.
Hey, Karen.
You've been lurking.
That I remember for Seinfeld is no more food for you.
Mhm.
No soup for you.
No more food for you.
No soup. Mhm. The show about nothing.
Yeah.
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 Stands. Mm. Programming.
Of course, there was,
George
well,
Costanza.
your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back, Cotter.
Oh,
Benny
Welcome
Bar-
Back, Cotter. That's John Travolta, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Benny,
not
Benny,
gay. That's
Benny,
not gay at all.
Benny Barbarino.
No.
You know.
Okay, I did watch that a couple. That one and Taxi.
Oh, yeah. Taxi.
Taxi.
Cab company.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Greek guy and all. Yeah. That was funny. Yeah. Who's the little short guy?
Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
Played the dispatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He and that frizzy-headed lady. They got married, didn't they?
Leah Pearlman. They were in Cheers together. Or
Yes.
Leah Pearlman was in Cheers. Danny, I don't know if he ever made a cameo, but yeah, Leah Pearlman was a bartender on Cheers. Yeah.
Oh, DeVito.
Mm-hmm.
The boy in the bubble.
So
Yes,
she
he
was
was.
in character.
And there was another one he was in. It was spooky weird. Was it called oh shoot. I just had the name in my head and it went away.
With
Michael?
Danny DeVito?
No. John
Oh,
Travolta.
John Travolta.
Yeah.
And he had cancer or something.
Yeah.
Is that the one where he was like the Archangel Michael, or am I tripping?
See, and that's I don't know if I'm mixing it up or
Yeah.
But there's one, I think it was like he played an angel, if I'm not mistaken. And there's one, I think it was where he got shocked by lightning or something happened, and he like instantly knew stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Can't remember the
Isn't
name.
that the same one though? Where wasn't that Michael? Oh, Phenomenon, Cynthia. I think so.
Phenomenon. Yeah, Phenomenon is
Yes.
where he got hit by lightning or a storm.
Yes. Man,
And it
this
was
chat
like,
is awesome. Because we be brain farting and they can pick it up. Yes.
right.
like he could instantly absorb everything. Like he knew different languages and all type of stuff just instantly by reading it.
Yes. That was actually a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Limitless, the movie Limitless was kind of like that, you know, when he took the pill and he could just do everything. You know, he wrote a whole book overnight and knew all the stuff. And
Is that John Travolta?
no, Limitless was Bradley Cooper was the main star in that one. The guy from The Hangover and yeah.
Okay.
You haven't seen that one?
I don't think so, but I think I have it
It's pretty
recorded in my
interesting.
DVR. It's like one of those that's been sitting there in the DVR.
The only one I think could remember this is Chessboard. I think only Chessboard would remember this. Ed Gwynn played the judge. Car 54, where are you?
Car 54, where are you?
Two cops in Ed Gwynn and the short stubby fella. Yeah.
What life say phenomenon?
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon. Okay.
There you go.
Sounds like
Get your kicks on Route 66.
Right.
phenomenon. Boom.
It's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Get your kit. Wasn't it 77 Sunset Strip? Cookie, Cookie, lend me your comb.
That's a weird way to talk to your bird.
Symbolist Jr.
Oh my goodness.
What was that movie with the guy that was a lawyer that wasn't a lawyer?
Liar, liar.
The woman would go, my biological clock is ticking. Remember that one? My cousin did. My cousin Vinny. That was it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
Oh, My Cousin Vinny is actually pretty funny. That has.
It was hilarious.
It's a good movie.
When he falls in the mud with the suit, and the only thing he had that purple or blue tuxedo thing, he ends up in court. That was hilarious.
Marissa Tomei was the girl in that.
Yeah.
I have not seen The Fanatic, Cynthia. I'd be down. Check it out. Psycho, huh? Love that.
Yeah.
Oh no, Robbie, you didn't ask that.
Yeah, Robbie, grits are delicious, but I'm a savory grit.
Grits are cereal.
Don't be violating the grits now.
Well, yeah.
There's laws against that. And you ain't got to wait till Sunday.
Robbie went there.
Who went there? Oh, no.
Yeah, that was very
yeah.
disrespectful.
Yeah. It's the thing about it. You just can't eat one. You know, that's why they're grits.
Yeah,
Just
it's
can't eat
almost
one.
impossible. Just
Okay.
It's
He knows
impossible.
how to eat them at least.
You have to eat them with chopsticks.
Oklahoma has grits. I like them with sugar and a little milk.
well, see, that's what cream of wheat is for.
Yeah.
Oh,
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're trying to
Cream of
create
wheat
something with
or
something different. Yeah.
no.
malted meal, like
All of it.
those are hot
Yes.
cereals. Grits, you got to put gravy. You put you some beef stew on a bowl of grits with cheddar in them.
No.
Oh, gosh. With some garlic in there, and oh, it's so good, so
Really?
good.
Never tried it with the.
You
See, he knows.
don't knock
We've
it till you
always
try.
eaten it as a cereal. It has always been a cereal. Butter, yeah, just like you would do oatmeal. You put butter and a little milk, sugar.
Never heard this
Mhm.
before.
Mm,
This is
I mean, I
unprecedented.
can see the cereal argument. Yeah,
Wasn't it Uncle Ben's cream of wheat? No. Yeah.
Never
I
had the
like
cream of wheat.
wheat. Cream of wheat's good. It's a little bit sweet. It's
Very,
delicious.
very
my
sweet.
grandmother, she would, if I was at her house and it was summer, the only cereal she would buy was grape nuts. Y'all remember
Mhm.
those?
Yeah.
Oh
but
yeah, it's
Oh,
like
yeah,
eating
I tried
cinnamon.
them. I wasn't a fan of the grape nuts.
No, like they might be good in a yogurt or something like that, but
Yeah,
to just
delicious.
eat, just so she'd let me chop a banana up in it once in a while. Then it was more edible.
Yeah, you got to put something in it, some fruit in it, like eating
Some-
grape seeds.
I remember my mom must have thought it'd be healthier. Get cornflakes. Then she noticed half the container of sugar is on top of my cornflakes. And I was like,
Yeah,
that's too much sugar. Huh?
Oh, really? I don't think I've ever had collard greens either.
collard greens. Oh, you got to
Yeah.
have the collard greens.
I remember my mother-in-law or my father-in-law,
Yeah, I could eat them for every meal.
they made turnips, but I can't remember if they put the turnip greens in there or if it was green beans. But the turnips were okay. But I
Yeah,
don't
you
know
can
if,
eat the turnips and then you can eat the greens. You
yeah.
got like collard greens, mustard greens. I eat them all.
Oh yeah, any of them. A little dash
All
of
of them.
vinegar, some crushed red pepper, either ham hock or bacon type of deal, some onion, garlic, the usual suspects, salt, pepper.
Yeah.
Ooh, they are good. Kind of the same way you would treat spinach, Bonnie, I would say. Pretty
Yeah.
similar. Yeah.
I like fried cabbage like that too.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I put a little vinegar in my
Mhm.
spinach.
Little splash of vinegar. Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Gotta
a
have-
splash of pickle juice.
Yeah. And yes, Robbie. Nothing instant. No instant oatmeal, no instant grits.
No.
They got this place here. They do like a southern style spin on like they got their own dishes that they made up, but some of their appetizers they're like spins on different stuff. And they got this version of like an egg roll, but it's a soul roll. And instead of using the cabbage, they use collard greens inside of it. It's real
Mhm.
good.
Mm.
Cabbage was really good.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to top cabbage, you know. Collard greens,
Well,
they do something different.
Yeah.
the greens have a little more, I don't know, like cabbage cooks down a lot, you know what I'm saying? But greens have a little more fork to them once you cook
Yeah.
them down. Like,
Fiber.
yeah, yeah. But both will make you fart like you've never seen.
Oh,
Cabbage,
you cooking collard greens,
you're
you don't
done.
know it.
Pretty sure they're cousins in the plant family, right? Cabbage, collard greens, aren't
Cooking
they?
collard greens or you cooking bacon, they're gonna know it.
I guess Jack ate cabbage, eh? Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack to pull over the candlestick.
Yeah, it keeps you nimble.
Mhm.
I wish Gma was here. I remember last year asking her what good for chiggers.
Oh, rubbing alcohol, I think, is what I've heard. I don't
Really?
quote me on it, but I think it was rubbing alcohol. They were saying that like repels them at some level. Okay, Doc P says nail polish. That's a good one.
On the bite.
For
So
entertainment purposes. Yeah, maybe
yeah,
like clear nail polish, maybe just to entertain the bite.
but I don't know about that.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
I'm all over me head to toe. 'Cause I didn't. I thought Mama's dog had fleas first, just a couple, and then every time I go out to water and walk through the grass, and that night I'm like, oh my goodness, something's eating me alive. And I am covered.
There's one thing you guys may never have had with roast beef, Yorkshire pudding. It is delicious.
I don't think I've had pudding.
It is.
that's a lot to unpack, Blackwatch. Yorkshire pudding is delicious. It's kind of like a popover souffle combo type of thing.
What's in it? What's it made of?
It's like a Dutch baby in a way, a Dutch baby pancake, or it's like a combo of a popover and a souffle. I mean, it's
Okay,
it's
I
not
get it.
literally pudding. It's more of a
It's usually about a 10-inch square thing. You cut that up, put the pork through it in with gravy into the roast beef. That is all of heaven.
yeah.
Camphophonique. Okay, I have camphophonique. Certain
I
oil.
love unique. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have castor oil.
Ah!
What?
Get you some body paint.
School's coming, open up. Great big mouthful of castor oil. Ugh.
Dress up as Mystique.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
good for you. So's Barsol.
Super glue. Can you imagine? Stick it
Oh,
super
that would be horrible. Oh, that'd be torture.
I don't know if I'd roll with super glue, but I agree with the concept of suffocating. But to bring the itching down is a different mechanism. You know?
See, and I'm using this cortisone 10, and I think it because it's ointment, it's gonna suffocate them probably, or whatever, if they have to be suffocated. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but my daughter's supposed to be bringing me DE spread on the yard.
Oh, diatomaceous earth.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, try them out. That's an option.
Yeah.
So last night I was a little cranky because of that. Y'all might have noticed.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring it up.
I have never seen Bonnie cranky. I'm dead serious. Bonnie is one of the calmest, most level people. You know, I mean, I
Oh, I was kind of cranky last night.
shit. Overall, I would say you have a calming energy. I don't even know if you realize how strong that is for all of us here, all of us in the chat, those of us right here with you. Like, dude, you might think you were in your mind, but like, no, you're a very level person. You know.
Well, thank you. I
Mhm.
appreciate that because it wasn't very long ago I was being called psycho.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
You know,
it does.
it was it was what it was.
Mhm.
You know, never mind. You know, when you know,
Yeah,
you know.
Kiss Off, Kiss Off would be wild. Kiss Off, I can't even imagine the roller coaster. I'm a roller coaster. You know, but you, Bonnie, are very, very level. Mary agrees. Karen agrees. They all do. Yeah.
She knows.
Kiss Off is like, happy birthday, Merry Christmas, happy anniversary, woo! You know,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. No, but chiggers suck. Like, I don't know. I don't have them
Guess they
here,
do.
so I don't know. I don't know what you do. I have had them where I mean, it's miserable, but I don't know. I think there's some fair ideas. Yellow Listerine, Cheryl, that actually makes a lot of sense. Um,
Oh yeah,
Blue.
burn anything out.
Why
yeah.
does it get yellow? I have blue.
There's a different, okay, I don't know what it is because me no math or science. I'm not sure which ingredient, but there is something a little bit different about the original yellow slash light orange looking Listerine. And it can be the Walmart brand also, but I think it's like kind of like pure camphor. I have a bottle of it. You're going to make me go grab it because I use it. Now, when you get the blue ones or the green one or whatever, they have a bunch of added flavors and even sugars in it. You know, the OG one is more pure to the operative chemical in Minecraft, whereas the other ones, I think they have more added to them.
Oh, I have the green alcohol. Lauren said that works really good.
The green alcohol one. Or oh, do you mean green isopropyl, Lauren? Not
Like witch
Listerine.
hazel.
Witch hazel would be different than that. I think he might be talking about the green isopropyl that
That's what I had.
mhm.
A bunch of bottles. Like when I don't know why they were saying you would never be able to buy that again. So I have like
Mhm.
4 or 5 bottles of it. I don't know. He said yes. Okay.
All right, hold on. I'm going to grab my yellow Listerine. Hold on.
That's funny that she has yellow Listerine.
I wasn't prepared for show and tell time.
I don't know. I don't know why they're so bad this year, but
Then a lot of times in the South, certain bugs, because we don't get that consistent cold like they do up north, to burn off or do like they do in the wintertime.
yeah. Well, last year it was when I'd go out to my mama's. And now that they're here, I'm just like, what? No. I just didn't expect it here.
So the main ingredients in this, all right, and this is the same as like the classic brownish Listerine, right? And the main ingredients are eucalyptol, menthol, methyl salicylate, and thymol. When you get the mouthwash that are like colored, they have a bunch of added BS to make those colors and what have you. So, because someone had said in chat, the original Listerine, it might have been, was it Cynthia or Cheryl? I'm scrolling back and I can't find it. But anyway, this one, it's just like more pure of what it is. And I have this, you can use this on like foot fungus, allegedly, like there's a bunch of different things, but I could see it maybe working for that itch you got going on. and it's like if we were at Walmart together, I'd be like, Bonnie, I found your ointment, and I would yell it from across the store, girl, I got your back, I got your ointment. Anyway, I think this just has less ingredients overall, is the overall point.
Dr. P said it looks like a urine sample.
It does. Fungus among us. It just
Yeah, good luck. Your wart cream, they got it in stock.
I don't have it.
It's more expensive this time, girl. It's behind the case and it's $40. But I'll get the guy with the key, you know, because the real ointments are locked up.
Oh, they lost me when they locked up the fingernail clippers. I said, who are these people?
Right.
Shoot. By the time they get somebody over here, I'm gonna need more than fingernail clippers.
Well,
Yep.
see, okay, so for the mosquitoes, I mix up a spray bottle with half Listerine, half water, and I use that outside, and it does repel the mosquitoes. I don't know wood chiggers. That's out. I'm gonna try it though.
It won't hurt.
Noticed any mosquitoes yet, but knock on wood, I know I'm gonna see them soon. And that could be what's getting me too. I have no idea, but I think it's chiggers. That you know.
Or different types of like essential oils and stuff. You know, I don't know if you have those or stuff. Like, you know, like a peppermint oil or I know that deters certain pests.
Yeah.
Or even certain like maybe citronella or like a lemongrass or something.
I have lemon balm growing, but I had to bring it inside, and I think I killed my dill outside, so I need to start more dill inside. I think it got too hot or something.
Yeah, dill can be kind of tricky when starting from seed or germinating. It's one of those things that can kind of be tricky.
Yeah.
Virginia, if you knew the Yorkshire pudding, that's in English. Another English thing is baby onions and white sauce. You ever have, my mom made that stuff. Was it ever good? I think about it.
What was the second thing? I am familiar with Yorkshire pudding, but what was the other thing you said?
Baby onions and a white sauce.
Okay.
Those small onions, and it's a white sauce that they made. It was, you know, that with the roast beef and the Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, been a long time.
Basically gravy.
And then the gravy on it. And
French onion soup.
Was the white sauce a cream sauce or was it
a cream, very, very, just slightly thickened?
Okay.
I never saw her make it. I guess the flour thickened it. I don't know, but it was ever good. It was probably like an English type of. My paternal grandmother was English.
Well, if they used a flour roux, it'd be basically a gravy, I would say. But some people use cornstarch. It's
Yeah.
easily accessible on the shelf, as a thickener, and
Oh yeah.
that would do a similar effect.
I don't have very good luck with cornstarch, so I just use flour
Right.
or
Ain't nothing
potato
wrong
water.
with that.
Yeah.
Potato water, rice.
Cheers.
They're all thickeners.
You're right about potato water, Bonnie. And actually, like pasta water, that's one of the ways you thicken a sauce for pasta. Various sauces, you set aside a cup full of pasta water, or you leave the
Oh
pasta
yeah,
water
you
on
got
the
to.
side, you ladle it in,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I'm making chicken fried steak, or I use the potato water and the gravy. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so good.
Has anybody had the recent pleasure of hospital food? You would, oh my God, it was,
No,
you wonder, how the hell does this go together? You know?
I don't
How bad?
get
Oh,
better eating that food.
oh my God.
Same at nursing homes, or
When it was done in-house, because I've been in hospital and it's all in-house, that was good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was really, like home. But now you just kind of like, I said to one nurse, "Who's your dietitian, Twiggy?" And she says, "Who's Twiggy?" I said, "Forget it."
You're right.
Yeah, the moment has passed. Just forget it.
Right.
Twiggy? Oh, Jesus. It's like,
Well, a lot of them are institutionalized, like it's like prison food, or even school lunches now are just frozen crap that gets thawed out and barely thrown on an old tray, But when it is made in house, I'll be totally honest. The last hospital stint that I had, which was a C-section, I loved it. The breakfast, they had some of the best bacon I've ever had. I
oh,
would
yeah.
make French toast and bacon and eggs every day, and I'd make a
Mm.
sandwich, all of that. And it wasn't shitty like quality. It was really freaking good. And I mean the stews are questionable. One of the nurses told me, she was like, never order a stew. They would give you like a list. And she's like, don't do that. That's just everything left over from the week put in a pot with cornstarch, right? she gave me some tips. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty good.
What would really go with that breakfast is beef sausage links
Mm-hmm.
without
Oh yeah.
cheese, lower.
sausage goes with anything.
Mm.
Robbie was saying Marie Callender spaghetti and meatball bowls,
Mm.
really good and cheap, and they are. And my youngest daughter has always been a really picky eater. Well, she's not anymore, but she used to be. And those are what I would get her. And it was cheap, and because she wouldn't eat whatever was cooked. She wouldn't. She still, to this day, I don't think she has ever eaten chicken fried steak.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
She's weird.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How do you do that anyway? By the way, chicken fried steak.
It's like not eating cheesecake.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Black
It's-
Rock, you start by beating the meat with a meat hammer.
yes.
Bonnie can't even deny it. She's like, yes. You gotta start by
And
beating
then
your
you
meat.
beat the egg
Mhm.
in a bowl and milk in there, and then a bowl of flour seasoned with salt and pepper and garlic,
Mm.
and you double dip it
Mm. Mm-hmm.
and fry it. Oh,
Where
so
did
good.
chicken come into it?
You what?
Where's the chicken come into it though? I don't.
There's no
Well,
chicken.
chicken fried chicken.
Chicken
the same.
fried.
You,
Chick-
it's,
whatever. I don't.
In the South, frying chicken is a style.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Right.
you're frying
It's
You
a
can have
style.
chicken fried
It
turkey if you
has
want to.
same kind
Yeah.
of batter.
Okay.
But you save that flour that you've been dipping your chicken in,
Oh,
and
okay.
then
Get it.
using gravy with your potato water that you boiled the potatoes because you're going to have mashed potatoes and gravy. You gotta.
Of course.
Mhm.
Why wouldn't you?
Yep.
So it's like chicken fried rice, right? I get it.
No.
No,
No. It is nothing like chicken fried rice.
not even.
It's the method of
Mhm.
cooking it. You beat it, you double dip
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's the
and
same way.
fry it.
Yep.
It's,
Oh, my
it's
gravy is
you could do it with any type of meat. You could do it with pork chops. You could technically, when you make a pork chop, it's
I
kind of
love a
like
fried.
chicken
I
fried
love a
pork
fried
chop.
pork
You're
chop.
doing the same thing, you know.
Mm,
You're beating it, double dipping it, and frying it.
that'll get you going.
But you can
Yeah.
even do it with just flour. I've done chicken in just flour also,
Mhm.
with lots of salt and pepper.
Yeah. You
I
need a
have-
double dredge downer for sure.
I have to ask you, Lonnie, has Carl been in tonight?
I haven't seen Carl or
But-
Pamela.
Then I can say it. Just about every dinner was limp green beans. Yeah, but like, God, it was like noodles.
What?
Didn't matter what you had for dinner. They threw in limp boiled green beans. It was disgusting.
Oh, you wouldn't in front of Carl. Got it. Okay.
So are they canned? Why would you oil canned green beans? I don't, Black Watch, I feel bad for you.
Yes, it was.
That don't like vegetables because they were prepared so poorly for them in the past that they're like, nope, that's just whack, you know? But
Yeah,
done
just
right,
reboil them,
yeah.
It was
rehydrate them.
Huh.
and the mashed potatoes poured out in a cup.
So it was potato soup?
Potato soup. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and celery soup. I don't know what the hell was in it, but you could have
Was it
lived
good?
off of it. Wow.
Oh man, loaded potato soup is good.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yes. Love potato soup.
Make that pretty cheap. Homemade.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
at work, they had in-house cafeteria, the split pea soup. Oh, was it delicious? It was just a meal in itself.
With ham.
Yeah, little bits of ham in it and everything. It was,
Mhm.
ooh,
Yep, that's good.
50 cents a bowl. It was, oh, God. Mm.
Split pea is really good. Split pea and ham is a really good soup. I'm with you there, Black Watch.
Yeah.
John.
Mm. Welcome back, John.
You took a sandwich with you, and for $2, you got a meal. You know? Oh,
Huh.
soup and everything.
No, Lauren, you're hearing things. Can y'all excuse me just a second? I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Jerry, I'm with you. Peas are one of the few vegetables that I do not like. So
Like
I
green
understand.
peas.
Yeah, I don't like green. They're too sweet for me. I just don't like them, you know. But split pea soup, that's delicious. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a weird.
Yeah.
What about black-eyed peas?
I'm good with that.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, we've talked about beans. I don't like lima beans or fresh peas.
It's okay.
I
Lima,
guess.
That's doable.
lima beans are good, not too much of it, but put butter on it when they're hot, a bit of salt, and
Not like you're allergic to fried pork chops or anything, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, right.
Fried chops.
I like most vegetables and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do too. There's just certain things that have a certain, I don't know, it might be the aftertaste more than anything else. I'm not sure. It just, and they don't make me gag, you know,
Could be,
but
or just the
I would
experience.
get into
Sometimes the
food.
experience it just ruins you.
Mm. You know what? I have a confession, you guys, and it may, most people are not on this train, but I hate tomatoes. I don't, if there's a tomato on a sandwich, I take it off while I'm ordering the sandwich. If there's like I can do marinara sauce, like spaghetti or something like that, but I do not like raw tomatoes. They have some kind of flavor aftertaste that I'm like, woof. And I guess it's probably a similar thing to people. Some people hate cilantro, you know, because they
Yeah.
taste soap or whatever. For me, tomatoes is really similar. Like I taste something very off-putting. But most people love tomatoes. Like I don't eat ketchup. I don't eat tomatoes on salad, sandwiches, burgers, nothing. I will rip it off. Now,
Yeah,
if
I
it
don't eat
already
tomatoes on
has
sandwiches or
on it,
burgers either.
wipe the ketchup off, but I'm not going to ask for it. Or I never dip a fry in ketchup. Absolutely not. I
What
dip it
about
in mayo.
salsa?
Salsa is pretty damn good. And I make a good pico, right? So it's kind of a weird, yeah, that's not consistent because I
Just
do
don't
like,
like a naked tomato. That's cool.
I don't like a naked tomato. I think it overpowers the dish. Like, yeah, Indian spaghetti sauce, I'm good with that. I make a mean lasagna, but ketchup or
What about a fried green tomato?
I'd probably be more apt to eat that than put a
You never
tomato
tried it?
on the dish. Yes. And that doesn't have that, there's kind of a mealy thing to a red tomato, whereas a fried green is more crisp. It's a little bit more sour. It's not so mealy and sweet.
I
And
think
just like with peas, I don't like things that are too sweet. That's why I like savory grits, not sweet grits.
Don't ask Binford.
Binford, I am personally offended. You know what you did, sir. You know what you just did. It is inedible.
I think a restaurant that serves like a tomato side thing or like I said, they got to catch the tomatoes at a certain point, not to, you know what I mean? Like they could be
Yeah.
too soggy. They got to catch them at a certain point, then they're good. Otherwise, they're like you say, they're mush and just throw them in.
You don't want to let them vine ripen
Right.
for that
They
type
do
of
keep
use.
ripening off the vine. Yeah.
If you want to gain weight really quick, fried chicken dipped in ranch dressing.
Oh, I thought you was about to say Miracle Whip.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
I gained 40 pounds really quick. So I had to quit eating the fried chicken and ranch dressing.
But it's so good.
It is.
Mhm.
It just gives it a whole different flavor. I don't know.
That was another thing. What is this? It's a green pepper stuff. I said, stuff with what? Oh, good.
I love a good stuffed pepper.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
stuffed peppers are the shit for sure.
Oh, no.
So John
Justin.
Dunning says, I used to head to the garden with a salt shaker. Am I alone in salting watermelon? Like I will put salt on watermelon, cantaloupe,
Yes.
the green melons. Oh, so good.
That's another thing you won't find. A little packet of salt. It doesn't exist. You know?
Oh no, they banned those things up there, man.
Blood pressure or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of like we're not going to look at the few. We're going to nail the many. You know, you're not going to get.
Yeah.
So
Send it
hold
to
on.
kid.
Are you serious? Are salt packets banned up there?
Hey, nah, you got to request them. They send them in a packet with a complimentary paper straw,
Yeah.
Huh.
No, I mean in a hospital. You won't find,
allegedly.
Oh, in a hospital. Okay.
you won't find it. It just doesn't exist.
Ooh,
Don't you know anybody with a purse? That's where you hide the mustard, the
Yeah,
salt, the
yeah,
hot sauce, the little packet of Philadelphia cream cheese. Like,
yeah,
we got to get you a purse, Black Watch.
yeah. Really, maybe that's what I. Where's my suitcase? I got all my stuff in that.
that's so it's nothing to see a bottle of Cholula. Is that what it's called? Cholula hot sauce.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know the brand.
Yeah.
A little round wooden top.
The
Yep.
coffee additive.
In the purses and salt packets, pepper packets, sugar packets.
Kahlua, mother's little helper.
Kahlua is not a condiment, Black Watch.
I know that.
Some people would say it is.
My wife goes through quite a few bottles with her coffee.
It's that season.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I know the kids, they're out of school now. Shoot, they're already having graduations and stuff.
Salt rock. It's funny, Robbie. One of my this sounds bad. One of my stepfathers sent me a watch, Cinderella watch, and it had a Cinderella statue, and she was hollow. And so I would fill it with salt whenever we were going out to play football or whatever. And I was always munching on salt.
I love that freaking story. You smuggled salt in your Cinderella doll. That's what's
Yes.
up.
Man,
That's what's up.
You know what I saw today? And you don't knock it. And he comes, I'm not going to say what channel. He went to his granddaughter's graduation from kindergarten. I thought, what, she didn't eat the paste? Yeah, it's a graduation for kindergarten kids.
oh yeah, it's a monumental step.
Oh, I don't.
You mean
okay.
like eating glue?
No, I was being facetious. Graduating.
Oh,
Kindergarten.
I like glue.
He didn't eat
Looks
the
like
glue.
I took a long
Yeah.
Go
day
from
with
jumbo
sniffing glue.
crayons to color pencils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all
Shoot.
eat your burgers too? Okay, nobody answered that.
You said that we eat our brothers.
Ma'am, what?
We playing a word game again.
Yeah, is it Saturday?
Kid, I saw those kids in school. They would eat glue. They would eat anything. Anything. It was just, oh, no.
Yep. No,
My toes went numb.
they would eat boogers. Shoot. You can find hilarious videos now of adults eating their own body functions. But what I always did with glue, you would take like Elmer's, the orange tipped Elmer's glue, and you put it all over your hand and you make the skin, and then you try to peel it off in one piece. Then you were winning for the day. That was winning. That was our entertainment.
But you didn't eat
Simpler
it.
times.
No, you didn't eat it. You just made a solid glue palm. If you could get it off.
And
in
I
that
never did
one
that with
palm.
glue. But my mother made candles. And so while the wax was hot, we'd dip our finger in it to make a wax mold
Yes.
of our fingers.
Same exact idea. Yep.
Yep.
And it was so satisfying to try and get it off in one piece, peel it off or peel it around. Absolutely.
Remember the wax teeth around Halloween? You buy, a nickel for teeth, and all the kids are chewing wax.
Uh-huh. Sucking on that plastic. Just
Please.
that's not toxic at all. It smells kind of
Concealed
like
plastic byproduct.
Yeah.
I
yes.
know. And we wonder why we have plastic in our blood.
Mhm. Yeah. Man, they were delicious.
Silly Putty.
I love silly putty, Robbie.
Did you ever
I don't
munch
think
on
I ate it, but
Yeah, I don't think you were supposed to eat it
No.
like chewing gum. Ain't got no flavor to it.
you know what is delicious is old school Play-Doh, though. It was kind of salty.
Oh,
Oh man, just a little pinch, and you get that salt rush. Oh yes, little dab will do.
yeah, I remember one time it hit my lip one time, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
See, Robbie knows. In a
Mhm.
non-regulated area.
Yeah, that's living, Robbie. Why you
It was
bitching?
models, darn it.
yeah, dim lit and low ventilation.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry says, how are we all
Wow.
Shop class, the first thing on the lathe. Every mother got to teach salad bowl,
Yeah,
What are you going to make, salad bowl? She needs another salad bowl.
definitely.
I never got a salad bowl. What the heck? I have to jump my boys.
Didn't they shop on the wood lathes? And
Yeah.
What did
Around
they-
here, more projects that they can put for sale at the stock show.
Did you get a coaster from the leather? I used to hit the leather and make flowers into the leather and tan it. And
No, they didn't do leather.
no,
And Huckleberry, you seem to have turned out okay.
Allegedly.
I remember they used to keep all the stuff in shop in like sliding closets, but for some reason the shelving was glass. And I remember this kid was up top of it. As soon as the teacher McCullough came in and said, "Where's Paul?" He went right through the glass shelf. He was all right, but the glass didn't do well.
And we had to drink out of the garden hose all day outside.
That's awful.
Why?
You
Oh, it's
taste
delicious.
As long as there wasn't a bee in it, you were okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was a garden collector that came around one time, and it was like 100 and something. And he ran out of water. He was black. It didn't matter. I was at my mom's, and he pulls out the bottle because I remember the guy. He's a nice guy.
Black watching you never fail to amaze.
But he says,
Right.
"Would you fill these up from the hose?" I said, "The hell with the hose. I went in and you're going to wait here until I run the cold water."
Okay, are you spelling hose S-E or E-S? No. Asking for a friend.
Hey, it's hot out here either way.
Anyway.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Damn gringos.
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody remember the Cisco Kid, now that you mentioned that? He's the black with the sombrero. The Cisco Kid. that television show?
I think I've probably seen a clip or something about that.
I think Tijuana Brass Band, the dude was dressed like that.
Al Herb Blurber. The Tijuana Brass.
Mm-hmm.
Tijuana. Herb Albert. There we are.
Or Dizzy Arnaz. Babaloo, Babaloo, Babaloo. Lucy's husband.
No. Yeah, I was gonna say Desi Arnaz was Lucy's husband, right? So
Babaloo, Babaloo with bongos and that.
He was pop. Huh. My mother used to listen to them. I have so many albums. Oh my goodness.
You have a record player?
It's a good thing my friend bought me a record player
I did.
a few years ago. Little one, but it holds an album.
Mm-hmm.
And she got me the album with it because she knew my favorite song in high school.
That's what every teenage girl had, her little suitcase record player.
That's what it looks like. It doesn't. Oh yeah, it does have a lid. It's plastic though, like it's red. And the album Eagles. Yeah, it's sitting right here on my table.
Dang.
That's pretty cool.
She just bought it for me a couple of years ago for my birthday with the Eagles album because it has to take it to the limit on it.
Was it like the Eagles' greatest hits one with the eagle skull with the blue background? Or it might be like it could be like the album that came off of, but the Eagles' greatest hits. My dad had that record, and I always remember the cover was like blue with it's like an eagle skull on the front of it.
You remember the record players before they had the insert over to make a 45? You got these little plastic things and you're trying to push them into the 45. Little plastic insert so it would fit on a record player.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think we had one of those, but I can picture what you're saying. Yeah, for the 45s. Huh.
They used to have an insert that went over top, the spindle, and that would be a 45. Well, before that, they had little plastic things you had to push into the 45.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is an original. Y'all got to tell me if you can see it. Can you see it?
Oh, wow. The Eagles live. Does it say like a year on the
Let me look.
Oh, that's cool, Cheryl. Congrats, Billy. Billy got to 1,000 woods.
Eagles Live. Schmidt. Oh wow, it even comes with a poster. A couple of them. How cool is that? You can put posters up and be a teenager again.
Oh, I dare you. I would love to see Bonnie's poster room, Your favorite bands, some nostalgic posters, some just, a car you liked, like we've talked about all night. That'd be cool.
I would so do it. That would be.
What's stopping you? Like if Bonnie's put up posters, you know how teenage girls put up posters of their favorite bands or their favorite singer or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And Bonnie just opened her record and there's a poster in there. So I'm like, hey, why not make a representative poster room? Why not?
Mm.
It says 1980.
The fact it says live on the front cover makes me think it might be a concert footage album where it was a
Could
live
be.
show. Yeah, Cheryl, like black light fuzzy posters with a mushroom on them, all dripping around this yellow and orange montage.
Those things became valuable again, and that scene where those old paintings that were in the Taco Bells, like in the, I guess like the 80s and 90s, the artists that did those were selling for a lot of money. People that got a hold of those,
Huh.
I forget the particular artist's name, but he did a lot of different art and stuff. But you know, if you could think like the 90s Taco Bells, the artwork and stuff they had on the walls then, yeah.
Listen to the songs that it's got in here. Hotel California, Heartache Tonight, I Can't Tell You Why, The Long Run, New Kid in Town, Life's Been Good, Seven Bridges Road, Wasted Time, Take It to the Limit.
Take it to the limit one more time.
Desperado, Saturday Night, All Night Long, Life in the Fast Lane, Take It Easy.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Desperado.
All the good ones.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Mhm.
I'll have to put that
Good
on
job.
while I'm going through stuff. Yep.
Dang.
China Grove
That's real.
is darn it, it's not the Eagles, it's is it the Allman Brothers? Whoa. China Grove. I've been to China Grove. Doobie Brothers. Thank you, Doc P. Doobie Brothers.
Doobie.
Some kind of brothers.
Mm.
All kinds of brothers.
China Grove
Yeah.
is outside San Antonio.
They were brothers even if they weren't brothers. Statler brothers and all them.
My first album, very first one, was Allman Brothers.
Mhm. Double L.
Huh. So your posters would have the Eagles, the Allman Brothers, the let's see, which actor did you always think was like, maybe I would have a poster of that actor, you know?
Actually, no. I never had a bedroom, so I never had any of that until the party period after my first divorce. That's when I had things hanging on my wall.
Hmm.
I was a
Huh.
late blooming
Interesting.
teenager.
You know, when I think about that Hotel California, another song that goes, how'd it go? In a white room with black curtains at the stage. Cream.
Yep, Cream. My dad had that record. He had Cream, he had Bread, he had a few of that flavor. And yeah, I love that. It's wonderful Black Watch.
Man, some good tunes.
Cindy, that was
Do
my
you all
first.
remember?
Sorry.
Oh, Three Dog Night, Doc P. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Three Dog Night never had a sad song. Did you notice that? Never. You know, the love song was what was it? just another old-fashioned love song. Coming down in 3 parts. They never had a down song. It was always up, upbeat group.
Oh my
I
goodness.
guess it depends on your perspective.
Yeah. Joy to the World, all that.
Yeah, my oldest son is supposed to be named Jeremiah, but because of the bullfrog, I didn't get my way.
Oh, that is Three Dog Night, isn't it? Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him drink his wine. You know, he always had some mighty fine wine. That's Joy to the World.
Joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Yeah, I've never heard it.
Yeah,
Where Mama told me not to come.
Mm-hmm.
We did that one too. Yeah.
Told me not to come. Mm-hmm.
That cigarette you're smoking about to scare me half to death. Somebody open the window so I can catch my breath. Yeah, they're good. They were a good group. The only song I can remember from Bread is if the picture paints 1,000 words, then why can't I paint you? It's the only song I remember from them.
Mm-hmm.
Lots muting. He's like, y'all are too old for me.
Yeah. So you dinosaurs. Yeah. I bet Watt would remember the posters. I don't remember what they were called, but it kind of looked like crunched up tinfoil, and you had to stare at it for an hour to see the image come out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They were in the mall. People had those on their walls a lot, like in the 90s. What were they called? Like
Forget that style, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yes. And you could see some of them might be a giraffe, some of them might be people, could be a
guy with an umbrella, different things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I saw Jethro.
Yo, Magic Guy. Sorry, I got so excited. Indy's right. It's Magic Eye posters. Yep.
What was the Magic Eye?
Those were the posters where it would just look like yeah,
that was it, Magic Eye.
Like nothing. I mean, it would look like the fuzz on a TV screen, kind of, you know. But if you sat back and stared at them and let your eyes relax, an image would pop out. It might be a giraffe or like a fish or something, you know, or a schooner. A schooner is a sailboat, you know what I'm saying? But they had kiosks in the mall with those forever, like in the 90s, the Magic Eye.
The music. Yeah, that's a good song. One Eskimo. Hey, Firefly. Good to see you.
Firefly.
Get off my cloud.
Right? Lauren said, hey, you get off of my cloud. It's not Rolling Stones.
Mick Jagger. You should listen to his Party Doll. Go to his channel. The song he did during the shutdown, it's really good. It's not Stone-like. I think he went through a change in his life called Party Doll.
Huh.
I think it's something like, you used to be my party doll, but now you say the party's over. You used to love. It's a really good song. You should listen to it. Mick Jagger wrote it.
Revival. What is that called? PCR. What does that stand for? Clear Credence Revival.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Clearwater. There you go. Okay.
Mhm.
I know. No, I don't.
Yeah, CCR is the shit.
Yep.
Some folks are born made to wave the flag. Ooh, the red, white, and blue. You know? I see a bad moon rising. Yes, Anna. I
Yep.
see a bad moon rising. Yep.
One guy I'm glad I got to see, he kind of sang, "Hey Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand?" Going down
That
to shoot my old lady, Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix, but wasn't that written by
Bob
Bob
Dylan,
Dylan? Yeah, yep.
All Along the Watchtower. That was a real good concert.
Hmm.
Mary. Back in the day, dance hall day, at the old dance hall, that was like the only rock sounding song that they would play. Proud Mary.
Proud Mary, keep on burning. Rolling, rolling on the river.
Am I sub to Robbie? I've got to find that out. Not that. No. YouTube. Um, yeah, go to this.
Well, remember we were talking about
Here's Robbie.
Angelina Jordan with that Whitney Houston song? How to go, I don't want to hurt anymore. Don't walk away from me. Don't walk away from me. I thought about that after we talked about it. I couldn't place the song.
I could do that since I'm already there.
What about Steve Miller Band? My mom saw the Steve Miller Band live, and she did not know. I'm a joker. I'm a smoker. I'm a midnight toker. Really love your peaches. Wanna shake your tree. She did not understand that was a euphemism. She just thought it was cute. Oh, he wants to shake a tree, girl. Love your peaches. Wants to shake your tree. That's not what he was saying.
But I didn't understand. It was Zombies, time of the season. It's the time of the season.
Your loving.
I didn't get that one either. Let me try with pleasured hands to
Yep.
Does Stock P do videos? I'm looking. Go to channel. No. Okay. Somebody else said they were putting something on. It's chessboard. Go to channel. I'm sub to chessboard. Chessboard has content.
Oh no!
Hmm Chessboard is a wonderful creator. Oh, Doc P, Fifth Dimension. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. That's what that is.
Age of Aquarius. Aquarius. Harmony and understanding.
Hmm That's a pretty heavy song, to be fair.
Well, so is Hair or Save the World.
Maybe that puts something out today. I don't know.
You know what?
Moonchild, I love Lola. La 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 Lola. That's a fabulous song. And it's about a trans person, just saying.
You walk like a woman, talk like a man, and Lola.
Yep.
Lola.
That was the nickname I called my daughter until I really listened to the words, and I was like, oh, okay, that can't be your nickname anymore.
Chessboard is so rude. I sing flat so that Bonnie doesn't get a copyright. Read the room, Chessboard. This is why I don't sing on indies. But I still pick up the songs, you know. Look at him. Flat girls matter. Moonchild, you're right. Lola is a really funny song. Like, if you really listen to the words of it, it's like, whoa, wait a minute.
I know.
Kind of like Lou Reed, Take a Walk on the Wild Side.
It sucks when they make it a really good beat and it's music that you really like, and then once you really listen to the words, it's like you just ruined it.
You want to hear one, Virginia? Look up There's No Aphrodisiac Like Loneliness.
Oh.
You want to hear one where you got to really listen to the words?
Mm-hmm.
It's on YouTube. From Australia.
No aphrodisiac like loneliness. Huh.
There's no aphrodisiac like loneliness, faith, beauty, and a picture of you. But some of it, when it gets going, you shouldn't leave me alone. Okay. Anyway.
I like it. For sure, 103. The lyrics to Lola totally gives it away, but it's a catchy ass song. You don't really realize what you're singing, you know?
Right.
You don't realize.
Electric Light Orchestra. ZZ Top. Y'all like ZZ Top? I haven't seen anybody say ZZ Top.
That's one of my dad's favorites. Mm-hmm.
I could never get my guitar to spin around on my belt buckle like that.
Well, every girl's crazy for a sharp-dressed man, aren't they? I'm just looking for some tush. That's right, Doc. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. There, Texas. I got a notification about a free concert, and they fooled me because they had a picture of Willie Nelson on it. But then you go into it, it's not Willie Nelson.
Aw.
But it still sounds like it's going to be a good concert.
I won't belabor the point, Virginia. Look up the pony song too.
I'm scared, Blackwatch. I'm scared to look up anything called the Pony Song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wine something. Wine.
Like the Donkey Show or something.
I know, right?
Not really. Something like, I'm just a bachelor looking for a partner. Someone. Never mind.
I like your giggle.
It's from Australia as well.
LaGrange, right? Eagles are playing at the Sphere in Vegas. I can't believe they're still playing. There's so many groups that I'll see that they're in concert. That's when I saw that they were going to, ZZ Top was going to be in Austin. I was like, really? They're still playing.
Yeah.
Huh.
Never mind the one-hit wonder ones.
Do y'all like any country like Alabama or Diamond Rio? Any of those? No.
Well, if you sang them, I might know the songs because, like, my dad is he's a big music dude. He plays guitar in a chick band, and he was always into country, and it was not my favorite genre, but I still absorbed it. Like, I still know. I mean, he loved like Chet Atkins and some of the really good guitar players. And Alabama, he might have had some of that. His first CD ever was the Judds.
Oh yeah.
The first concert I ever went to was Alan Jackson because my parents made me go to it. Like stuff like that. So yeah, maybe if you sang them. I don't know the titles as much, but I do know more songs than I know.
Something's wrong with Alan Jackson. I was at the other day.
I think you're right. I'm not sure if I think he's still with us, but you're right. There is something going on there. He's
Okay, Alabama's Song of the South. Feels So Right.
Alabama, the group?
Yes.
Yeah, they did Amanda. Oh, that was Boston, wasn't it? Boston.
I'm in a hurry and don't know why.
Mm.
The closer you get, that one's pretty popular. Closer you get, the further I fall.
You ever listen to any Hank Snow Sr.?
Oh yeah.
Night,
The Hank Williams. Oh yes.
That Brutal Night, that song he did.
Leonard Skinner is What's Up, Eimer.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey Lisa.
I wish I could see this darn chat. I can't.
Lisa.
Dude, Steppenwolf is so good. Who said that? Jersey Joe. Steppenwolf. One of my favorite songs is Magic Carpet Ride, but that's another set of records my dad had with Steppenwolf. So good.
Close your eyes, girl. Look inside,
girl.
Let you
away. Yes.
That's out of Aladdin's lamp.
I'm just gonna have to do a music night again. We did that one night. I just started playing some songs, and then Al and Elaine, I don't know, there was a bunch of them in chat, and they would just give me a song, and if I could find a cover for it, I'd just play it. We were just playing music all night long. Remember Al? He was like, because at the end they started getting more into the really love songs, and he's all, I'm in love and I don't even know with who, or something like that.
Aw.
But it was fun. It was like just
Yeah.
they were coming up
Man,
with some really
it's tough with
songs.
music, but if you can do it, do it. You know, like it's so hard to know which songs, which things are going to get you
Yeah.
took down or not. You know what I mean? But man, they're fun.
Yeah. Usually, if it's a cover, they don't.
Yeah.
There's
Did-
Elaine.
Depends how big the cover artist is. What did you think of that To Where You Are, Josh Groban, the other night? Was 2 weeks ago now. I think To Where You Are.
What life you be safe, and thank you for coming up.
What?
Good night.
Where'd he go?
He's
Come back
fixing.
here, you wascally wabbit.
Some
Mhm.
people work.
Oh, yeah, work. That's a 4-letter word.
Hey, Elaine.
Have a good night, Wildlife.
Born to be wild. That's,
What
I think,
sounds
Al.
that
Mhm.
we're music? Is that what he's talking about?
Who, Eimer? Sounds cheesy.
Mm-hmm.
Ironic, sir.
Right.
Steppenwolf
Because it's not a mashup.
Steppenwolf also did a little thing called The Pusher Man Going to Sell You a Lot of Sweet Dreams.
Have a good night, Robbie. Thank you for stopping in.
Good night, Robbie.
Oh, you're going to bed too, Al? Oh, game night was fun too. Yeah, I know. And that's what I was thinking. Maybe do a song and then some of the game and a song, back and forth, whatever.
Mhm.
Saturday night, game night.
That sounds fun. And I think if you do the songs in a way where I mean, the mashups kind of make it so it pushes through, I think, but even as long as, I don't know what it is, every 10 seconds that you stop a song and say something about it becomes a reaction video and not a copyright issue, but very much depends.
Yeah, I don't mind the copyright. It's when they, there was one song I was playing right at the beginning, and they just took me down, and so I was like, oh, really? And so I started another one. So,
Mhm. There are
second,
certain bands you can't even play the first second and a half and you're out.
yep. There was one night Chuck and Carl were up here with me, and they said, play this song. And I mean, just for seconds. And they zapped me good on that one. I had to dispute that one. And so they said it was 16 seconds. And I was like, are you kidding me? Well, we'll see Saturday, because one of the songs has to be Lakeside Park.
I can beat your 16 seconds by 12. I used to go into Ken's with, A Whole Lot of Love when they did the vocal break.
Yeah.
Deep down inside, woman, 12 seconds, boom, no music. I thought,
That would have been Zeppelin.
yeah, A Whole Lot of Love.
Yeah, a whole lot. Yep.
They did the break and they say, woman, deep down inside, woman you need, but boom, it was gone.
Yep.
I went,
I
ooh,
believe it.
You, Robbie, do you write your songs or very rarely do covers? Mm,
Hey, Sunfish.
never do Eagles songs. They will strike you. Yep.
Yeah, Eimer said Rush, and then Robbie said Eagles. Yeah, I agree. I've heard those two are not so weird because Rush, I mean, they were big and but
My
man,
brother is so into Rush, it's even funny. That's my mother
yeah,
even had the 2112 license plate. So did he, but his was in California.
right.
They had the Rush shirts. They look like baseball shirts, but they're Rush. Whenever they went to the concert, she went to a concert with him, and I was like, "Wait a minute,
yeah.
Mom, never went to
Mhm.
a concert with me."
I lived in Geddy Lee's hometown for 8 years. Never heard a Rush song.
Right.
And
Well, if you listen to Lakeside Park, you'll see why so that one always had to be played for my mother's birthday.
Sunfish for Fish says, you ever listen to Led Zeppelin backwards? There's quite a few bands with backmasking in it from the Tavistock Institute, allegedly. And it is a trip. I think sometimes they're reaching. You can do it with the Beatles, you can do it with Zeppelin, and it's you can hear certain things sometimes, I think, but then other times I'm like, well, are they just kind of like when you watch a Ghost Hunters video and they have the voice recorder and they make out whatever they think they hear from some little womp womp in the background of the recorder. It's like, yes, he just said this, or he said yes, or he said I'm here watching you, or something weird, and I don't know what to think about backmasking for sure.
Beatles were
I
the
guess
most famous for
I
that. Was,
remember one of them they were saying to play backwards. I don't remember which one it was.
there's a certain Beatles album, probably more than one. Beatles for sure, Led Zeppelin for sure. I've seen them do it with modern artists also. Like, and it'll sound like they're saying, one of them, it sounds like it's saying, vote Joe Biden, right? And I can't remember which one it was. It was somebody I would never listen to. It was some hip hop artist or something. But when you played it backwards, it was this weird message. It's like, maybe I could hear that, but I'm not sure. That's what they were,
But it's easy to think you're hearing one thing and it's another. Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
there's a few of them. I can't think of one right now, but I know there's one that I had whatever the word was wrong. Sounded like they were saying that, but it's not what
Yeah.
they were. Once I looked at the lyrics, I was like, oops.
Like CCR, there's a bathroom on the right.
Yeah. Well, that's not backmasking. That's just misinterpreting the song going forwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chessport's challenging you to something there.
I know, and I'm reading it backwards, like
Oh.
but it doesn't say anything. And I'm trying to figure out, what is it, chessboard? What do you say? Super do it. So then I thought, well, maybe it's a anagram. Didn't work.
I'm like, doba dee dooba.
Me too. Oh man, Monty, blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche. Another, dude, that is a good one. Yeah. Yeah, Binford, it did say something like that backwards. I don't know which. I think maybe Led Zeppelin is on that list. That could be Zeppelin, could be Beatles with that one.
What's Tate talking about?
Yeah, the Beatles had a lot of them during the Abbey Road recording studio stuff.
Tate, no takers.
Pop quiz for fun. What were the names of the first 4 Zeppelin albums?
Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't see that roll by.
Didn't
Man, I
either.
don't know.
I used to know that.
Chessboard says you really don't get it, Virginia Roots. Well, I mean, I'm trying here with your other spot. You know.
Not right.
You know, they talk about The Wall, Tommy, but there was one, The Moody Blues in Search of the Lost Chord. That's like a story, that LP. I had that one a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Diary, you know, Tuesday Afternoon, all those ones.
One, two, three, four. Okay, what are we missing here?
I don't know.
Card there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Splash.
1, 2, 3.
Not Bill Haley, is it? Rock Around the Clock? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, rock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock,
No.
6 rock.
Oh,
Not
they're
one.
talking about the albums. Tate's Pop Quiz, the first 4 Led Zeppelin albums. That's what that is. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That I gotcha. I gotcha now. Okay, it all connected. Took a second. Yes, got it. Mm-hmm.
4th
Yeah.
wasn't named. Literally, they were called 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
It was. It was Led Zeppelin 1, Led Zeppelin 2. Okay. We caught up, y'all. We caught up.
Lawrence Welk. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Isn't that an actor?
No, wait. Lawrence Welk. He had a show, the Lawrence Welk Show.
That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was satanic.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Every day wrote that. This time it's gonna come.
And a 1, and a 2.
Has it cooled down there? Boy, has it ever got cool up here.
And a 1 and a 2.
Texas is still supposed to be hot, I think.
Good night, Mary. Oh yeah, it's hot.
Oh,
It was 95 today, getting up to 100 Saturday.
oh, down to 50 there. When I got out, it was it hot and steamy. Oh,
Thank you, Robbie. 48.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, John.
It
I've got
does.
probably the mid 50s, low 50s. My temperature thing isn't showing, but
I'm telling you, Washington's sounding really good, but dang. And that's what I was saying. Did I say that last night? Here, Rich Runner. What'd I say?
I'm not sure. I'm just laughing at Moose. Woo, 68 and moist. That's about right, Moose. That
And that's it. I look at chat and I lose it. It's like
yep.
gone. 48. Washington. Oh, what I was saying, we should have done it the other way around. Instead of everybody leaving the West Coast, we all should have converged to the West Coast to change it.
Well,
And Cheryl's, and I asked Cheryl, you got an extra room?
yeah. There's something to be said for that. And I'll put it this way. I think everyone should have pride where they are. If you're in Texas, or if you're in the Northwest, or if you're in the Midwest, or if you're in the Northeast or East or whatever, have pride in where you are, the whole thing. There's a spot for each of us. I wouldn't want to be where it gets to 100, but it doesn't mean that I think Bonnie is lesser or anyone in the South where like it gets pretty freaking hot. In fact, my thing just came up. It's 51 right now where I'm at. Anyway, I think that there's a spot for everybody. It's just what you like or you prefer or what have you. It doesn't make one better than the other, you know. It is, Cheryl. It's so nice. Breezy and just cool and nice. Yep.
Yeah. And I know a cousin that lives in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I did not yawn.
You did, but it's all right. It's almost sandwich time.
It is. That's what it is. Hunger yawn.
Yeah. But that's what's up, Eimer. You like your spot. I like my spot. Other people like their spot, and it's you know, each individual. We need that. You know what I mean?
I know, because at the very beginning we were all talking about, okay, which state are we going to? Everybody's got to go to the same place. But then after seeing how things went and everything, I was like, it's really better that we are where we are, because each one of us can kind of keep an eye on what's going on where we are. And back.
Well, Binford, the idea of the Northwest rains all the time, it's not necessarily accurate. If you look up the average rainfall across the country, the Northwest is kind of in the middle. There are a ton of places that get more average rainfall over the year, you know? And I'm never mad when it rains, because listen to this, if you're in the desert and you have no freaking water coming into your lakes and your rivers, and what provides you with water is life, whether it's food, whether it's sanitation, whether it's drinking water, what have you, right? So no,
Right.
I don't get it. And it does not, like I said, the average rainfall, if I'm not mistaken, the average rainfall in Virginia is higher than in Washington. So I guess it's a matter of perspective. You know, we get that reputation. That doesn't make it long-term actuality. You know, it's
And
we have
it could
beautiful
depend on too in Washington. Like, I mean, because I would say we don't have an average at all. It's dry. But Pat up by DFW, she gets a lot more rain than I do down here.
Right.
And I know my friend's daughter, when she lived in Washington, seems like she was closer to the coast, maybe, or I don't know, but she said it rained all the time too. And
right.
But
Well, if we didn't have rain, we'd be doing rain dances. And you have the
yes,
same, so people will find something no matter where they are if they choose to complain about it. And some people are in droughts, and that is rough. You are limited on what you can grow. You get dried out. Your things might get burned up that you're trying to grow. You know what I mean? And so, no, I don't think water is a bad thing.
that's what happens. It's the heat. So that's why we start so early growing, because when July gets here, they're going to shrivel up and go poof. And then I'll start seed in August, put in the ground September, and hopefully they survive, because sometimes I have seen it 90 degrees on Christmas. I've seen
Mhm.
I've seen it freezing cold too. It just, you never know.
Right.
Yeah, East Texas gets a lot more rain than we do.
Yeah, Cheryl, you're right. We don't get anything drastic. Like it, because we're so far north, you would think, oh, well, they have so much snow and this and that, or like the summer's this and that. It's honestly, we are in a Goldilocks zone. That's what this area is called, the Goldilocks zone. It's never too hot, it's never too cold. I rarely get freezing weather. And then anything too hot, not so much, just very moderate all the time. We do have 4 seasons, but it's pretty moderate. Did y'all know that Alaska breaks 100 more than Hawaii? And you would think that wouldn't be the case, but we have these conceptions in our minds of what places are or look like or whatever, but it might not be statistically true. Alaska
True.
gets hotter days in a row than Hawaii does. But Hawaii is kind of consistent, depending on where you are. But
Oh, yikes. Okay. I'm getting, whoa, warnings again. Okay, that's a pretty big one.
girl,
Oh, coming right at me.
what do you got coming right at you? Oh,
Big cell.
oh no.
Stop. Oh, no, go. Okay. At 2 a.m., it's going to hit.
What?
Dang. So we're talking about like thunderstorms coming in?
Yep. I got
Okay.
3 warnings sticking up there. I went to my email because it showed a new email, and it was a thunderstorm warning, and then went to the weather app, and yep.
It's been raining up here for quite a few days. I think 3
And
days.
it's weird. It's coming from the northwest. Dallas is just getting rain, but we're getting all the orange and red and yellow stuff.
Right. So if you notice, Bonnie, in the last season, the last year, maybe two, recently, whatever that is, that you've been experiencing more of these thunderstorms, like more than average? Because I know a lot of people in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, just all around there, and all of them are saying kind of similar that there's maybe an average of 40 or 50 a year, and it seems like already they're at 60 or so warnings or what have you? Like, are you seeing it more?
No, and that's what I was going to read y'all. Where did I put it? Oh, tell me I saved it. Of course not. Anyway, I was reading this article and it said already this year there has been 865 tornadoes. And so tornadoes, that's what I'm seeing an uptick of, but not here so much, but in the Midwest, like those states that you were talking about, even Mississippi and Alabama, that was unusual to me. And so that's what they were saying, that it's a drastic uptick of tornadoes. Like, I mean, I wish I could find it because I'm almost positive they said like never before. So yes, that makes me think there's something happening here.
Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear.
Yeah.
Chessboard, I sing flat just for you. Well, I mean, global warming, all of that stuff, right? In my opinion, it's the natural cycles of the earth. The Mother Earth does this over time, over and over and over. Self-correct, wild storms, fluctuations in heat, and things like that. Now, do I think that there could be manipulation? I hope Moose Man is still here because I'm going to say, yes, I do. I do think that we manipulate weather on some level, and I absolutely blame HARP or the like. HARP, HARP, HARP. I love you, Moose. But there's something to be said for that. They have the technology. They've admitted it. The CIA has admitted it. The powers that be have admitted they can manipulate those spheres at the very least to cause extreme rains and whatever. Now, as far as making hurricane winds, I'm not sure. Making 200-mile-an-hour winds, I'm not sure. Causing hurricanes, I'm not sure. But can they make things very moist? Sure.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I was watching. That's what they're using to try to block the sun. So I did think that there's going to be consequences, and maybe that's why the sun is popping off so much solar flares, because when you start manipulating or changing the earth as it was created by its creator, Mother Nature, somebody's going to get pissed.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
You got to wonder if there's any limits to stupid sometimes, don't you? Really.
What's gotten worse, Cheryl? Yeah, Cindy. She's got a beautiful spot up there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Al, definitely. The weather. No, our weather's about normal. I have noticed when I see a checkerboard that will get rain or definitely cloudy after that. That's right, chessboard. One volcano will do that. $95 in Maui right now. Whoa. I thought we were going to Hawaii. What happened to that? Why were we going to Hawaii? I can't remember.
$300 a month.
Oh, that's right. $300 a month. Lauren, don't tell Dee that. She's already kind of freaked out. She did a video. Her ground is cracking. Her harbor or arch or something is leaning. She's a little worried over there.
It can be rough out here on the west. You know, there's always stories about whether it's volcanoes or various fault lines. There's the San Andreas they've talked about forever. There's the Cascadia, and I have followed those. I've gotten in those rabbit holes pretty deep where I'm watching it all the time. And, you know, there's definitely a pattern of erosion on coastal areas. We've seen it in California, Oregon, Washington. We've seen erosion and like sort of landslide activity, you know,
Yes.
for a long time. Now, as far as like the huge one that's supposed to be coming, you know, people talk about Yellowstone. They talk about the New Madras Fault, or New, if I'm pronouncing it right, I think it's the Madras Fault. That shit, any of those could happen. And which one do you run from? You know, I could run away from the Cascadia over to the New Madras Fault and end up in the earthquake in that one, just because of the bad timing. Like it's hard
Right.
to tell. There's definitely earth kind of falling, crumbling down on the sides, but it makes sense. You think about it. Those areas might have a lot of clay or a lot of like certain types of soil or rock or whatever, and it kind of slides down. Yeah, that's a thing for sure. Does it mean the whole thing is gonna pop off? I don't know. Like when I was younger, it was all about California. It was all about like the San Andreas, and you know,
it was going to fall
like
off.
California was going to break off.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, they were always going on to the San Andreas Fault, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. And I saw a map, and it showed. So I saw Gigi earlier saying that we would have a lot more water soon, and but I saw a map, a prediction of the future, whatever, and something with the Mississippi River, and it was even going to change course or something, but it's supposed to get a whole lot bigger. And then the coastline, like the water that they were showing at the coastline would make just about San Antonio beachfront on the coast. Like that the water was going to come inland that far. And the coast is like 3 hours from San Antonio. Well, maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Like 3.5 hours from me. Depends on where you're
Right.
going, I guess.
I've seen those maps, Bonnie. It's kind of interesting. They've put out a bunch of models and projections of, this is what A would look like, this is what B would look like, this is what C
Yes.
would look like. And it's pretty fascinating. I mean, yeah, California would definitely, I don't know if it'd fall off and float away per se, but it sure, the maths on it, on the view. And chessboard, you're right, it was New Madrid. I kept saying New Madras. My mind was like, damn it, what is it? There's a town called Madras, Oregon, and that's probably where my brain fart happened. But yeah, the New Madrid fault. We don't know. And Yellowstone has been, oh man, that's been a propaganda tool forever. That Yellowstone goes, we're all done. The entire country is done if that happens. Up,
Right.
down, left, right, whatever. So I don't know. I don't know that we can predict that per se. I still love you too, chessboard. And honestly, thank you, because I was brain farting hard. I was like, I know that's not what it is, Madras, but yeah, Madrid. We
What's
don't
kind
know.
of is the nuclear plants are on the coast right now, right?
You sure? Because there's a whole lot in the middle. We store nuclear waste all over this country. That's a interesting map to look at, where we have put these things and where we have high voltage power stations. And this is kind of like going with Dutch Sense's.
I thought they had to go by water.
Not all of them. Nope. We store a lot of nuclear waste in the middle of nowhere off the coast, like heading more into the middle because it takes forever for it to break down. We bury it. We bury it in spots that don't have a ton of population. That could be Montana, could be in Idaho, could be in the center,
Yeah.
Yeah, Bonnie, that Ken's channel, there's a retired nuclear engineer in Vegas, and he was saying, everybody thinks we store the used rods in Cheyenne Mountain. I got news for you. For the last very long while, they're stored at the facility where they're generated.
I don't know. The only nuclear plant I know of is down in the Cove. And so I'm sure there's more, because I didn't even know that one was there when we were going every year for like 5 years, until I saw a brochure about emergency evacuation route. And I was like, is this for hurricanes? And I looked at it. What nuclear plant?
Mm-hmm.
And it's right there.
Okay, but think about it. All right. I don't want to put this in a way that gets any of us in a weird. So let's say in Minecraft, if you were the enemy, you could see an advantage in Minecraft to attack a nuclear storage spot,
Right.
because there it is, and because they're gonna, I don't want to say like bad words right now, get us all like in hot water. But think about it. Yeah, Eimer, it is too late, but do you see what I'm saying? If you were looking at where to plop something off, that's not a bad spot. You don't even have to have that great of a weapon to blow all that shit up, simply because you're hitting that storage. You see what I'm saying? In
Kansas. Ragnar, good to see you.
Hey, Ragnar.
Didn't that movie Broken Arrow kind of touch on John Travolta with the storage, Cheyenne Mountains and that? Where
I
we
have
said,
seen that, but I don't remember if it's the same thing we're talking about. But like DARPA and HARP, yes, they're HARP is kind of different. DARPA is kind of different. I'm talking about nuclear storage. If you're going to target something in the video game we're playing,
oh,
wouldn't you
no,
target?
no, I don't know about that.
All right, fair. That's probably a safe answer. I guess I'm hitting way over the target on that. Like,
Lights are flickering again,
mm,
but I don't see anything. It's because I'm looking to the south. I'm not seeing the north. I don't hear it yet either.
Ouch. Sorry.
welcome back, Monty.
Wow.
We could see folks set off a chain reaction that was pretty devastating, and it could very well affect seismic processes. Um,
Well, I'm just thankful for the rain. We need the rain.
yeah.
Set up out there. I'll get it there one of these days. Where did I
Yep.
go, Ruth?
Oh, Monty, I thought you disappeared for a minute. My bad. You know, people come in and out, so they say.
Yeah.
But there's a few companies that monitor all this stuff off the West Coast. There's this channel, it's called Nautilus, Nautilus something that I watch sometimes, and their whole purpose is to like monitor the waters right off the West Coast. They go up and down, all the way up and down from Canada to Mexico. And they're measuring a bunch of different shit. And it's really interesting to watch them on their boats. And they have like submersibles, and they'll explain what kind of processes they're seeing. And I think they're setting up monitors as well to try and predict some of these possibilities, you know? What's up, D?
Yeah.
D must have been burning. Bombarded by microwaves from Wi-Fi satellites. You don't have them talking about that. I understand, chessboard. Yes.
So Texas has 2.
Cook it from the inside.
Each plant has 2 reactors. So 4 reactors, 2 power plants. Whatever that means.
Right. And that's just what you can find out about.
Right.
Yeah, D, ears burning. Like, yeah, there's definitely stuff out here.
Hey, D.
Interesting people keeping in track with it and trying to measure and predict. And there's going to be some erosion going on and stuff like that. But man, can we really say where it's going to blow? Like I said, it could be out here on the west, could be Yellowstone, it could be the New Madrid. Thank you, chessboard. It could be, you know, any spot that on Mother Earth that decides to just crack out and blow up. I mean,
That's true, Cruz and Carpenter. Is anything digital microwave stuff? Just seems maybe.
You ever got into any of these panels? I had to leave one about the flat Earth. two guys in the UK would drive me crazy. About the flat Earth and all this.
I can't rule it out, Blackwatch. I can't rule it out. I wouldn't say I'm a full-blown flat earther, but I'll say I'm a can't rule it outer. Hey, Ricky. I mean, but people who argue about it do get very emotional, you know.
Oh, they were going, and he said, "Why don't you shut up? You asked me what you on. I thought I'm out of here." Not to the creator, she couldn't help it.
Right.
Understood.
Wow.
I don't think it's worth getting emotional over, you know, but just to talk about different ideas, I'm all for it.
No, but they're going back and forth. I thought, you got a pair of sexually deprived chipmunks here. I'm leaving, you know, like frustrated. They were going at it like, you know. I thought, Jesus.
What?
I was like that. They would annoy me. I went and made a sandwich. I came, they were still.
He got so annoyed he made his own sandwich.
Yes, it was frustrating. It was. I remember watching Jason and the Argonauts when I was 9 or 10. All those movies every Saturday. And what did they worry about? Sailing off the end of the earth. We've come a long way, baby. You know, geez.
Oh man.
You know.
Bonnie said if the New Madrid pops off, the Mississippi River will be 100 miles wide. So
At
that
least.
must be what I was seeing that would cause that.
Be a couple 100 miles wide. The New Madrid would do the map I think Bonnie is talking about. There's water going up all through, like right up through the east middle into the Midwest, you know, and then like California and a couple of other spots, all water, and then it curves up into toward like Idaho and whatever. And then there's, I mean, yeah, the US is underwater in a sense, and it's in multiple places.
Yep.
Hey Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey Ricky.
Yes. Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh shit! Ricky's here too.
Oh shit! Really? Come on.
Wow.
Dee, have you ever seen that channel with the Nautilus where they go under from on the West Coast? They go like from BC to Mexico, and they are mapping, and they are like putting out sensors for all this shit, and they're watching what might be going on. It's a really interesting channel.
No, that is when I came in. Though you guys were talking about the Cascadian subduction zone and stuff.
Yep.
That's from Captain Nemo's submarine, right? The Nautilus.
Yes.
I've never seen that. No.
That Florida would be gone too.
Yep.
But I have thought if these guys are sitting around predicting all this stuff, you know, they once said that California had a big old lake in the middle of it, and you know, sometimes you just wonder like what really is gone on with the topology of everything. I mean, China builds islands out there. I don't think they're the only ones. I would have never even thought of something like building up land, you know, but who knows? I have no idea.
Yeah. How stable would that be?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the ocean floor is shifting all the time.
Mm-hmm. I've seen on Nextdoor app. I haven't looked it up yet, but I was just kind of looking it up right now. Somebody, I took a screenshot of it, but somebody had said something about, hey, I saw this new, I'm on this new site. I don't know. Somebody was doing some research, I guess, and there's a site called Friends of Aaron B. And it must be Brockovich, right? And they were saying that Humboldt County is one of many that had like a nuclear accident out here, because right on our bay, of course, they put a nuclear power plant there, and they decommissioned it. But then we voted to be able to use it when Newsom was starting all the blackouts all the time.
Huh.
So I don't know. I drove by one time and I saw a whole bunch of people out there in hazmat suits and stuff. And I remember I did take some videos of it, but it's like, what am I going to do? I'm not Aaron Brockovich. You know, I'm not going to go tracking this shit down. I have no idea. But when I moved here, I remember they used to say that people that lived on Humboldt Hill, which is right across from where the PG&E plant was, had a higher rate of cancer. And, you know, of course, some of you know my son had cancer when he was 5 months old baby, and he had his left eye taken out.
Mm-hmm.
And I never even thought about who to blame for that or what to, you know, I just know our genes are old. Lots of people get cancer, you
Right.
know. So I don't know if anybody's heard of that site, but I'm going to kind of poke around. I wouldn't be surprised if we had some kind of, you know, they leak this shit in the waterways on purpose in some places.
Yes. Or out of neglect.
If I may.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually there was an incident that happened in Northern California, inland, probably somewhere near you. And what I would do is look for a Superfund site, either in your county or Northern California or whatever. But look for a Superfund site, because there's going to be funding for a cleanup. And I'm pretty sure there's an accident that happened up there near you. I just can't remember it, especially right now, because I don't want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember when you were teaching me about those super funds when we were talking about Colorado's water situation. And it's crazy because you see all the times there was some kind of quote unquote natural disaster, like in the video game Minecraft. And next thing you know, lo and behold, there's just tons of money pouring in. I mean, Ricky was showing me when the Colorado River, was it the Colorado River that had turned yellow?
I'll be right back. I need to get backup lighting.
What was that river that turned yellow, Ricky? There was like neon. Or was it green? Where'd Ricky go? Did we lose Ricky?
No, I've been enjoying talking to myself.
Yeah, you were muted. I love that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that was hi Cheryl, Rich. Good to see you also. Everybody in chat. I could go on down
Hi,
the
chat.
list. Just love everybody over there.
Hello.
That was the Animas River that ran from Silverton, Colorado, all the way down through Durango and into one of the big reservoirs. And what they did is there was a mine in Silverton that had a dam that was holding back toxic water from the mining. And I mean toxic water, like every freaking mineral or chemical or whatever you could imagine was in that water. The EPA purposely broke that dam and released it into the Animas River. And you can find that. It's real easy to find. Just look up Durango River catastrophe. You can find it as Animas River catastrophe. You can also find it as lawsuit that was filed against the federal government from the Navajo Nation. Oh, by the way, I just thought I'd throw this in there. A group of us here in Archuleta County got a hold of the Navajo Nation and said, sue the fuck out of these guys, man. Are you kidding me? Because they didn't destroy completely, but they actually tainted farmlands with all these frickin' minerals that should never be there. Anyway, Animas River disaster, Colorado. Y'all were talking about something I was very interested in. That's kind of why I came up. You were
Mhm.
talking about how they're measuring all these different things. They've been doing this forever, for decades. Uh, but what they've started doing now, they've got satellites with LiDAR, and it's light radar, if you can imagine that. But what it is
Mhm.
it's a frequency of light that's constantly scanning the Earth, and it's LiDAR. They've got aircraft that fly over uh, like war zones and where there's war going on, and they just scan over and track everything. They got this stuff figured out.
I actually
So,
just got a video of a no, it was a news article from the military, F-35 maybe, and they were able to send communications all the way to Denmark, and it's supposed to be a major accomplishment for the military
From where to where?
from te-
Oops.
Oops.
Ruh-roh.
You went robot on me. Didn't you?
Ruh-roh.
There's so much insane technology. When
So,
way back when I was a kid and I was studying and learning radio frequency so I could get my CB license, then my ham radio license, and on and on. And I've always been involved with that. One of the weirdest things one of the strangest things that I learned about our federal government was they were directing a radio frequency directly into the earth and using an earth like that little ball on the top of your antennas, talking to submarines in the
mhm.
40s and 50s.
Oh, no doubt. So, Ricky, do you think they can lay out sensors to predict earthquakes, not to cause them, but to predict what might happen seismically? Because I was talking about the Nautilus and the underwater sensors and the cables, and there's a lot of scientists down there diving away, a lot of boats trying
Where
to
they at?
lay the foundation down to be able to track it and measure it. Do you think
Where
that's reasonable?
I think it's reasonable. I think, you know, absolutely. I think it's reasonable to predict things based on your statistics. That's what science is, true science, not science like these people that are pushing the vaccine crap. That's not science. True
Right.
science is gathering information, and I love that part of life. In my life, I love that, you know. So where are they doing the gathering?
don't see it much. Don't
What
see it too
ocean?
much. What ocean?
Well, I've seen it in the Pacific.
Okay.
Like I said, with that Nautilus group, there are a lot of organizations. I don't think it's a specifically just one ocean or waterway or whatever. I think there are multiple companies running this type of technology. And, here's the question really. It's not if they're doing it or not, it's whether or not they're going to tell us.
Right.
Well, I have to agree with you 100%, because you look at the geological people, I can't think what they're called, damn it. But of course, they're getting government funding and uh, they have government contractors. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And a good example, there's a volcano just off the coast of Oregon, and they've got cameras on it. You can watch it on camera. Tell
Hmm.
me that ain't cool. So yeah, they're out there analyzing and stuff.
Well,
I don't
just
doubt
because
it,
they have
man.
cameras, that doesn't mean it's new. Like the Ring of Fire is huge in the
Oh yeah.
Pacific, right? And we all know it's there. We're just now getting to where we're kind of watching it. But I'm talking about specifically tracking. I mean, seismographs, chessboard, yes, that'd be for ground movement, but I'm talking this is underwater. These are submersibles tracking
But
all kinds of shit.
wouldn't they be
Oh
seismic specialists doing that
Yeah,
stuff? Yeah.
perhaps.
yeah, I can see them do it. Absolutely. The Nautilus. Oh, no doubt.
No, but here the bigger question to me is, will they tell us? If let's say that these people running the seismographs and etc., they see something. Do you think they'll really tell us? Because causing panic and chaos doesn't serve either. So I don't think they would. I think it'd be like, nope, there somebody's going down. We're just going to get out of here and go to our appropriate bunker and wherever we have these, and we're out of here. But we're not going to tell you. And it's not like we know where they're hiding at the exact moment. You know what I mean? That's
Mhm.
what gets me is I think they are capable. Yes, chessboard. I think they're capable of measuring all of that. The problem is, what are they going to do with that information? Who is that information going to start with and stop with?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we could
Exactly.
never know really.
So you and
But
I
I'll
are
tell you what, in answer to your question, will they tell us?
Mhm.
Well, no. And let me give you an example of that would be the last hurricane that went way up north through Arkansas and
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Mhm.
They have never, ever seen that happen. So, in my opinion, they did that on purpose. And the reason they did that is because they're trying to get people away from a mine that's up there.
Ah, now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. Now I need a fork. Uh-huh. What's in the mine? What's in the
Uh,
mine?
I'm not sure if it's lithium.
Hmm.
I could look it up, but I would have to sit up in my chair,
North
lean over
Carolina
my
was a
desk.
lithium mine, Ricky, as far
Mhm.
as
Yeah.
what you're saying. Yeah, North Carolina was lithium. But these quote unquote natural disasters happen all over the place. Yet there happens to be a wonderful resource there, and everybody loses their home to eminent domain, or they are not allowed to rebuild because it's just, oh, it's dangerous. There's something here, right? And
Mhm.
that's scarier to me than Mother Nature, is the way that man manipulates what Mother Nature does.
Or the way man manipulates man through Mother
Yes,
Nature
yes,
and created bullshit.
we're saying the same.
Look at
Yeah,
Lahaina. Lahaina, is it Lahaina?
Lahaina.
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 Hmm.
Okay, so in Lahaina, uh, they're giving out permits on one side of the street, and they're not giving out permits on the ocean side of the street.
Hmm.
And I think in the future, we're going to see them give out those permits for higher prices on the ocean side to
Mhm.
build these great big ocean freaking condo bullshit going on. Shelby says they already are.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That goes for California. California is the worst. You want to see how they manipulate nature. Watch California. I swear
Mhm.
to God. I mean, if you look at it as a big picture, if I was going to take a greenhouse or a giant terrarium and I was going to create all these scenarios within this terrarium, well, okay, so let's spread aluminum all over these forests and make them extremely flammable, you know, and then let's hire a bunch of contractors to put it out and make the government pay for it. And let's make sure all my friends and family are the contractors that are getting paid billions of dollars to put these fires out. And then let's just go start some fires. And I'm sure people at PG&E are investors in these companies that put out fires. Look at the contractors. Don't look at I'm just talking California. What a pile of soup that is. Don't just look at the
Okay, you can
service.
quit dogging on California.
It's not even the contractors, it's the people who hire the contractors. The contractors are just doing their job and working.
No.
Who hire them. No.
No. Who are the contractors? The contractors are family members and investors in these corporations that get hired by the politicians. Everybody's got their hand in this. I swear to God, I went and did research, and I just got so sick of looking at the names of the contractors and who their board of directors were and where they were located, on and on and on. You know, they start the fires on purpose so they can pay the contractors, which are family members of the politicians, to put out the fires.
It's the same like up here. If you look at any major demolition in major cities, you'll find Temperman Brothers. Exactly what you said. It's far reaching with contractual, things.
They do this shit all over the place. But California and Colorado are two petri dishes for this whole thing.
Yeah, it's true. I know.
But for you, Dee, definitely look up, because I swear I don't remember right now. It's kind of early in the morning and I haven't had enough to drink yet. And I don't really want to look it up. But if I remember, there is I think it was an Air Force base that was storing some kind of fuel, and they had an accident. I don't think it was nuclear or anything like that, but it's going to be listed as a
Hazard.
supersize.
Well, in Camp Lejeune, they were dumping jet fuel right down the damn well.
Right.
I mean, they poisoned, and there's another video out there that says all the bases have been poisoned, all the water.
Actually, it wasn't jet fuel, but it was chemicals that had benzene in it. And I think that has something to do with the accident in your area. I just don't remember off the hand.
It's disgusting. These big fat corporations make all their money raping the land and then holding us down with bullshit regulations they don't even nearly keep. And they just grift and make money off stuff that's the resources are supposed to be all the people in that community.
Right.
Exactly. It's evil.
Really sad.
It's evil.
I agree, Chessboard, as far as the roots going deep. I'm talking the average everyday person going and working and doing that with they're contracted to do that job. It's not them. It's the people paying them. It's the people who sell out. There's a hierarchy here, and they gotta tear it down and then make these contracts and then build it back up. And they corrupt the shit out of it in every way. So I guess there's a few different ways to look at contractors, but what I mean is just the builders who go in and do whatever. They don't fucking know. They don't know. You know, the brown people doing redoing roofs, they don't know. The people who pay them, those are the ones. That's where it's coming in, and that's where the corruption has hit every every blue state based on this overtake of these. Okay, so these power figures, because what I hear with California or with Hawaii, when they do that, is somebody with a lot of money wants all that land, and they're going to find a way to do it.
But I think no matter where you go, the whole tender process is corrupt.
Yes.
I don't care what they say, it's corrupt everywhere. It's always the same one's getting it, or a division of it.
It's an adventure. So when I'm talking about the contractors, I'm talking about the companies. I'm not talking about the people that work for the companies. I'm talking about the companies that are contracted by the state of California to put the fires out. Here's a good example would be the airplanes that fly and drop the red
retardant.
Yeah.
And stuff.
$300,000 an
Per
hour.
drop. Yeah.
Per drop. I'll say that again. $300,000 an hour per drop. And when they're on the ground refueling, it's like $100 and something thousand an hour while they're getting filled back up. And okay, so the state of Colorado does not own that company.
Right.
That is a private contractor, and that's what I started looking into.
Mm-hmm.
Halliburton
Mm-hmm.
in the oil industry. Halliburton is another one.
There's a circle jerk effect with this, your Halliburtons and those type of investors and controllers. Those are the ones contracting these jobs and possibly facilitating some of the downfall. And then they come in with the solution, those contractors. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And if you look up super funds, it'll prove your last statement. Superfund sites are just exactly what you just said. They create a problem so they can call it a Superfund site and get government funding to clean it up, the mess they made. Bastards.
It's so frustrating.
That's the downfall of a lot of these things as far as how do we fight it, man. Like Chessboard said, these cronies, some of those contracts are always picked up by the same cronies with the same agenda. What is the solution for that, you guys? Really? Because we're subject to their services. We need their services.
Do we?
On some level, we do.
What services of theirs do we need?
Water.
Okay.
We need.
You can get water. You can get water from a solar.
You sure
solar
can,
still.
and then if they have enough domain, they poison it.
But that's no, not with the solar still. But the whole thing is your question is you're under them. How? And your question is very valid. Okay. First of all, who are they? That's always the big thing. Who are they, and what control over you do they have? And you're saying you need their goods and services. Well,
we do need certain things. We do.
Like what?
Basic infrastructure, water, roads, stuff like that. Now, if they want to fuck with us hard enough, those things will be broken down. Now, think about the golden dome being woven around us for our safety, of course, for our security, which has to do with everything digital. Even if you're living somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and you've got your own well, you've got your own solar power, your own shit, right? You're still going to be under that damn dome because that's what they're weaving. So that there's a line of being realistic about All right. Do you really think you can stop them from poisoning your water? Really?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Fair. Fair.
Absolutely.
I respect your answer.
Absolutely. You know,
Well, you have some experience working with your county and water specifically, don't you, Ricky?
I have experience. Now, here's another one. I have experience working with the oil industry, and I was in research and development in a laboratory. My job was to remove things that weren't water. I'll say that again. Water, remove things that weren't water. So, water is H2O. Anything other than H2O, my job was to figure out a way to take it out. And the company I was working for was able to pull up on, I don't know if you've ever been to a drilling site, and they've got these great big ponds of freaking god awful water and oil and sludge and just crap. I mean, it's a sludge pit. And what they do is they haul that off and pump it down hole. They send it back down an old well. So they got trucking companies that come pick that shit up, drive 200 miles and pump it down hole, come back and pick up another load. And then whatever's left, they let it sit and dry for a little while, and they spray water on it to aerate it and do all these things to get it to dry out. And then they cover it up with these great big black tarps. Well, the company I was working for, we were able to pull up on site with 3 tractor trailers and pump that sludge out of their pit, give them a solid of the sludge that they could take to the dump, and give them back pure drinking water. It whatever type of water they needed, and when I say type of water, there's different levels of water, and we don't need drinking water. We could use just regular well water or whatever. And
Ricky,
whatever
are you
type,
one of those dudes that wakes up and drinks your own pee?
no, no,
I'm
please,
not yet.
no.
Not yet. Okay.
You're mean.
I'm not mean. I'm
I may
just
cry.
talking. I'm
I may
saying
cry a little bit. Stop it. I know I'm going on and on. So
but
the
if
company
they're
I
gonna
work
get us,
for,
they're gonna get us.
Hey, Ricky, hi. Nice to meet you. Were you familiar with a gentleman down there named David Hale and his company before
no.
he started it? He was under, he got funding from the Congress. He
Yeah,
did.
David Hell figured out a way to send water up in a tower, and as it ran down this tower, it would purify itself. Crazy as shit, but it worked. But he couldn't produce enough water.
No, but it wasn't
Uh,
just water. He had pipelines and everything. I still am on a large IT channel. And he says, a few years ago, we had an interview. He had sold his company. He cleared 108 million. And it was David Hale himself.
What did he do?
He started out from college, long story short. He wanted to be the fighter pilot, but one of his eyes were 15, 20. So he went into the military or something, and he started a company that handles disasters and things more or less for the military. He deals with early warning systems. He had everything. He got funding from the Congress. And he says, I don't mind answering any question you want because I'm ahead of it. His wife said to him, I'm tired of you not being home.
Correct.
So he sold the company. And
Yep.
he cleared 108 million. And
The company I work for, they call me probably once, twice, 3 times a year asking me to go back. And I told them no. I said, I'll work here. If you guys want to set up a lab here where I'm at, I'll do that, but I ain't leaving. And they said, why? The money's great and whatever. And I said, my wife said no. And that's it. You know?
Apparently, he dealt with the black hole, Boeing's black hole, and the infamous black hole. So
Wow.
very interesting. You know, he ran it. So, but it was a really cool interview. He answered anything you want, because he just out of it. You know, but anyway, yeah.
Water is life, and they're destroying it, I swear. Moose Man. Hi, brother. I love Moose Man. I got him on speed.
Hey, Ricky, so I have a question for you.
Oh, God, not you again.
So when it comes to like making demands and or requisitions to my council or board of supervisors, so say I live on a mountain. There's basically two ways off the mountain if there's a fire. There's a third way with a logging road that I could go down, but there's another way which is actually on my side of the ridge where I can't get down because it's all thick, heavily forested. Is there any hope to think that we could have another evacuation road implemented?
It sounds like you've got a lot of evacuation possibilities. You know, one thing is if it is a Forest Service road. Now you mentioned logging roads.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times logging roads look and see if they're under a Forest Service, if they have a Forest Service number.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, then you can actually require them, especially if it's a community, you can require them to maintain those roads as a way out.
Mm-hmm.
Private, no.
Mm-hmm.
Public, yes. The way you would do that, and the way I did it here one time, and they acted immediately. The way I did it was I told them, look, there's two ways out of this area, and there's several thousand people here. One of the ways out is not a maintained road. And what's going to, oh no, there was two roads. One of the ways out is not a maintained road. And if people try to escape on that road and they get stuck and die, you're going to be held accountable because that's your road.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was a not very well maintained road. And as a firefighter, I'd have to go up this road as a shortcut, and it was really sucked. And I said, look, somebody needs to maintain this road because as a first responder, I have to go up that road to save people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they started maintaining it much better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea to talk to the logging company. Although actually
Don't even talk to any logging companies. Forest Service.
Uh-huh.
Get a map, find out if it has a Forest Service number.
Okay.
FS 235.
Okay.
You know, FS 391. If it has a Forest Service number, that means it needs to be maintained by the Forest Service and or their contractors for a escape route. And if they don't, and people get killed, it'll be on them. Put it on them. Make them think, oh shit, never thought of that. That damn woman. That damn woman, she's in the office again talking about our roads. Shit.
All right. Interesting. Okay.
So I got a real quick finish to my story. So we were able to pull up on a well site and give them any type of water they wanted. As a matter of fact, we were willing to contract with the federal government and be able to clean the water and put it back in the rivers, go downstream. Well, somebody in the federal government had a brother or a sister that ran a trucking company that hauled water, and realized if we started doing this on a major basis, it'll put their cousin, brother, whatever out of business. So they didn't further our technology.
Oh.
Government didn't. And that's the end of my story.
That's the end
I
of the
know.
story? Wow. Okay. That was abrupt ending. Rather abrupt.
Over. Bean.
Did you guys talk about what was the thing that happened? Oh, those 2 people that were killed in DC?
Who?
Oh yeah, outside of the museum. The
Oh yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, how about how Trump ripped that African president? That was kind of embarrassing for that dude. I was like, damn, Trump, go, buddy. Play that video. Show those papers. He never seen them before. Bullshit. I doubt it, mister. He was swerving. That was fucking wild. Oh, and Musk was giving him the stink eye, too. Sorry, go ahead, Ricky.
That president was actually on video.
I can see what happens when I push this button.
Uh-oh. She's pushing buttons.
That president was actually on video saying he was going to take the white man's land and not compensate him. He actually said that.
He was going to take the white man's land and not compensate him? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He actually said that.
Bonnie, your chat is rolling in the middle screen now.
How did that happen?
I still can't read it. Show comments on stage, but I still can't read it. All I saw was Huckleberry say, "Damn it, Bonnie," and I don't know what I said. I'm like,
oh, that was a great button, though. The chat was on the screen.
Yeah.
I've never
so
seen
y'all
it.
can see it?
Yeah, it was on the screen. Like, that was weird.
Okay.
Huh.
Well, I'll let y'all see it.
That must be how Salty Cracker does it.
Yeah.
But I think he uses OBS. He doesn't even use StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just said show comments on stage, and so I was like, okay, I'm going to push this button and see what happens.
Carl, I need a cup of Java, bro. Yes,
Carl.
Cool.
What are you doing up, Michigan man?
I can't drop the link for him. Wait.
Well, do you want the link dropped? Because I could.
Bonnie gonna have a Nancy Mace moment.
Who's Nancy Mace?
Nancy Mace is the rep. She's the representative from, I'm not sure where. She has brown hair and she tells it like it is. She's pretty good.
She's been exposing her. She had a fiance that like raped her and all this stuff allegedly in Minecraft, and he's a congressman, and she was out there calling him out and saying all this stuff, and she put up a trafficking, or not even just trafficking, but a number for, I don't know if it was just for whatever it was for, but
So y'all were talking about the 2 people that were offed or something. Is that
DC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside the museum. Mm-hmm.
Weren't they Israeli ambassadors or something for our country?
Yeah. Israeli something. And
Mm-hmm.
Also, Congressman, is it Connolly? Virginia Congressman, he passed away.
2 of them died yesterday, actually. There was like 2.
Oh, really?
Well,
I
one
only
was
saw one.
reported. Yeah, there was. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't speak because I don't know. I don't know their names really, but one was the night before and they reported it yesterday, and then another one died by the end of the day. I was like, damn, they're dropping like flies now.
Because they're letting them stay in there till they're too old. It's
that's
not a retirement job. You go in, you do your job, and you leave.
That's true.
That's what's wrong with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Term limits. That would be helpful. Yep.
Well, they have term limits. The problem is people don't want to do the work really too. And because originally they only had a year to be in office way back when, and people realized it takes longer than a year to learn the job. But I mean, yeah, they stay in there for way too long. They stay in there for decades.
I'm okay with them staying for 2 years. And I think that there needs to be an age limit. I know that sounds bad, but I still do.
For youth or older?
I think that 70 should be the cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
So like 35, I think, is the age before you can become president, right?
That's correct.
35 is the youngest.
Yeah.
All right. 70, I would say more of cognitive testing, honest
right
testing,
right.
not like messed up testing. I'm talking honest cognitive testing, a random anonymous test that's put out by the people, and it could be the president, it could be someone else, you don't know. It's an anonymous cognitive test, and see what that score is, because there are some people who are 70 and very, very much wise and with it. You know, Trump himself, I think, is
78.
74, 8. Okay. So
I thought it was 78. I could be.
some of these ones, and they're getting wheeled in and have no cognizance of the room at all. No, we're
Right.
getting, I mean, that's rough, y'all. That ain't right. Now, you can find someone that's 85, sharp as a tack, and you can find someone that's like 65, and they might have a degenerative brain disorder or whatever, and they're not, you know what I mean? So
Hey,
I don't
stop it.
think the number is the thing as much as the kind of the
But
testing,
like,
you know?
Merit based.
and then they get paid for life also. I
They
mean,
get all kinds of shit they shouldn't be getting. It makes
it's
it a
out of
posh job.
control. Yes.
It's ridiculous. It was never supposed to be that way.
No.
Right.
It's out of control.
It is.
Yeah.
It's totally out of control. Agreed.
And so if we start putting limits, then that's going to make it, first of all, not a desirable position because they're not set for life. They,
tough shit. Who cares?
look, yeah, but so they're not in there long enough to do the insider thing through their families. I mean, they set up their families for how many generations? It's like,
Oh,
no.
the Dingles, 90 years, I think, right? The Dingles? That
Yeah.
Debbie Dingle bitch that was sleeping in Congress?
Yeah,
Her dad,
that's
his dad and mother or some shit, you know, that she was like the third chair in that seat.
The nepotism is bad. That has got to stop. I don't think that the number of the age is the answer per se, because it depends on the person and their own medical and mental status, right? But damn, there's got to be some standard, some kind of
Yeah.
standard. Mitch McConnell, someone said, Brian said a minute ago, Mitch McConnell, that's a pretty good example. He's not
Is he the one
there. They're wheeling him in to sign shit,
Well, yeah,
Yes.
when he glitched out, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
No one's ever explained that. We've never gotten it. It's like, was that a robot or what?
Yeah.
Is he the one that had the stroke?
Oh
The
no.
one with the stroke, there was a lady, I don't know if we're talking about the same lady, Bonnie, but there was a lady that she was very freaking old. It starts with an F, the last name with an F maybe. And
Feinstein?
anyway, yeah.
Fine, but the man, he had a stroke, and
Oh, McConnell.
I don't think it's McConnell. He's a younger man. Not young, but younger than a lot of them.
Mhm.
Oh, what's his name, y'all?
The young
I guess
senator?
maybe it's McConnell. That's what Doc P's saying too. And I'm sorry, but if you have a aneurysm surgery,
Yes, Lauren.
doesn't that kind of make your brain not function like it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, Echo.
supposedly-
Feinstein was practically dead on the floor. Like she was sitting
Yeah,
there in a chair.
she
She was practically dead, and they kept whispering to her, say aye, say nay, say whatever. She had no clue where she was. She had no.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? Somebody insinuated that she actually did die on the House floor. I've seen that. I don't know if that's true or not. You know, it could be a rumor. It is
Yeah,
right now.
Did y'all mention Mitch McConnell at
Yes.
the podium?
Where it's been.
Had a brain fart?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he shit his pants, didn't he? They all
He
did.
went zombie, staring up into space.
Well, Bonnie's talking about a younger. Bonnie said like a younger person that
had a stroke,
maybe a stroke or an aneurysm or something, and
His
but I
head
don't
kind
know.
of shaped funny, like I don't know.
Oh, John Fetterman. Binford.
Oh, that doofus. Such a
Binford's got it. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you,
he's
Binford.
he's like oxygen got cut off or something for sure. That one.
He did have a thing.
That's right. He did.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Connery, good to see you.
And he's an idiot even before he had a stroke. He's just a moron. Sorry to say, but he's a doofus.
Well, it's kind of funny he got elected because he's a doofus, but he because of some of that simplicity in his head, he's not seemingly as corrupt as some of the rest in a way. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird thing with Fetterman to me.
Yeah, I think he's probably
almost like
replaced.
he's
I promise
almost-
everybody here. I promise
What?
everybody here and everybody in chat that I would be your favorite doofus if I was in Congress or the Senate.
Thank you,
Hired.
Our favorite.
Yeah. Ricky is our Fetterman. That's wonderful.
That's
But still, so with something like that, I mean, if I had a stroke, would I think that my country could depend on my decisions? No. I can say that now before one, but I know that it alters you in some way. It affects your neurological system, everything. So that shouldn't even be an option. That should be a no-go with the position. And okay, I said 2 years. Chessboard said 4 years. Okay, 4 years. And then out. These people are elected, right? The congressmen are elected. The Senate is elected.
Yeah.
And so we see how that goes. So if they know that they cannot be in there for life, they do not get benefits for life, they do not, it's not a full-time, lifelong thing. Even Pelosi, what was she in there? 80 years? I don't know how
Right?
long she
She's
was
been
in
in there
there,
for like 273 years, since before the founding of our country.
Right?
that was
Yeah, Pelosi and the other one used to write their documents on rocks. Pelosi. You know, I believe there should be 2 terms. Just no, wait. Not for the president, for Congress and Senate. I believe there should be 2
yes.
terms. 1 term, 4 years, and a second term, life in prison if you fuck up. Just saying.
Right?
There's
I
something to
don't
be said.
know. Something needs to change because what they're doing. So, what would they care about the American people? They're set for life. So, that's what I'm saying is that knowing that they're set for life, they're not going to put their all into it like we would if, you know, or whatever, as long as you know this is your time limit, what are you going to get done for this country while you're there? But
Yep.
I even think that there is way too many of them in there. We do not need 545 people speaking for 50 states. That's ridiculous.
Ooh, that's a tough one, Bonnie, because sometimes I feel like small areas are not represented enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could see both sides of that angle. But I do think a true public servant, if someone is going in and they're like, you know, I want to serve my community, my county, my state, my country, right? In that aspect,
You're
then
not
Yeah.
even going to get off
yeah,
your chair.
there's a boundary there, right? Where it becomes total nepotism that they're doing. And once they get in, once they get their foot in the door, it's a free for all. It's all of a sudden you have carte blanche. There is no legal recourse for your insider trading. You are good. You're supposed to make $300,000 a year, and now you're going to be a 50 millionaire in 3 years. The math doesn't math and me no math, right? But I think they do it knowing that foot in the door is a huge, man. It's so hard to get them out. Why would they vote themselves out? That's why it's so messed up. It's because to make this change, how do you get them out? You got to get them voted out. Well, they're not going to vote themselves out. They're not going to vote to lower their own pay or their own benefits or their own loopholes there, you know?
No. They're making the rules up there for themselves.
Yes.
Period.
Yep.
And
There's a reason for that, too. Also, real quick, Bonnie, you know, your point with so many congressmen and senators. Okay, so it's based on population. You have a
right.
certain amount of people, you get a certain amount of representatives for those people. And that's how that works out. It's kind of
Yes.
neat. It sounds crazy that we have to have 500 congressmen to represent 50 states, but it's based on population.
Right. I understand. But are they really representing the state?
No, they're not representing us. They're not representing the state. They're representing the corporation. The
Yes.
corporation called United States of America Corporation. Look it up. You can invest.
I know. And so none of this is being done constitutionally.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're breaking all the rules. Um, the United States of America Corporation that is in the 10 square miles called Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, they're not even a state. Washington, D.C. is not a state. It's a 10 square mile corporation that came over here, and their first name was the Virginia Company. They came over here as the Virginia Company from overseas to help us establish 19 things here in the United States. But they violated their contract. The part of their one of the things they were supposed to do is help us with our judiciary system, the judges and this and that and the other. So this company called the Virginia Company brought over carpetbaggers, barristers, and they were the Bar Association, the British Accredited Registry. They came over here and started trying to help us with our judiciary, with judges and everything. Like, look at Gunsmoke. You know, they had a traveling judge, they had legal counsel, and this and that and the other. What they figured out is they could make a whole shitload of money attacking us, we the people, as citizens, by violating all of our rights, every freaking thing. You can't walk off your property without being under their laws, rules, and regulations. Phew, that felt good.
They even claim your property.
Yes.
Which is under the crown. All of DC, they're under the crown. They're still under the crown.
So ask yourself this, everybody in chat and everybody that's listening to me, ask yourself this: where is the headquarters for the Internal Revenue Service?
Delaware.
Who are they? Who is the Internal Revenue Service? And your answer is not correct.
Are they in D.C.? I thought they were in Delaware.
You would think.
Because that's why all the major headquarters are in Delaware.
Okay, so another question you have to ask yourself, where does the money go that is paid into the IRS? Does it come back to the United States for infrastructure? Does anybody know where that money goes? First question is, where's their head office? Second question is, where does the money go?
Please don't say to Israel.
The main office of the IRS is in Cuba.
Oh, that surprised me.
On an independent island, operating as an independent corporation. The money we pay into the IRS, now you're going to love this.
No.
The money we pay into the IRS goes to the Crown, to the Virginia Company that made a contract with us in 1871 because Congress stepped out. Because the South walked out of Congress in 1863 and then 1871, and we went under military rule and made a contract with a Virginia company overseas. The money for the IRS pays the Virginia company, the people that are in Washington, D.C., 10 square miles, the corporation, the United States of America Corporation.
Bonnie said it's in Puerto Rico.
Yes. Sorry, Bonnie. Yes, Puerto Rico. Who said that?
Monty.
Yeah, Monty, you're correct.
And
thank you, brother.
So, I have pictures of Puerto Rico. My daughter went to Puerto Rico. It's a very poor country. So what are they getting out of it?
It's a corporation working on an island under their own rules and regulations. Take, for example, Epstein Island.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's working on an island working under his own rules and regulations.
Pertaining to that island, though, in his
Yeah,
case.
Puerto Rico. Thank you, man. I appreciate the. Yeah, I hate giving false information, but yeah, Puerto Rico.
You know, Bonnie, I looked into some stuff up here. It parallels what you're doing down there, the Senate and everything else. And when you talk about representation, well, it's a common bill, whatever you want to call it, to be passed, but only if Ontario and Quebec both agree. For the rest of the country.
I hear Quebec is ready to join the United States as 51st state.
No. More chance of Alberta, and that woman got shut down by the Cree Nation. He ain't gonna.
I had heard it was Alberta.
Alberta. Yeah, you're probably correct.
Well, that's not going to happen because the Cree Nation already told her this land becomes part of our Cree Nation, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. We have a federal agreement long before Alberta came along. And if you wish to apply for citizenship elsewhere, be my guest. She said. Sorry.
I got a question for you up there in Canada. Where are you at?
Southwest Ontario.
And what's your name?
Blackbotch.
What's your name? My name's Ricky. Some call me Prick.
I only did that once, and I'll never do it again.
All right, that's fine.
I have my reasons.
What's your firstborn's name?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Okay, so let me ask you this. You live in Canada. You know, when you see a Canadian flagpole, is it always on a pedestal?
Pedestal? I don't get the... I don't get what you're saying.
Is it always, when it's planted, is it always on like a square or round thing up out of the ground? A pedestal?
When I think about it, I don't know. There's so many. There's Queen's Park, there's Ottawa, there's countless.
Go look around, catch some pictures and answer that question for me. Because it's very important, and I'll tell you why.
One thing Danielle Smith, and I didn't think it was possible. We have private health care. We always have had that option. She privatized the provincial healthcare system.
Right.
But I think she's going to run into a constitutional issue with Ottawa, but we'll see where this goes. That was in the last 2 weeks.
So let's go back to the history, real quick, the history of Canada. And this is cool because somebody brought this up to me and showed me this, and I couldn't believe it. All of Canada's flags are planted on a pedestal, and the reason is that they're under maritime law through the Queen. In other words, the Queen captured this land under maritime law, and the reason Canada can't plant their flagpoles directly in the ground is because you can't plant the flagpoles in the sea, maritime law. I heard that, and I couldn't believe it. Yeah, look it up. Check it out.
Our mandatory inclusion into the Commonwealth ended April 17th, 1982. It's all voluntary.
You're still under the crown, right?
No. April the 17th, 1982, Pierre Elliott Trudeau put the final signature. Everything's voluntary.
No shit.
Everything's voluntary.
So you're your own state.
country, state, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, a state is a country.
But
Yeah.
you use the
didn't know
word
that.
voluntary. Hold on, back up. Because as far as I understand, it is still under the crown. Otherwise, why would you have Canadian money with the Queen on it after 1982? So
Yes.
you're saying voluntary. What does that mean, Blackwatch?
That means we can withdraw from the Commonwealth at any time.
Okay, so you could, but you haven't.
Yeah, when we got the new flag,
Okay.
I was 16. I was 16 when we got a new flag. I thought it was a kid's prank. But they didn't say they were eliminating the British North America Act at the same time.
No, but I'm like, that's like semantics that have not been actualized. And that's what I'm saying, Chessboard. They still use the Queen's money. There's something to be said for that. So you're saying that maybe you gained an option, like you gained an option.
No,
voluntarily.
No, gone. We also had an Algonquin Native woman on a $10 bill for a while. What's the point?
And, whether or not you're under the crown is the question.
No, we're not.
About your currency.
It's all voluntary. Look it up. April 17th, 1982.
Okay, by voluntary, how can it be voluntary if you're still using the crown's money?
We're not using it. It's backed by the Bank of Canada. Our money's nothing to do with Britain.
Nice.
That's where Carney came from. The governor of the Bank of Canada. He was the youngest governor of the Bank of England.
Right.
It's two different things.
All right. Well, I don't live there. I'm not gonna speak to understanding that system, but it doesn't make sense.
No, it's voluntary. We're just a part of the. At one time, you could go Australia and Canada and Britain under the British North America Act. You could go and get a job. You're not allowed that since April 17, 1982.
Okay, but you keep saying the word voluntary. So you're saying that each province if they participate with or unite with the crown, it's voluntary they do that. Is that what you're saying?
No, Canada belongs to the Commonwealth by voluntary commitments, just like NATO or anything else.
Okay, so what makes them sovereign? If they have voluntary commitments and they voluntarily commit to said crown and whatever, what makes them sovereign in and of themselves? Who does Canada answer to first?
To Canada since April 17, 1982. All ties were broken. 1867, we took everything from the House of Lords, everything, and created a constitution for Canada. But we were still under, if the Queen or whoever said, you're going to go with this, you're going to go with that. That ended April 17th, 1982. The end of it. No more. Trudeau's father signed it.
Using the crown's money.
We're not using the crown's money. It's backed by the Bank of Canada, just like any other country with the World Monetary Fund, all the dealing.
Yeah, I have a lot of Canadian money. I have coins, I have bills. They all say Canada on them, but the Queen is on them.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you guys are the dead presidents, club. I mean, what's the point?
No. I'm the point is I'm asking like who really is running that show. You know, I understand what you mean about 1982, but as far as I understand, Canada is under the crown. They're under the boot. Exactly.
I was on a panel, for instance, with the UK a few days ago, and one of the women says, "Oh, you're in Canada. You know, you're the Commonwealth." I said, "Only if we want to be." She says, "Really?" I said, "Yeah. Since April the 17th, 1982, we can pull out any time we want." There's no legal commitment.
You have the option, but the
option was ours to take, just like belonging in NATO.
They haven't taken it. They haven't taken their sovereignty, so they're still.
If I may.
Yes, please do.
May the 29th, and there is a point to this, we're going to have King Charles open Parliament. That's not normal. It's just a gesture that Carney is doing.
Cool.
No, we don't have anything to do with it.
Monty, I think that's a dream in your own head. I think your pullout game sucks, like Monty said. Like your dick is still in that hole.
If I may.
Barney did this.
All right.
Barney did that invitation to make a point. You should get what point he's trying to make.
Y'all are balls deep.
Oh,
So Blackwatch, I have a question. Could you explain to me Commonwealth?
Commonwealth was more or less the British nations to India was a part of the Commonwealth at one time. Hong Kong up to 1949 was part of the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It's just I don't know what you call it.
Who are they?
It's just a traditional thing. That's all there is. There's no connection to it whatsoever. No connection. We have Sir John A. Macdonald on $10 bills. We have Borden and other ones on through Canada governors and things on the other. The only thing the Queen was on was a $20 bill and the one at one time.
She's all over the coins, all over that damn shit. It's kind of the same thing as a U.S. citizen calling for that they're a sovereign citizen. Now, I know there's a lot of nuance to that, and that's exactly what we're saying.
Excuse me, lady. I was in there.
But it is. It's the same thing as someone being like, well, I'm a sovereign citizen. We're under maritime law. You can't blah, 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 because I'm not under your law. That's the same thing you're saying, Blackwatch. The pullout game is weak. You're still balls deep in the dick of England. Or UK. I'm sorry, UK.
No, it's not.
All right. I do think it's the same thing. US citizens make the same argument as Canadians.
Come on. Virginia, wait, stop. Virginia.
All right.
You just jumped all over my shit and interrupted me. Come on. Give me a break.
The breaks
I was trying to learn something from my friend Blackwatch, and you jumped in there and just blew shit all apart. That was rude and unacceptable. Just saying.
You know what?
In my opinion.
Sometimes the truth is rude and unacceptable.
It's not. Jesus.
Okay.
I yield. I'll sit back.
I'll
sit back and wait for my, if I may. You know, and you can just go ahead and just jump in there, Virginia, and just blast all you want. But I was trying to learn something with Blackwatch, and I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but come on, woman.
I'll zip my lips temporarily. But
now,
I don't.
Now, Ricky, this isn't an assembly meeting. For crying out loud, it's a chat room.
Help me understand the difference.
I agree with it being a chat room, but you know, we should all be under like some type of respect. I mean, I asked for the floor, and I was wanting to talk to Black to get an understanding, and I was
start over.
Dunked on. I still got shit on my shoulders. I'm working on cleaning that off, and I yield.
All right, Ricky,
go.
Take your moment.
A lot of Canadians have no idea Canadian history, which is sad. Very, very sad. Canada started as the Upper and Lower Canada. On the east side of Lake Ontario, the lower one was more or less French. In 1840, it became the province of Canada. 1867, Confederation.
Come on, Ricky, let him go again. Hurry up now.
Yeah, I know. Get to your point.
So what's
Ricky.
a confederation? What do you mean by confederation?
They went to the House of Lords and petitioned for basically sovereignty, become the country of Canada.
Did they get that?
Yes.
And that happened what year?
1867. July 1st was our Confederation Day. Yours was the 4th.
So you're saying you're your own country?
We are since April the 17th, 1982.
Okay. And who is Trudeau? and this new guy, are they?
Justin's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
Right. Did they come from Europe or the UK?
Oh, geez, how far back do you want to go?
Well, that's what I'm asking. You know,
Carney was born in the Northwest Territories. I think he grew up in Calgary.
Right.
And then he went to Harvard and got a PhD in economics.
We all know he was installed, obviously.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, Blackwatch. See, this is Ricky. This is where we hit the speed bump. It's Blackwatch believes in the system.
Well, I know, Virginia.
All right, I get to.
I'm trying to talk to him.
I yield.
You know, I just asked a very vital question about, you know, him being installed, and I got the answer I was looking for.
The party,
he said no.
Trudeau decided to step down after 9 years or something. So they were looking for somebody. And along came non-elected Carney. If you look at the Constitution, that's allowed for a short period of time. He has to be elected through a riding of his own, which the election of April 29th, 27th, he won his riding. He's now an elected prime minister.
Was he really elected or installed?
No, in the beginning, it was temporary till the election was called. Our Constitution allows for that.
All right.
Just like your FDR ran longer than technically he should have because of war.
All right.
So apparently
I'm actually really good with your answers, you know, and I kind of got an understanding of where you're at.
If you look
I'm going to have to do some more research, and you know,
if you look at Pierre Pomerleau of the Conservative Party, he lost Carleton, his riding. He's trying to get somebody in Alberta to step down so he can have a place to be leader of the Conservatives.
Yeah, but did they sway the votes? Did they install the new leader? I won't say president because he's not, but did they install the new leader through, you know, all kinds of propaganda and bullshit that they tried here in the United States? They did the same thing in Canada.
No, Trudeau wanted to get out, so they went to the Liberal Party and said, you need a new leader. The leader would be the PM. But he was not elected in a riding of his own. But that's allowed on a temporary basis till the election's called. He based himself in a riding.
I'm sorry, I'm choking. I got dirt weed. Got some weed from Texas, and it's really bad. Anyway, so Trudeau resigned. Is that correct?
Yeah, he put his notice out that until the party found a new leader, he would stay.
Okay, so Trudeau resigned, and they installed this other guy until a new election comes around. Is that right?
That's right.
There you go. All right, got my point across. I yield.
No, but the whole point is he can't be prime minister. Nobody can be in the House of Parliament unless they're elected in their own ridings, which Carney ran in a riding and was elected there. You can't be in the House without being elected. Not permanent, not, you know, for the 4-year or whatever it is, you know.
Yeah, but Trudeau was there 9 years, right?
Pardon?
At least that's an option. We have the option, you know what I'm saying? That your Socratic method, I respect your Socratic method, Ricky. Like there's a circle going here where Blackwatch, I think the point I'm trying to get to the bottom of is it sounds like you have the option to not be under the crown, but just still are.
No.
So just the option makes you feel free?
As far as the crown goes, we're not under them in any form whatsoever. The crown, Britain cannot commit us to anything. Nothing. They can't sign for us. They can't tell us what to do. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We're a separate country.
Okay.
under our own rule.
Okay.
That's kind of how the US is. Like, we're a republic, and each state, in a sense, is its own country.
Yeah.
They're still subject here, but I'm just seeing a fallacy here.
The United States of America is a subject of the Crown through the Bar Association. When I say that, I'm going to say that again because it's very important. Everybody here in the United States of America think they're free, but we are under the British Accredited Registry Corporation. They dictate every fucking thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use that fucking word. They dictate everything.
Yeah.
They
Yes.
dictate all our rules and regulations. Our law enforcement officers can't do anything unless it goes through a district attorney. You know, the district attorney has to make an indictment. It's not we, the people, here in control in the United States. You may think you're in control in Canada, but you're not. Here
No.
in the United States, we're not under control because the law enforcement's trained by the Bar Association. Every single one of your government entities, your state, your county, your city, everything is a corporation.
Yeah.
Operating under the Bar Association. I'll give you a good example. The county commissioners can't answer questions at a meeting because they've got an attorney there. And the attorney says, don't answer any questions. That's the British Accredited Registry controlling our everyday life. Same thing in Canada. Deal
You're
with
right.
it.
There was. I worked for an aircraft company who had the armed forces base above it, 600 acres. The armed forces went to Trenton. That vacated it. The Boeing bought us, sold us to Bombardier, which is Quebec. They decided, well, that we're getting rid of it. We'll sell the land. They couldn't because the federal land belongs to the Canada Land Corporation. Same
But-
country.
So, okay, I'm going to solve this right now. Australia is a Commonwealth country.
Yeah.
You're saying Canada is a Commonwealth country.
No, that term is.
But
I
Black
don't
what?
know about Australia. I don't know if they ever signed off on that. I never got into it. Did they do the same as Canada? I don't know. I honestly don't.
Oh, goodness.
Black what? But
Bonnie's right.
the thing is, okay, and Trump has talked about making us a Commonwealth country,
Yeah.
which we really already are. It's just words salad for the people. So when you're a Commonwealth country, sorry, but that's why there are so many flags at the palace under the crown, because those countries are all still under the crown.
Yep.
Are you talking about we have a number at all the countries because it represents the Commonwealth members? That's just tradition.
Okay,
Tradition? Come on.
This is where
Now
the
it is.
disagreement is if when you so you are totally okay with the way Canada is right now.
Well, I don't know if you call it okay. I mean, we're as independent as any.
Okay. And so we're not. And that's where we are trying to change things here for the better good of all.
No, I understand that.
And that was the discussion we were having.
Yeah. But I'll end whatever. You said Trump wants to join it. Well, that infers you can withdraw, which is what Canada did. We withdrew from
No,
the Commonwealth.
we didn't withdraw because DC, Disney, the bar, the whole judicial system, all of it is under the crown.
Yep.
Period.
But so is
We're-
yours. So is yours.
That's I'm
That's the
saying
point.
parts, Blackwatch. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. It
Mhm.
is all under the crown.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, shit. That's splitting hairs.
No, it's the truth.
It's reality.
But when you look at it, what we were going to do, we're now country of Canada, April 17th, 1982, and we're going to recreate the entire judicial system? That's crazy.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not.
If you have your own sovereign leadership, then you do make your own judicial system. You don't just follow the shadow like the
Well,
U.S. is
But
doing.
we do in as much as we sign off on things. But I mean, like Ricky said, I mean, it came from the crown of wherever with the judicial system, the laws of the land and everything else, which you build on, change, alter, add to.
Yeah, buddy. Let me ask you this: you're calling it tradition.
No, not that. Tradition is as much as we have a lieutenant governor that represents the Queen to open Parliament. That's just
Bam.
someone that sits
Oh
there.
my God.
That's not someone that says, welcome, and I read, the Crown's address. It's just tradition. They could do away with it any time.
They could, but they haven't. That's kind of where I keep coming to the crux of this with this conversation is, okay, maybe they gained the option in 1982. They could, but they don't. And maybe they exercise certain powers here or there, but it still has the underwriter is still the crown, right?
No, but the option would be to belong. It's reversed.
Okay, but we're not talking about belonging. We're talking about the actual logistics here. The underwriter is the crown, correct?
Yes, Blackwatch.
Once again, if Britain goes to war,
Whether it's right or wrong, it's a yes or no question. I'm not asking about whether it's right or wrong or the nuances of whether or not it's a Disney movie. I'm saying, is the underwriter the crown?
Underwriter of what?
Your country.
No.
So Blackwatch, when I say that we are under the bar, or our judicial system is under the bar stands for British Accredited Registry.
Yes.
So what does that tell you? British?
We've adopted began with the British law system.
Okay, if I may.
We still have it.
We still have
it. Began with the British.
If I may.
It's argumentative. Everything started
not
there.
argumentative. It's a yes or no question. Are they the underwriters? And by the way, I'm not one of those sovereign citizen retards. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, if I get pulled over, I can tell you it's maritime law and you can't give me a ticket. That's not what I'm fucking saying.
If you're talking about
the
British
underwriters are still the bar, the UK. That is where the root goes in our country as well as yours, Blackwatch.
I really have a great question.
I'll agree with the British Accredited Registry. Yes, we are in that sense.
Bam. Okay, so I have a really good question. Let me get this out. When you go to court, whose court is it? Is it a court of we the people, or is it a court of the crown? And I yield. That's it. That's
technically it's called the crown. If you go, it'd be like McDonald versus the crown. Yes, the
correct.
Crown versus McDonald.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we can stop talking about this. It's been it's obvious. You know, right, you need to really look at who you are and who they are, and let's talk about titty bars or something now, or let's talk about Bonnie's brothel out there in Texas.
Just
Royale with cheese.
anything
I
but
would
the.
rather dip my French fries in mayo than ketchup. I would make a good aioli, mayo, a little squirt of lemon juice, some garlic, salt and pepper. You make a solid aioli for your French fries all day. I will do that or dry. Mhm.
Anyway, we've established that Canada is under the crown through the Bar Association and the judiciary that is over Canada. Now, something I want you to look up. I don't want you to respond. I don't need you to respond. I want you to look up go back in history and look up how did the crown take over Canada? And I want you to look up, is Canada a territory that is under the crown? Because if Canada is a territory under the crown, they can tell the crown to go screw themselves.
We're separate. The actual thing of Confederation took everything between Canada as a colony, if you will, the laws, the things that changed, the things that are agreed upon, the findings of the House of Lords, and they rolled it all into one and brought in the things of Canada's changes as a country and became our Constitution, which is based on the bar, if you will, the legality of it. We are legally a separate country.
The laws?
Under the law.
The state of Alaska, the country of Alaska, just gave notice to the United States of America that we are a country and we don't follow your rules.
I heard that.
They actually told the governor of the state of Alaska, you either follow we the people or we're going to fire you.
Yeah,
and the governor of Alaska responded and said, yeah, don't fire me. I'll work with you guys.
Yeah.
And then there were like 10 or 12 requisitions sent to the governor. One of them was for the governor to tell the United States of America to leave their waterways alone. And they did. The United States of America said, okay, fine, we're out of here.
Yeah, I heard about that. This is one of my concerns with Alberta, and this is why it's been laid down to this woman that she has no grounds, no rights to do what she thinks she can do. Should be interesting.
What woman?
Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta.
What is she
Alberta's
doing?
gonna do what they want to do.
Yeah,
Woman.
Alberta's a hot spot right now. I love it.
Yeah. Trudeau's father was Rene Lebec, if you look back. And Quebec kept the FLQ crisis and everything. And Trudeau said to him, look, have your referendum and get it over with. They did. They're still part of Canada.
Trudeau is a globalist shill that was installed.
Not his son, his father.
Both of them. They were globalist.
Could be argued. We had our wonderings of his father. I never voted for him.
We lost Virginia. Anyway, do some research on your country. Don't just accept what you hear or what they say. Don't accept what your news media tells you. Do your own research. Go back in history and ask yourself some questions.
Well, I know that. To your point, Bonnie, this area in here has two federal portions. One was liberal and one was conservative. So I got a hold of the liberal guy and I had a complaint, right? And he said to me, it's better than what the conservatives did. I said, you're both all alike. And he says, well, I said, so what am I supposed to do about it? He says, the next time you go to elect, I said, bullshit, man, look at Ottawa. How many people have Junior after their name? You see, it goes generation.
Real quick, I'm going to say one thing and then I'll yield. You're looking at conservatives and liberals in your country. You need to be looking at the people,
They were
listening to the people, reaching
black
out to the people, and getting the people involved in smashing this regime that's taking over your country and
I
telling
don't
you cannot have guns. Oh, I can have a hunting gun, but I can't have protection. You know, you're
I don't know if it's good or bad. Last election, there were 19 names on the ballot.
I
Not
yield.
19 you could choose from. So, I don't know. No different than the GOP and the others down there. I don't know. I'm interested to see where Carney goes with, I have something you could argue, and I think it's true. That I could go online to the premier, right? I have. And you submit it.
Argue.
I think Canada should quickly fast track the capability of delivering a nuclear weapon.
Carney and your legislature just passed a law that says that Canada, the government of Canada, can kill an infant without talking to the parents.
I'm not certain of anything. They just came back into session. So
No, I'm telling you, they just passed a law that said they can kill your baby without telling you. If your baby has a mental issue or a physical issue, the state says that they don't have to pay for it, and they will kill this person.
under what? I don't know what you mean, because like Bonnie knows, I've been away for a while.
Oh, Canada also promotes kill yourself stuff. Your culture is either for life or it's for death.
You don't understand that act.
It's not how MATES works.
You don't understand that act.
So if I'm the government and I don't feel like Black Watch is a vital citizen in our community, I can just put you to death?
That's not true.
That's what Canada's moving towards.
It's not true.
Euthanasia, if you're old, it's happening right now.
Signs, Black Watch. Open your eyes.
It's happening right now. If you're old and you're all withered up and you're laying in bed and you're costing Canada money, we're going to kill you.
Have you read the act?
It's all over it. Do I need to go look it up?
Advertisements are all over our country to go to your country to off yourself.
Have you read the act? If not, you don't know what you're talking about.
Do I need to look it up to prove it to you? Can't you take my word for it?
Can't
you go look it up? Can't you take my word and go look it up for yourself? Do your own research, man.
Are you saying the act doesn't promote death, Black Watch? Are you going to argue that?
It is self-governing at what point in a terminal illness, if agreed upon between two medical practitioners, whether or not you have that option.
Yeah, I don't know that that's trash.
2016, it was added on the back of a budget. The Conservatives said separate it. By the time they got finished with it, it was. Well, I'm not going to change your mind. If you rather a system of doctors keep you going no matter what, that's your choice.
No.
You can do the same thing in Oregon.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you.
I know, but I was just looking for a good excuse to bag on Canada.
Yeah, I know.
But why? Okay, I got something for you.
He had it coming, Bonnie. He had it coming. You know that.
You go, D.
Yeah.
You're that kind of woman.
If you rather sit till you turn out to a piece of rotten meat on a Microsoft system to keep you going, that's your choice.
It is my choice. I choose life.
More power to it.
Thanks. I prefer it that way.
You say you want a revolution. Well, you know.
Yeah.
We'd all love to change the world. You sound me it's the evolution. We'd all love to change the world. But if you're talking about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out? Don't you know it's gonna be alright? Alright. Alright. You say you got a real solution. Well, you know, we'd all love to see the plan. You ask for a contribution. Well, you know, we're all doing what we can. But if you want money for people with mindset hates, all I can tell you is, brother, you have to wait. Don't you know it's gonna be alright? Alright. Alright. You say you'll change the Constitution. Well, you know, we'd all love to change it. Simply it's the institution. Well, you know, you better free your mind instead. Cause if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow. Don't you know it's gonna be alright? Alright. 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 Alright.
Hey, Cynthia. Good to see you. Kiss off. It's not going to be all right. We are on the slow ride of being fucked hard later on. Yeah. No lube. That's really bad.
Now, are we calm now?
No, I'm ready to go.
That was a good calming song.
This is why.
Oh no, I'm all pumped up. Let's
Do your
go,
thing.
Black Watch.
This is why the army called the 49th parallel will be nuclear armed in a short time.
I'm checking my blood pressure.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I can tell where y'all have been.
Where have we been?
Black Watch. Black Watch, I'm not ragging on you. I'm just saying.
I
do some
rag
research.
on him. Gladly.
I didn't mean to be like that, even
I
though I
do.
was, and I really enjoy it.
I will be again. I really enjoy it too.
All you have to do is look at issues like the Sydney Ridge and places like that, and the Geneva Convention. You'll get an idea.
Oh my
Yeah, look-
goodness, Black Watch, just keep on.
Okay, I'll let
I'm
it go.
trying to calm everybody down.
It worked. I'm calm.
Huh?
I'm ready to
I rolled
beat
up
his
a
ass.
fresh cigarette, loaded a brand new bowl,
That's
and
what I need.
I got a big old drink here. I am calm as it could be.
I can hear that. I'm calm, damn it.
Right. Right. You go, Bonnie. I'm calm, damn it. Leave me alone.
One abides by the Geneva. Yeah, that's true too. Get him deep. Well, yeah, y'all. Y'all know. You know. Blackwatch
Always-
hates America. He doesn't love America. He loves Canada. His
I always
country.
say,
That's where he's from. We love America.
I don't care.
First and foremost, yes, I do. I love Canada.
Yeah.
My,
Love
my father fought for it.
Oh my!
And his
It's the
grandfather.
same.
I'm just playing, Bonnie. No one's
It's
upset.
the same here. Our relatives have bled all over this United States, and
Yeah.
so is his. And that's the way it is. That's why you're proud of your country. That's why you're proud of your state. My family has fought for this state. We have been here for 200 years.
And on top of that, we have female bacon. So,
Oh, whatever. You and your syrup.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't say he could shove it up his ass, but I wanted to.
I haven't come back to that one, Deanna.
Yeah.
The geographical expansion of California.
Trump tell it. Oh, I loved. He said he had to win against it. He could shove it up their ass. So it's like, oh my gosh. Oh, good stuff. We're done being politically correct. I never was that. I was good at that.
But anyway, it should be interesting with where things are going. Hopefully, it'll resolve itself.
It is interesting. I love hearing Quebec on the calls. Quebec.
By the way, you know, you would bring that up. Quebec is chiming in on a United States national call for assembling We the People.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you know, bring it
You
on.
should get on it. You should get on them. And
The bloc gained no seats, but they gained power, if you will, because of the shift of vote.
Canada has 4 countries.
Ooh. Did y'all hear that? Holy moly.
Carney fell only 1 seat short of a majority government.
I thought it was over.
It is. I'm sorry. I'll change
She's talking about her weather.
I'll change the topic.
She doesn't care.
Oh,
thunder.
Yes. Was that? Oh, I thought you had a little gas thing going on.
I'm just shooting away over here. That is thunder.
Wow.
You know Plattsburgh, New York. No, I do not.
Hey, Matt, good to see you.
New York. No clue.
New name.
That was
Chamberlain,
close.
New York. I don't know New York.
No, we don't know New York. I don't think anybody here is from New York tonight. Is New York in the house? Oh, NC Debs is NY Debs is in New York now.
She's upstate New York, but I don't know what it's called.
No, it's New York.
It's upstate New York. That's what it's called.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it's called.
Upstate New York. We
You
know
don't
a couple
know sandwich yet, Roots? What the hell?
upstate New York. I think Blake is from upstate New York also.
I know a guy in the Bronx. I mean,
Do you?
which I'd rather not tell you the truth. He's a pain in the ass. But anyway,
Your guy doesn't take no shit from you. What's
Matt
no,
said
he
in
does. That's just it.
Attica.
Does upstate New York meet up with Quebec? I have no idea.
Mm.
So what do they call North Shore in Canada, Blackwatch?
North Shore of what exactly?
Canada.
There is no North Shore. There's the Arctic. Is that what
Okay. It's a spot that you can see New York from on the coast of Canada.
It could be Nova Scotia, Labrador, one of them. You could see New York.
Nova Scotia sounds possible.
Yeah, Nova Scotia probably. That's linked to Maine and all that.
Mm.
Heavily influenced from it. Fishing and things like that. Probably Nova Scotia, Bonnie.
One of the first people I was following on YouTube, his name is Sean, but he went by North Shore. And
was he in Ottawa? The chef?
he passed away, but
He did, yeah. Sean in Ottawa, yeah.
he was Metal for Breakfast brother.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know him that well, but I knew of him. So, yeah, I know when he passed away. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Come back anytime. Adirondack Mountains. I know the people that own the Adirondack chocolate making place company. What I can't remember what it's called now.
I don't know.
I know it's Adirondack chocolate.
And or on Adirondack.
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 I don't see it right.
They make
That
the chairs.
place that makes chocolate up
They
there.
they make the chairs too, right? Yeah.
No, but
Yeah, that's right. Those chairs are Adirondack chairs. Mm-hmm.
I hate those chairs.
Yeah, I know.
Who's down lower than
If you're pregnant, you need a hoist to get you out of them.
if you're old, if you're whatever, you need a hoist.
Yeah.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah, they are.
But I thought about, because somebody was asking me if I wanted some.
No.
And I was like, well, I guess I could put, those bed wedges? Put one of those on, pat it up and make it straight across. Maybe then.
You need to have a wedgie to get up. They're ridiculous. You're right. If you had a couple of beers up the cottage, you're there for the duration.
Cindy, are you making fun of me?
No.
Yes, she is. Adirondack.
And around on the. You saw them in Dirty Dancing, the movie. That whole bunch of Adirondack chairs. That's where it took place, apparently.
Oh, they're everywhere. I see them everywhere here.
Yeah.
In fact, my son makes them even.
Yeah, tell him to make them even. Then you can get out of it.
That's what I told him.
Yeah.
Make one of those, but make it straight, like it's supposed to be.
Yeah. It wouldn't be an Adirondack chair. Mm.
Oh, they do make them like that.
I never saw one like that.
I haven't either.
No. No, it was.
Now I don't know how to get that off of the. My phone told me. I put it up there with my phone. I probably have to take it off with my phone. How to get the chat off of Ricky. Oh well.
Oh well.
It's up there.
Oh well. I had a not too good experience on a panel, and somebody was saying the same. Well, what?
Besides this one?
No, it was a guy named Homegrown Cowboy outside of Dallas. The one where I said the woman got ambushed. I saw it coming. She didn't. Of course, she got in late. But anyway, Yeah, I don't know.
That's where you were going with that?
Well, that reminded me of it.
What did?
The exchange just now.
Oh,
What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I had a similar exchange on this. Long story short, I was on somebody's panel. We were just talking. And this guy picked it up and he broadcasted it. I said, hello. He said, stick around. And I thought, you never say that. This is a trap. A woman in her 60s from Oklahoma didn't know that. And she went on panel and got crossfired. So I stood up for her. But the same young 40-year-old in Florida that I thought was not being nice and respectful to the lady, which he wasn't. But anyway.
Well, that's chivalrous. Chivalrous.
Chivalrous. Gallant and chivalrous. And no, I didn't put my cape in the mud. But
So,
anyway.
Dee, how have you been doing?
Moi?
Dee.
Me?
Yes, I see you unmuted.
Yes, I am unmuted. I'm doing all right. I made some CBD salve today. It was the first time I ever made the kind Sarah used to make, the recipe she developed for the skin. So that was good. I finally got through it. Chivalry, yes, that's what it's called.
Chivalry.
Black Watch has a cape. Well, yes.
Okay.
Of course. Don't you have a cape? My Huckleberry. I know Billy Bob's is not a good place to get drunk, to roll out the exits.
Right. That's the truth. And Bifford, I don't know the answer to that. That's what the mountains are called. I don't know if it's a tribe that was there, maybe, or I don't know.
It's after the mountain range, Adirondack Mountain.
Adirondack is those who eat trees? What?
It's a mountain range.
Yeah, that's where Lake Fairy is from.
Yeah. And it's the mountains, but where'd the name come from?
Yeah.
Who knows? I have no idea.
If you look at the movie Dirty Dancing, that's where it was set in the that word.
Adirondacks?
Adirondacks.
Is it a cape situation where they're filing and opening nothing but Adirondacks? I don't know, but I remember Lake Fairy once said that you could fit all of the state parks in the Adirondacks and it would still be bigger. And I was like, what?
Wow.
That's crazy.
Huge.
Chivalrous.
Thank you. That's what I was saying.
You know, communication is for the purpose of just understanding each other. You English teacher Nazis out there who's got to tell us all how everything is pronounced perfectly. Not saying that's what you were doing, Tate. Definitely not saying.
No, I was trying to say it right.
But some people, you know, make you feel bad because you don't know how to pronounce something.
Adirondacks.
There you go. Now she got it.
Because Cindy.
Oh, yeah.
Worded that.
Syllable thing. That's how it works. Kush. Hello, Kush.
So, what's up, Kush? Good job. You're so okay, so Adirondack chocolate.
Yes.
Okay, there is a place.
I know.
Now,
Place.
they've got some cool chocolate. I just looked it up.
Friend,
I'll bet it's too expensive.
What's it called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Adirondack chocolate. Okay.
Adirondack chocolate? How boring.
Yeah.
That's the one that my
They're just using their name.
Adirondack chocolate began in 1977 with the simple idea of creating homemade premium chocolate with the finest ingredients. For
Yes.
39 years, they have reigned and the preferred choice for chocolate lovers throughout the Adirondacks and beyond.
Yeah.
There's actually now I have a hankering for chocolate.
And they ship it
Stop.
wherever you order it from.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they're good people. The couple that started it, the lady got MS, and the last time I talked to her, she was in a wheelchair, and that's been several years ago. So I know that the kids have taken it over,
Right.
the work, and getting it done. In fact, the kids were doing the shipping at that time.
That's what it looks like from what I'm reading.
Cool.
Adirondack chocolate.
Yeah, they're
Oh, by
still
the way, when I was in Google, I actually spelled Adirondacks correct first time. Whoop, whoop. I should get a cookie or something.
You're getting nothing.
Something.
No.
A lick on the cheek.
Ask your wife if you deserve anything. I want to see
Hell
what
no.
she's.
Hell no, I don't want her. I don't want to wake her up talking to me.
Is there what in the chocolate? I see a red dot. What is that?
Strawberries. Actually, they have cherries and all kinds of stuff. Look really good. I got hungry.
How much is it for a bar? I'm sure it's way too much. We have a place out here, Dick Taylor's Chocolates. They want $9 for a chocolate bar.
What?
Like craft chocolate.
When I worked at the restaurant, I tried to get it ordered for there, but they were into fudge.
We have up here Laura Secord chocolates. They're expensive, but are they good? Ooh.
They just put pretty labels and pretty stickers and make it look all pretty and special and hike up the prices and call it special. You know?
Right.
They do that with chicken. Come on.
Chicken fried chocolate?
Oh, Virginia, I need your address. I always send out fudge for Christmas.
Oh. Wait, you need my address too.
Watermelon.
Goodness. Okay. All fudge lovers, send me your address.
You don't make it with velvet cheese, do you?
If fudge is going to show up on my doorstep, oh yeah, I'm in.
I do love me some fudge, but not when it's made with Velveeta cheese. I don't want that kind of fudge.
Why the heck would you put cheese in fudge?
I'm telling you, I know someone that does it. It's really good.
No.
Fucking liberals.
It's probably freaking plastic.
What kind of people do you know, Dee?
No
I mean,
shit.
I know all kinds. I know you.
Yeah, but anybody that would put cheese in fudge, oh my God. What? No.
It's true.
No,
And
I'm just saying no.
You know it's plastic anyway. You know
They're
half of
fired.
what we're eating is plastic. Kush, I'll pray for your friend Shannon for sure. May God
What?
heal her.
Yes, absolutely.
Very disappointed. Also, why haven't they banned propaganda yet?
Okay,
Well-
not all fudge lovers.
$20
Yes.
for ground bison. What did I say? Oh, chocolate. Yeah. Well,
Sometimes it
even
comes
send you-
with homemade chocolate chip cookies too.
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah.
Maybe some snickerdoodles.
Mother Murdoch
Ooh, damn.
fudge.
I feel like
Stop.
Coming message.
Cola.
Snickerdoodles
Don't
too?
talk about chocolate.
Really?
That's really hard. How you doing, Black Watch? You got any more left in you?
I got plenty girlfriend.
Oh yeah. Well, throw something out there. Let's go.
No.
I'm getting bored and tired.
We need another song.
I'm just teasing him.
How does that song go? I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire.
I don't know that song.
Right, Cindy?
It's a good
Right?
song.
Please
Beware
don't.
of the pastor foot.
No, chessboard. No, wrong. So wrong.
Please don't take this.
That means so strange. I'm for love. You don't sound.
Chessboard. Quit, buddy. Come on.
Oh, maybe you better get back on the sober wagon, huh? Be careful there, Matt. Don't beat yourself up too badly. And yeah, I have wanted to smoke pot so much in the last couple weeks because I'm tired of being depressed. But I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to.
Please do.
Last I saw, D, you were making this
You're fine, Matt.
CBD cookies or whatever, and you were licking the spoon, girlfriend.
No,
I know.
I told you I was making salve. I wasn't making cookies.
Well, still, you were licking the spoon.
No, you said to lick the spoon. No, I'm going to stay sober longer. So, sober minded. I mean, not that smoking pot is very, you know, just smoke. I know.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I can't.
Yes.
You know,
No.
I have to medicate myself at the end of the day, and that's the best part of my day. You know, some people call me an alcoholic. It's like, I don't fucking care. I enjoy it, you know. I mean, it's not affecting my daytime job or whatever, you know.
It's nobody's business what we put in our bodies. You and I have had this very argument because you don't want people that work for you that smoke pot. And because I told you, my husband tells people if they smoke pot, he doesn't want them coming into work at least 4 hours before they're, you know, smoking. And I'm like, ain't nobody gonna follow that. You know, I tell him that. He goes, I don't care. I just need to tell him that anyway. And it's like,
you know, in my business, construction, etc., high voltage, working with you know, power companies and this and that and the other. I don't want people that are not 100%. I'll be right back. I have to yield.
he's got to find out what's on the scanner. Well, I don't think it's anybody's business what we all decide to self-medicate with. And I don't think that, and I think it's a shame that we're too far beyond, like everybody's got to know what people decide to, except for pills. Those are like the one acceptable thing. What's okay.
No, you can't make an
You know it.
exception.
No.
You can't do that. You can't
Well,
just say,
people
oh,
don't
but
judge.
pills.
And people don't judge people that take pills, and they don't ask, oh, well, what kind of medication are you on?
Oh, yes, they do.
Absolutely, they do.
They don't, in my opinion, people don't judge pill poppers
Yes,
nearly
they
as
do.
much as they judge people that drink or use marijuana.
Not
Yes,
true.
they do. Around here, drinkers don't get drugged.
Right.
Drinkers don't get judged. It's a thing here. That's why there's so many bars.
In your dry ass state, I couldn't find a joint to save my life when I was in Texas. It was terrible.
I was going to say we are not dry, but if you're talking about that, yeah.
Y'all got to fix that.
Mm-mm.
All judged.
No, don't want it legalized.
Why?
Because
Why?
You want
that's
to
the first step.
decriminalize?
That's the
Decriminalize?
first step to taking your Second Amendment. Look at the restrictions y'all have. No, no, no,
No,
no.
we don't. No, we don't have any restrictions as far as marijuana. They tried that shit and it just didn't pass.
Yeah, nobody took my gun shit away. I mean, I had a medical license for a while.
Yeah, I smoke weed out of a shotgun. Where do you think the word shotgun came from? Duh.
Right, Kelly's people are in Texas now. Yep, that's true.
I think, Bonnie, I could agree with you on the not legalizing it, but you got to look at the other side. The corporation is using it as a tool to make more money. They're criminalizing it and they're putting people in prison for
And that's what they need
years.
to stop. Yes, I agree with that. That's
The only
called
way,
Right,
decriminalizing it.
she's for decriminalizing, I think.
yeah, I'm with you on that.
I am for that because I do not believe a person should be put in jail for marijuana.
No. Or actually any drug. If you think about it, if you want to be a fucking meth head,
crime. Exactly.
no victim, no crime. If you want to be a meth head and just melt your brain, that's up to you. You may not get a job. You're going to die. You're
Yeah.
going to be a warden of the state for like a couple of years, but you
Okay,
have that right.
You're right, because even people who are drunk driving, it doesn't matter. If they're under the influence of anything, killing people on the highways, it's the same all the way across the board.
Absolutely,
Alcohol,
100%.
whatever.
100%, I agree with that. You know, if you can't drive, don't get on the road. If you're driving drunk or under the influence of something and you kill a family, then we should probably kill you. Just
Okay,
saying.
I need a check.
Yeah, but the same token, I hire you to do the job. You're at your optimum. You're not drunk. You're not taking prescription drugs that would interfere with your safety operation. You're not high.
But Black Watch, it's none of your business what they're doing. It's how they perform. If they are performing sloppy, then you say, I don't know what's up with you, but you need to go home. 3
That's
times, strike out, you're done.
That's
Out.
it.
Gone.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want somebody on drugs building a $30 million aircraft that's going to fly 50,000 feet above my head.
Exactly.
You know, yeah.
Never mind.
Bonnie's got it right. You know, if you can perform.
Never mind my insurance as a company. My insurance is going to go, you got these guys looping around. They're higher than a kite. I'm not insuring you. They break their neck. That's up to you. So I send you home.
Well, right. I mean, that's if they're impaired while they're working.
Well, that's
you know, I'm not going to put up with that shit.
And you should be able to notice it whenever they come in.
Yeah. Actually, the company I used to work for, we used to drug test every Friday.
Yeah.
Every Friday after work, we would sit around a great big table and a bunch of chairs, and we'd see who had the best drugs. Whoop, whoop. That's drug testing.
The company I work for, there's an underground hydro tunnel.
And that's
right on the rules, it's grounds for dismissal. Guards found them drunk in the tunnel, and the union got them off.
That's a union. You know, the unions get cops off for murder. So, yeah.
All the things becoming legal. Gambling, weed, etc.
I'm dropping a link.
But alcohol's always been legal. And I've seen worse things happen with alcohol than...
Alcohol, in my opinion, is the worst.
Yeah.
because I've seen people stoned and sitting at the stoplight waiting for a green light to change, you know.
Mhm.
But I've seen drunk people so drunk that they pass out at the stoplight.
Yeah.
I've seen drunk people crash into families and kill everybody.
Yes.
You know, as a firefighter, let me tell you something. If I ever catch you driving drunk, I'm going to turn you in because I've seen too many devastating situations. Single person driving drunk on his way home from a bar, headed home to his family, and he overcorrects on a turn and flips it over and kills himself. He's laying out there on the highway, and his brains are laying out there on the highway.
Yuck, Ricky, stop.
No, I'm serious. That's the kind
No,
of shit
man,
I
yeah,
see. You
not
know,
here.
and you run up to this guy and he's dead, and you know he's been drinking. You smell it,
Yeah.
and you know it's past thinking about him at this point because he's gone. But what about his family, his wife and his kids? You know, somebody should have turned that motherfucker in the first second they saw him try to get in that vehicle and drive. Take his keys. If you can't take, I mean, so you take that a little further. What if you ran into a family on vacation and killed a whole family? You know, that shit's
Exactly.
bad.
And
So
that's why I was so insistent about my mom and stepdad not driving. Even it was alcohol didn't have anything to do with it, but I could see the deterioration in my stepfather with the dementia, and um, that he only had one eye, and he was getting eye injections once a month. And so I was like, he needs to not be driving anymore. And Mama said, well, if that's the way he wants to go. And I said, no.
No.
Who's
oh
he
my God,
taking
no.
with him? And she didn't even think about that side of it.
No.
And oddly enough, it happened to her.
Yeah.
Oh my God, really? He
Yeah.
crashed and she died?
No. She was someone ran a stop sign and T-boned her.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn. Did she survive? No.
No.
Yeah, that's sad. And it's unnecessary. It's not necessary. You know, there should be oh shit. I don't get me wrong, I've been out there and I've drunk and drove. And I shouldn't have been out there. Even the wife said, you're fucking up, you know. And I said, I'm okay. And she said, no, you're not. You're not okay. You just think you're okay. You're fucking up. And I got home and I re-looked at the situation where I was just in and I realized, no, I could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Could have killed our dog. You
Well,
know, the dog in our vehicle is just a dog, simple dog in the vehicle. I mean, I'm in care and control of that dog. And I could have killed us all plus the dog, you know what I mean? I was
yes.
wrong. I was so wrong.
Even when I got my eyesight back, it was quite a while before I would drive because I wanted to make sure I could see well enough to do that.
What happened to your eyesight, if I might ask? Just
It,
curious.
it just went away for a while.
Kind of a personal thing. Just
It's
asking.
all better now.
Who's cooking? I heard a microwave. Who's cooking? I heard a microwave door Somebody
It must
cooking
be
something.
Blackwatch.
Not me.
He's slamming that thing.
Damn.
Oh shit!
Y'all
Damn!
done made him mad.
Don't get mad at that Canadian microwave. Just deal with it.
I'm hungry.
The Canadian microwave.
I got some bread in, and I got some stuff with some onions. I don't know.
What are you cooking?
This is my new hobby. You guys can smoke weed. I eat sandwiches.
Ah, you should try smoking weed, buddy.
I
We
did.
had a lot of sandwich.
I stopped all that by the time I was 18. I grew up at a time where, you know,
But you should smoke another joint, though. Really, you should.
I grew up at a time you're at a restaurant. The guy's got his kind of waved back hair, new jean jacket, new jeans, shiny boots, and you say, that's a narc, and he was.
Oh my goodness, because he had new clothes.
That's the way he was. He'd park his unmarked cruiser around the way, and you know that guy's an arc.
What are you eating, Blackwatch? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
I have some bread, and I have some onion stuff, and I have a bit of lunch meat left.
Mm.
And I'm all out of salt and vinegar chips. Ah.
Did you have to ask your government if you could eat that? I'm sorry.
Last time I got high, I was driving, but I was by myself. Well, not by myself, and that was it. I thought,
What were you?
I said,
What were you high on?
Weed.
Oh yeah.
When I got high,
Tony tried LSD twice.
Actually, buddy, let me tell you something. If you were smoking weed and driving, you weren't really driving. You were parked.
No, it
thinking
was.
you were driving.
I said, Ray. I said, oh shit. Ray says to me, what? I said, the car's going to stall. I took another look at the speedometer, 30 miles an hour. I was stalling. The car was fine. I parked it. I didn't get into trouble.
Told you.
5 plates of chips and gravy later at the local restaurant. I guess that was it. No more.
Pizza rolls are cool.
I have been so bad, I had to pick my legs up to put them out of the car.
Why?
Hi.
Why? Oh, hi. I've been there. Yeah. Okay. Hi. Got it.
I had to sleep.
Mhm.
My friend
Yeah.
said, this will make you sleep. It did.
It did.
First, my body went to sleep, then I did.
I wish I was there.
There's no Miracle Whip on Ruth's sandwich. Oh, on Blackwatch's, yeah. She'd bet on it, she said.
You can't have my sandwich.
I don't want your stupid Canadian sandwich anyways. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna
That's funny
send,
right there.
I'm gonna send Virginia
Miracle
a case of Miracle Whip with her fudge.
Yeah. Velveeta and Miracle Whip and fudge. Ah, nasty. So nasty.
Cindy, once I was stood up, yeah. And then the quickest way to get over that is somebody deciding now it's time to fight you. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always been that way, Monty.
Kill that buzz.
Always been that way.
So I'm kind of curious, not to get it really into it. What's going to happen with Alaska then? What's it going to be? A separate country? This first I heard.
It already is. It
Yeah.
already is. You
I
got to
heard-
understand, each province of Canada is a separate country, but they don't know it. They don't understand that they are a separate. Uh, holy shit!
Commonwealth.
Okay, so no, hell no.
So is
They
each
haven't.
state, isn't it?
Huh?
Isn't each state considered that also?
Absolutely. United States of America. Every state is an individual country
That's right.
united as the states. The word state is country.
Except for
Alaska?
Virginia and Philadelphia, they're commonwealths. They're not states.
Correct. You're correct. Yeah. Okay. So so Canada is a there's 4 provinces, but
What?
they are not. Huh?
10 and 2 territories.
They're all territories.
2
That's what
territories.
Canadians. No, they're all territories. Canada is a territory that has been captured by the crown.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that.
All right.
Here we go again.
Probably shouldn't go there, because if we go there, then Bonnie's going to play a really nice song again.
Nice song. I've heard about Alaska's intentions, but I never knew it was
The
fine.
next one might not be as nice.
But anyway, it, you know.
ZZ Top Fandango album. I love that. Bad to the bone. Anyway. Yeah, we won't go there. I would ask that you do research, and I would ask that you get up in the morning, go to your nearest flagpole, and see if it's on a pedestal, and ask yourself, why?
I've seen a lot of them, and I can't remember it since I moved.
Yeah.
It was Queen's Park. I can't remember.
A friend of mine brought that out to me, and I'm like, what? You're a conspiracy theorist. He said, no, it's history. It's the way they do it and why. And I'm like, well, why do they do it? And he explained it to me, and I'm like, holy shit, I never thought of that. They can't plant a flag in the ocean, so they have to plant it on a pedestal. And I'm like, no way. And he said, here's the history. And I'm like, no way. I'm going to have to make another drink.
Mm-hmm. Let's have another cup of coffee.
Anyway, check it out. So we were talking about cookies. I like that. And fudge. And divinity. You know what divinity is?
Divinity?
That's that white fudge looking stuff. Holy shit, man. I can eat that. I need to make some divinity.
I'm surprised you knew about David Hale, because I can't remember the name of his company he said at one time. That was years ago. Very interesting interview.
Okay. Is Philadelphia and Pennsylvania 2 different states?
No.
Philadelphia's in Pennsylvania.
Oh my gosh, I got in so much trouble from Kiss Off when I didn't know that. She ripped my butt up.
Well, that's what I thought. That she's like, if the state is Commonwealth, then so is Philly.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is a thing. I don't know why she's saying it's not just because you live there. I can be wrong about things where I live. You might be wrong about this.
In the beginning, the White House was in Philadelphia.
I mean, this says this is Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, Pennsylvania. Yeah. This is of Pennsylvania. But Philadelphia, I thought, as well, also is. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I would like to, but I do not.
Philadelphia is a city in Pennsylvania. That is where you can go to a Commonwealth court in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And I know this because I researched it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the gentleman's name was William Penn, wasn't it? With Pennsylvania.
I don't know, but
Penning.
I just know that I researched it. It's out there. It can be looked up. It's out there. It's public knowledge.
Yeah, here's the Commonwealth Court right here. Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what does that mean? What is a Commonwealth Court?
That's why Trump kept trying to get his court cases there, because Commonwealth Court is, they are not, they don't operate under the bar like
Ooh.
the other courts in the United States do, right?
Nice.
Oh, I think I know. I see why.
That's what I understood it to be.
Yeah, but how valid is their judgments then?
A
In
court
relation-
of, I can answer that. It would be a court of we the people.
Yes.
I guess.
And they can represent themselves in that court without any repercussions of it.
Do they
Okay,
make
I see
brownies?
why. Philadelphia is the city. I think it's like where with Humboldt you have incorporated cities. So because Philadelphia is the city, it's more like it's the corporation part, whereas the Commonwealth is the more free, I would assume.
Yeah, your capital was in Philadelphia in the 1800s, early in the beginning. That was where the White House and everything was.
Right, but it's not part of the Commonwealth. It doesn't look like.
Depends.
What?
I would say, in my opinion, just my opinion, them being a separate country. Remember, every state is a different country. Like Texas is a country, and they're part of a union of states. So, is it Pennsylvania? They're a country, but they choose to operate outside of the bar association, is what I'm gathering.
That's what I understand. And so what you're saying is Philadelphia considers themselves separate from the state that they're in?
No, I don't believe so. My 2 cents.
Well, I was asking.
Actually, that's possible because it's a bottom-up government. Remember, first your city, then your county, then your state. Your
Right.
city has control over your city and can tell the county to go screw themselves. As am I too loud?
Yeah.
All right, I'll quit being too loud. As so is the county. The county is a separate entity that can tell the state, no, we don't want to deal with your rules. The state can also tell the federal government, no, we don't want to play with you. But you can go all the way back down to the bottom, and the city can tell the federal government, no, we don't want you here. Good example, there was the feds were here doing repossessions of some properties, and the county told the feds, no, you're not going to do that, and the feds had to leave. Bottom up government. It's not top down. So
Right.
I can see that happening.
I could too, but I just can't imagine Philadelphia being independent without the government.
Pennsylvania, right. Blackwatch is right. It was founded by William Penn, or named after, let's see where I saw his name in there. Yeah, founded by William Penn in 1682. He was a Quaker. He founded province of Pennsylvania.
Yes, it's 4 a.m., Marty. Another 8-hour.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, aren't you wore out? Timeline of Philadelphia.
Bonnie always keeps me up. I don't care what's happening, what I'm doing, you know, and I love it. And thank you because you're awesome.
You, Bonnie, for having us.
For being here.
I would hang out with you forever, especially if you make brownies.
I'm looking chessboard. I'm not seeing that.
And chocolate chip cookies.
Chessboard said it is part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Brownies.
But Kissoff said it's not, so.
Yeah, but a commonwealth is a general term for an agreed upon collective of whatever.
Well, it has a
I'm never looking
governance.
into all that.
Mm-hmm. It
Doesn't
has.
necessarily mean Britain.
No, certainly not.
It's a generalized term.
No, it has real meaning.
No, it's a commonwealth of the members. Common, I don't know, agreed upon.
Mm-hmm.
Generalized term.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look it up.
I'm looking stuff up too.
Well, you're not fast enough.
I sure am not. I'm tired.
Today's Thursday.
What?
Okay, it's Saturday.
Hi.
And then Monday's Memorial Day, right?
Memorial on Monday.
It is.
Okay.
So
Cool.
week after our Queen Victoria Day. It's a week after.
So I'll be live Monday for Memorial Day.
Good.
Are you going to be in your Adirondack chair next
No.
time? Oh, okay.
Not Commonwealth. The Queen is still on Canadian money. That's all we achieved tonight. That's all. That was a hard-fought battle, Monty. Shit. Philadelphia's 6th most populous state. Yes, it is. Not state. Commonwealth. Are we sharing one sheep here at a time? Does that city not bow to the state of Pennsylvania? Right. I don't know. We're gonna have to come back on that. We have homework to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just think the flagpoles are in cement so they don't blow over. There.
I'm calling Destry. I'm
Yeah.
calling Destry right now. Destry, get up, motherfucker. I got a question for you.
Yes, Aniat Jack. That's what
That's what
I
free cookies. Philadelphia is not a Commonwealth. Instead, Philadelphia is a city located within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Well, yeah. How can you be inside of something and not count?
Well, you're inside your city is inside your county. And your county is inside your state, and your state is inside your country. So, yeah,
I thought
that's
we were
basic.
supposed to say on
Yeah, that makes sense.
on your city, on your county, on
That
your
would be personal. If you are a person, you're not in your
Oh,
city. You're on your city or your county or your state.
okay. So it's only
As-
if you're
as-
a person.
Good night, Monty.
And you can't really use person because there's a whole bunch of controversy about the word person, and it's all bullshit. But you know, if you're a person on the land, you're a person on the land of city, county, state, etc.
And I
So,
don't know if it makes a difference. I think William Penn was Dutch, if I remember correctly.
so Pennsylvania is not a state because it's part of Maryland.
No,
It is.
No,
Pennsylvania is a state.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
it's a
Yes,
country.
it is. It's a state.
It's a country.
What is a country? America's United States of America. We are states.
Texas is a country. New Mexico is a country.
I know we're a
Pennsylvania is a country. New York is a country. Washington, D.C. is a corporation.
We are the Republic of Texas, not a democracy, not a whatever, Republic of Texas.
Bonnie, I kind of like the way you said that.
Yes.
We are a, can you say that again? We are a republic.
Yeah.
We
The way you
are
said
a
that was kind of odd.
Damn it.
I'm out. Good night, everybody. Much love, chat. Thanks
Good
for
night.
having me.
Night, Dee. Thank you for coming up.
Put the cat out.
What do we say? And to the republic for which it stands.
Indivisible.
That's what we are. I don't even
Yes.
know where democracy came from. Where did that word come from?
Yeah, but think about it. Your electoral
Me?
system is democratic of the people. The people. That I don't know where they come up with democracy. That's just an electoral system.
No, it ain't.
That's all.
No, that's
No,
not
it
what
ain't.
it is.
Well,
It's
We're
not
a-
democratic.
We're a republic democracy, but we're a republic first.
yeah, but you use
So,
the electoral system of a democratic nature.
no, no, no. Nope.
Yes,
Not here in the United
Lord.
States. Not happening.
Well, it's based on population over there. I don't know. Whatever. Isn't there part of Mexico that's a republic? I remember.
Yeah, they're a republic.
Yeah, it's a republic. Yeah.
Yep. So, did you take notes, Black Watch?
Yes, I wrote them on the back of your hand.
Did you take notes? Because I ask you to go do some of your own research. And if you don't do that, then next time I talk to you, I'm going to call you a dumbass for not doing that. And I do that very well. I'll just straight up say, look, I explained to you that if you go to court in Canada, your court is named the Crown. And I said, do your own research. Check it out. You're in my opinion, and I apologize, for my opinion. I don't really.
It is under the British accredited registry. It is.
Right.
It is.
So who makes the rules? Who tells you you can't have a gun? Who tells you you can't fly a drone? Who tells you you can't record on a cell phone within a certain area? Who's doing that? Who's making the rules?
If
You
you look
got to
at
ask yourself these questions. Who's making the rules?
well, that opens another thing which we won't get into.
I know, and that's why I gave you homework. I said, look this up, do your own research. Don't just be out there jelly roll, just listening to whatever you hear and believing whatever you hear. You have to do your own research.
Turn it down.
I can't.
Yeah, you can.
Virginia's constipated. Listen. Oh.
I'm talking too loud. I have to settle down.
Yeah, you do.
My wife.
60 on here.
My wife is gonna hit me with a stick.
With a skillet or an iron.
Fucking head.
No, she said a bowl.
Bowl. The one she uses to cut your hair.
Yes. And I understand her point because I got headphones on. I don't know how loud I am. And I get excited. I do. Especially when you talk about food. Chocolate chip cookies. And Christmas presents I can eat. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I can gather everything worked out with your machine, eh, Bonnie? Everything sounds good.
Yes, something happened. Yep. It's all working so far.
Knock on wood. Knock, knock, knock.
Knock on wood. Yes.
This darn thing
Definitely.
didn't restart that night. I laid down and looked up, and this doesn't look right. But eventually, I got it.
Not
to date.
Not to be rude, but I can only knock on wood in the morning.
Hello, Win. Here's the time.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I gotta go to bed. Bonnie, I love you.
Love you. Have a good night.
Yes. Black Watch, I love you too.
Yeah, take care.
You got your things to do for the next week.
Oh, I decided. I ran a deal with Elon. I bought Canada, so now I'm in charge.
Works for me.
What I say goes.
Wait, we got a song. I yield.
Really? All right. This is like old days, old school. Y'all get it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, y'all. Closing this one up. Thank you all for being here. See you tomorrow at Indies. Oh, and it's flipped. Ooh. Conversation first, then music. Tomorrow night at Indies. And she's doing her Memorial Day.
She's
I'll see y'all
awesome.
there. See you Saturday. Love y'all. God bless you. Good night.
Good night.
Much love.
It's not working.
Much love to everyone.